The female president's handsome bodyguard. Tianfeng Group HR Department Director's office. Wang Yan sat in her office, staring grimly at the man before her. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Are you here to work, or are you just treating this place like your personal playground? Huh? Answer me. That day, the HR department was conducting an inspection on the work attitude and discipline of frontline staff, and to her dismay, they uncovered this mess of a case. Qin Feng, a security guard at the company, had been caught brazenly playing mobile games during work hours. Wang Yan had discovered it herself while patrolling the premises, and she was furious. But the deeper she dug, the more outraged she became. Qin Feng had only joined the company last month. He hadn't even finished a full month on the job. Yet he already had a record of being late for over half the month, and had even skipped work for 3 full days. Tell me, just what the hell are you doing at work? Tardiness, absenteeism, and playing games on duty. Did the company hire you so you could just lounge around like some big shot? Her voice grew sharper with every word, her eyes glaring daggers at Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood upright in his crisp security uniform, feeling deeply wronged inside. He wanted to defend himself. When he first joined, he was punctual and professional. But soon after, the security team leader had patted him on the shoulder and said, "So you're late? Who cares? I got your back. I run things here. You don't even have to show up if you don't want to. No need to patrol either, just do your thing." Tianfeng Group is super chill. Still, Qin Feng kept those words to himself. Ratting out others behind their backs wasn't his style. Besides, he wasn't really listening to Wang Yan's scolding. What did have his attention, though, was Wang Yan herself. She wasn't some stunning goddess, but she had that subtle, classic beauty that grew on you. And her body. Damn. Qin Feng couldn't help clicking his tongue. Dressed in a sleek office outfit, Wang Yan exuded mature charm. Her tightly buttoned blouse was clearly struggling to contain her abundant curves, and as her breath quickened from anger, the buttons looked like they were on the verge of popping off. Qin Feng was genuinely concerned those buttons might not hold, though, if he was honest, a small part of him was hoping they wouldn't. From what he could tell through the gap in her blouse, she had to be at least a D cup, right? And from where he was standing, her sitting and him standing, he could clearly see the edge of her bra, a sliver of snow-white skin, and a teasing hint of cleavage. Wang Yan continued to scold him, oblivious at first to his line of sight. If the security team hadn't been so short-staffed, she would have fired him on the spot. Suddenly, she noticed something strange in his gaze. Following it downward, she looked at her own chest and her whole face turned bright red. "You pervert! Where do you think you're looking?" she snapped, hastily adjusting her blouse. "I didn't see anything. I was just going to let you know," Qin Feng replied with an innocent look, though secretly disappointed the view was gone. "Shameless. You're still making excuses." Wang Yang bit her red lip, so furious she wanted to bite him. "It's not like a piece of you would fall off just 'cause someone looked." Qin Feng muttered under his breath. "You bastard. You're fired." Wang Yang was trembling with rage. Qin Feng didn't seem to care at all. Being fired didn't bother him. He looked at her calmly and said, "Fine. Then at least settle my salary." You still want your salary?" Wang Yan was speechless, then snarled, "You're getting nothing. It's all been deducted." "What? Why would you dock my pay?" Qin Feng protested. This month, he was relying on that salary to survive. Wang Yang smirked slightly. Technically, company policy didn't allow them to withhold his wages, but Qin Feng had really pissed her off. "You want to know why?" Because just as she was about to unleash another wave of sarcasm, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Wang Yang immediately straightened up and answered respectfully, "President Lin, this is Wang Yang. You need the car now. So urgently?" Yes, I'll take care of it." After the brief call, she rubbed her temples in frustration. CEO Lin Mengyao needed a driver within 5 minutes, but her personal driver was on leave. She had to find someone fast. Her eyes landed on Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, do you know how to drive?" "The CEO needs a driver right now." "I can drive," Qin Feng replied lazily, "but didn't you just fire me?" "I've decided not to fire you. Now hurry up, take my car." "The plate number is," she said as she tossed him the keys. Qin Feng caught them on instinct, then put them down on the table. He was fed up. Who the hell did this woman think she was? First, she fired him. Then she docked his pay. Now she was ordering him around like a tool. Get the CEO in the car within 5 minutes and your salary will be doubled. 4 minutes left. Are you in or not? Double pay? I'm in. Morals instantly tossed aside, Qin Feng grabbed the keys and ran off toward the parking garage. Outside Tianfeng Group headquarters, CEO Lin Mengyao stood at the entrance, visibly anxious. She had an important client meeting that could affect the entire group, and time was running short. But what really annoyed her was the slick-haired young man hovering nearby, trying way too hard to impress her. Let me drive you, Mengyao, the man said with a suave smile. Wherever you need to go. Sun Hao, how many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? Also, I already called a driver. I don't need your help, she said with a frown, trying to hide her irritation. Didn't your driver call in sick today? How could you possibly have another one? Sun Hao's tone was casual, but his eyes gleamed. He had deliberately made arrangements to keep Lin Mengyao's usual driver out of the way today. He'd been counting on her needing a ride and him being the only option. But now she claimed she had a driver. Mengyao, come on. Can't you just give me this one chance? He pushed again. Lin Mengyao's face showed clear discomfort. She didn't like Sun Hao's arrogant playboy ways at all. But he came from a powerful background, and rejecting him outright could lead to trouble. Just then, an Audi A6 pulled up. Qin Feng, still catching his breath, hopped out and said cheerfully, President Lin, Director Wang sent me to drive you. Ready when you are. Although he had only glimpsed Lin Mengyao from a distance before, seeing her up close was a whole different story. Even with his experience, Qin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. She was gorgeous. Not in the subtle way Wang Yan was, but in a way that stopped time. Flawless skin, refined features, a slight frown that made her seem even more delicate. Qin Feng thought, if she were wearing ancient robes instead of a suit, I'd believe she was a goddess. I'll be driving Mengyao. You can leave now, Sun Hao suddenly cut in coldly. Qin Feng blinked and looked over at the man. And you are? Sun Hao was taken aback. Me? Asked who I am. Even the mayor treated him with respect, yet this nobody had the nerve. You don't need to know who I am. I'll say it again, leave. Qin Feng felt a strong urge to kick him. Who the hell talked to him like that? But he restrained himself. I'm not that person anymore. Just a lowly guard. Mengyao, my driver is here. No need to trouble you. I'm running late, so I'll be going now, Lin Mengyao said politely, then climbed into the back seat. Mengyao, wait. Sun Hao shouted, but she shut the door. Frustrated, Sun Hao turned to Qin Feng and grabbed his arm. Get out of the way. I'm driving her. He snapped. Qin Feng blinked. This guy seriously trying to drag me away? But despite Sun Hao's efforts, Qin Feng didn't budge an inch like trying to move a mountain. Qin Feng didn't take kindly to being touched by random men. In the past, he would broken Sun Hao's hand. With a casual flick of the wrist, he sent Sun Hao stumbling backward, nearly falling over. Then Qin Feng calmly shut the door, glanced in the rearview mirror at Lin Mengyao's flawless face, and asked, Boss, where to? Chapter 2, A Banquet of Peril. The security guard strikes. You didn't hurt him, did you? Lin Mengyao asked with a hint of worry. Though she didn't mind seeing Sun Hao suffer a little, his identity made it hard for her to ignore the consequences. Relax, I didn't touch him, Qin Feng chuckled. But who was that punk, daring to harass you, boss? Sitting in the back was an absolute knockout. Qin Feng couldn't help wanting to strike up a conversation. He's not someone you can afford to mess with. Just drive. Head to Jinhai Hotel. Lin Mengyao responded absent-mindedly, pulling out a stack of documents from her briefcase and immersing herself in them. Can't afford to mess with him. Qin Feng smiled faintly. If someone had said that to him in the past, he'd have burst out laughing. Was there really anyone in this world he couldn't deal with? But since Lin Mengyao clearly wasn't in the mood to talk, he wisely said nothing more and started the car toward the destination. Meanwhile, Sun Hao stood fuming as the Audi A6 disappeared down the road. His face was ashen, his chest heaving with rage. His carefully planned setup had just collapsed. After all the effort he put into today, it was ruined by a mere security guard no less. What made it worse? That same security guard had shoved him in front of everyone, almost sending him sprawling. Why young master, a middle-aged man nearby, approached awkwardly. He hadn't wanted to provoke Sun Hao's temper, but he couldn't avoid reporting in. Useless trash. Why didn't you stop them just now? Sun Hao roared. Damn it, find out everything about that guy. I want to know who he is. I'll make sure he regrets crossing me. In the car, Qin Feng occasionally peeked at Lin Mengyao through the rearview mirror, inwardly sighing. How does a woman this beautiful even exist? Compared to her, every other so-called beauty he'd seen before was utterly forgettable. He wanted to make small talk, but Lin Mengyao's aloof, almost celestial temperament made him hesitant. Then a soft, graceful voice broke the silence. Pull over. Qin Feng instinctively tapped the brakes. What's wrong? He asked, glancing back. Lin Mengyao stared at him, brows tightly furrowed in distress. What's she planning? Qin Feng felt a little uneasy under her gaze and laughed awkwardly. Take off your clothes, Lin Mengyao said suddenly. Qin Feng froze. Take off my clothes. Wait, was she trying to? Boss, isn't he this a bit much? I mean, there are people everywhere. Just do it. What are you afraid of? Lin Mengyao said impatiently. Boss, I mean, I'm flattered and all, but if you want to show we book a hotel first. Qin Feng said with a pained look, but inside, he was practically overjoyed. Damn. Can anything top this? My boss wants me to strip. What comes next? A dream come true. A hotel? I just want you to change clothes. What are you even thinking? Lin Mengyao looked puzzled, then noticed the suggestive look in Qin Feng's eyes. Her flawless face turned scarlet, embarrassment creeping down to her neck. Why you? Don't let your mind wander. That's not what I meant. Watching her flustered, girlish reaction, Qin Feng was almost giddy. Come on now, you're the one who told me to undress. I'll start now, okay? You. Stop spouting nonsense. Lin Mengyao was so red it looked like she might bleed from sheer embarrassment. My secretary is off today. I'm meeting a client soon, and it's not appropriate for me to go alone. I need you to pretend to be my secretary. And look at you in that security uniform. Do you think you look the part? Oh, that's it. Should VE said so earlier. Got me all excited for nothing. Qin Feng sounded genuinely disappointed. You're the one who got carried away. You actually thought Lin Mengyao was fuming, too embarrassed to finish her sentence. Qin Feng scratched his head. But if I take off my uniform, I've got nothing else to wear. What, you want me to go meet a client in the nude? That made Lin Mengyao freeze. She hadn't even thought about what he would wear after changing. After a pause, she said, drive to Central Pedestrian Street first. I'll buy you an outfit. Qin Feng had no objections. Luckily, both the hotel and the shopping area were in the city center. It wouldn't delay them too much. Lin Mengyao wasted no time showing her decisiveness as a CEO. She took Qin Feng straight into a Versace store and pointed at him. Get him a suit. Something clean and professional. Immediately, Qin Feng was surrounded by salesgirls measuring him from all angles. He was enjoying every second. Even if they weren't as stunning as Lin Mengyao, they were still pretty enough. Sadly, Lin Mengyao didn't let him enjoy the attention for long. She quickly picked out a mature, composed-looking outfit. 5 minutes later, Lin Mengyao walked briskly out of the store, followed by Qin Feng, now dressed in a tailored suit, silk tie, and gleaming leather shoes. Qin Feng squirmed a little in the clothes, clearly uncomfortable. What shocked him most was the price tag he glimpsed at checkout, so many zeros. And Lin Mengyao hadn't even blinked. Damn rich woman, he cursed silently. She spent all that for something I'll probably wear once. Even if it's not my money, I feel the sting. He thought back to his struggling post-return life, barely making ends meet, then looked at Lin Mengyao's carefree spending, and sighed. If only I could access those Swiss accounts, he muttered inwardly. Come on, hurry up. We're running out of time. I need to explain what you'll need to do later, Lin Mengyao said, urging him along. Remember, don't speak unless I tell you to. Just do what I say. Outside the Jinhai Hotel, still seated in the car, Lin Mengyao repeated her instructions. Got it, boss. You've already said that like 10 times, Qin Feng groaned. The whole ride, she nagged non-stop like a broken record. Also, this meeting will happen at the dinner table. That boss Zhao isn't he exactly a gentleman? If he tries to force me to drink, you need to step in. You can hold your liquor, right? No problem. Satisfied, Lin Mengyao finally took a deep breath. Though she still had her worries, they had no time left to hesitate. Let us go. She straightened her expression and stepped out of the car. At the hotel entrance, a group of people waited. A chubby, balding man in a suit came forward with a broad grin. President Lin, you finally made it. I was starting to think you were ditching me. Har har, but seeing you here, I'm relieved. Of course not, President Zhao. I've been looking forward to our cooperation. There was a bit of traffic, my apologies. No worries, no worries. I know I can trust your word. Let us head in. Zhao Shanher laughed heartily and motioned for her to go ahead. Then his eyes landed on Qin Feng. And this is? Yes, my secretary, Lin Mengyao replied with a smile. Your secretary? But didn't you have someone else? Zhao raised an eyebrow in surprise, but quickly laughed it off. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhao Shanher, but you can call me Brother Zhao. Seeing Zhao's greasy hands, Qin Feng frowned slightly but still shook his hand politely. Nice to meet you, President Zhao. I'm Qin Feng. Great name. Young and promising. Zhao beamed. Interested in joining my company? Name your salary. Qin Feng blinked. What the hell? This guy was making job offers right after meeting him? He wasn't tempted, he wasn't stupid, but Zhao's approach was puzzling. President Zhao, poaching my employee right in front of me isn't very polite, Lin Mengyao said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Har har, just joking, just joking. Don't mind me, I love a good laugh. Come, let us talk inside. Zhao spoke as if it were nothing, but gave Qin Feng a quick wink. That made Qin Feng even more confused. He was sure he'd never met Zhao Shanher before, but Zhao's words and now this strange wink were full of hidden meaning. Looks like this dinner won't be so simple, Qin Feng thought, lips curving into a faint smirk. This Zhao guy is a sly old fox. Chapter 3. There is a problem. Lin Mengyao smiled calmly and didn't say anything. After a few words of humility, she walked into the Jinhai Hotel side by side with Zhao Shanher. Zhao Shanher was surrounded by 7 or 8 young and pretty girls who looked like administrative assistants. Qin Feng kept sighing that Zhao Shanher really knew how to enjoy life. However, what interested Qin Feng the most was the fair-skinned young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who followed closely behind Zhao Shanher. His seemingly indifferent eyes made Qin Feng feel that this person was very dangerous. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had met many people when he was abroad, but very few of them could give him this feeling. Although he didn't know why this young man could arouse his vigilance, he never doubted his feelings, because it was this sensitivity that allowed him to survive in dangerous situations time and time again. Suddenly, Qin Feng burst into laughter. He was just Lin Mengyao's temporary secretary. After today, he probably would never meet this young man again. Even if it was dangerous, it had nothing to do with him. It seems that I still haven't adapted to the life of an ordinary person. I can't change my old habits. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, shook his head and stopped thinking about these messes. However, looking at Zhao Shanher who was surrounded by a large group of people, and then looking at Lin Mengyao who was alone, Qin Feng understood why she wanted him to be her temporary secretary. At the same time, Qin Feng was puzzled. How could Lin Mengyao's secretary and driver take leave on the same day? And when Lin Mengyao needed to go out for business? Although he thought this was quite strange, he didn't think much about it. After all, he knew very well that he was just a small security guard and had no right to care about the affairs of the president Lin Mengyao. Not long after, Qin Feng followed Lin Mengyao into a private room. The private room was very large and luxuriously decorated. In the middle was a huge round table filled with delicious dishes, but there were only 2 chairs. Mr. Lin, please sit down. Today I specially asked Chef Zhang to cook the food himself. If you are not satisfied with the dishes, I will ask them to change them. Har har, Zhao Shanher was still smiling. As soon as he entered the private room, he warmly asked Lin Mengyao to sit down. Mr. Zhao, you're joking. Chef Zhang hasn't cooked in the past few years. I've been craving his food for a long time but never had the chance to enjoy it. Today, thanks to Mr. Zhao, how can I not be satisfied? Lin Mengyao smiled and sat down without refusing. Zhao Shanhe also sat down and said with a look of sarcasm, Boss Lin is too modest. If you were willing to ask, Chef Zhang would probably be eager to cook for you every day, har har. Lin Mengyao smiled and ignored Zhao Shanhe's joke. She pointed at Qin Feng and said to Zhao Shanhe with an apologetic smile, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I'm not used to having my secretary stand by while I eat. Can you let him sit down? Zhao Shanhe was stunned for a moment, and glanced at Qin Feng in surprise, then he smiled cheerfully and said, It's okay, it's okay. I didn't think it through. Since Mr. Lin has said so, Xiao Wang, you can sit down too. Boss Lin, let me introduce you to my new secretary, Wang Ning. What do you think? Isn't he much more handsome than your secretary Qin Feng? If Boss Lin likes him, I'll give him to you, har 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 har. Mr. Zhao, you must be joking. Lin Mengyao just smiled politely. She really didn't like this kind of boring joke. Qin Feng was very dissatisfied when he heard this. Damn it. This fat pig, not only did he make fun of me, but he actually said that this bespectacled guy was more handsome than me. Obviously, I am more handsome. This is intolerable. Qin Feng wanted to retort Zhao Shanhe, but before he could say anything, he remembered Lin Mengyao's request that he not speak carelessly, and immediately swallowed his words back. Lin Mengyao had said firmly before that if he accidentally did something wrong, his salary would be deducted in full. Damn it, I've just put up with this little thing. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Mengyao controls my salary, I'd force you, a fat pig, to tell me who's more handsome. For the sake of his salary, he decided to keep quiet and pretend that he heard nothing. Lin Mengyao didn't want to chat with Zhao Shanhe anymore, so she asked directly, What does Mr. Zhao think about our cooperation? Zhao Shanhe, however, seemed quite unhurried. He reached out and picked up a piece of beef, holding it in his mouth, and said slowly, Let's eat first. We can talk while we eat. Let's eat first. Chef Zhang's dishes are not that easy to get. Lin Mengyao didn't pick up her chopsticks. She was never used to discussing business at the dinner table, but for some reason, Mr. Zhao insisted on having the discussion in the restaurant. If this cooperation was not very important to Tianfeng Group, she would never have come to this banquet. Lin Mengyao was only concerned about finishing the discussion as quickly as possible. She pulled out a stack of documents from her handbag and said, This is a cooperation plan I wrote. Mr. Zhao, do you think it's suitable? Oh, young people do things in a hurry. Okay, let me take a look first. Zhao Shanhe put down his chopsticks a little unhappily and took Lin Mengyao's plan to read it. He flipped through it briefly before putting it down again and saying, Wow, this plan is very well written, but I still have a small problem that I haven't figured out yet. What's the problem? Mr. Zhao, please speak. Let me think about it for a moment, and then we'll eat. Oh, by the way, let's wait for one more person. It's not too late to talk after he arrives. Zhao Shanhe said nonchalantly, picking up his chopsticks and taking another bite of food. Lin Mengyao's heart sank. She wasn't stupid, so she could tell Zhao Shanhe was trying to shirk responsibility. But what puzzled her was that during their earlier discussions, he had vowed to finalize this deal as quickly as possible. Why was he now shirking responsibility? And who was he waiting for? Who are you waiting for? Lin Mengyao asked. Zhao Shanhe smiled mysteriously, did not answer Lin Mengyao, and concentrated on dealing with the food in front of him. Qin Feng naturally also noticed that Zhao Shanhe was not very willing to discuss cooperation with Lin Mengyao. Unfortunately, he was just a temporary secretary and had no say here. Otherwise, he would not mind speaking up for Lin Mengyao. The huge room suddenly fell silent, with only the sound of Zhao Shanhe chewing. He no longer had the enthusiastic and cheerful look he had before. Lin Mengyao was wondering why Zhao Shanhe suddenly changed his attitude. Something must have gone wrong, but she couldn't figure out why. Suddenly, a slight cell phone ring was heard. Zhao Shanhe's secretary Wang Ning took out a cell phone, took a look at it, and whispered a few words into Zhao Shanhe's ear. Qin Feng had very good hearing and vaguely heard the word, young master son. Zhao Shanhe said apologetically, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. I need to go out and answer a phone call. Then, without waiting for Lin Mengyao's answer, he hurriedly walked out with his cell phone. Lin Mengyao frowned even deeper. She was very determined to achieve this cooperation. Zhao Shanhe's previous attitude also made her think that this cooperation should be a sure thing. But she really didn't expect Zhao Shanhe to suddenly change his attitude inexplicably. Not long after, Zhao Shanhe came back and said with an embarrassed smile, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin, let's talk next time. I have something urgent to do now and I have to leave." "Mr. Zhao." Lin Mengyao stood up and asked in confusion. Zhao Shanhe didn't say anything. After apologizing several times, he waved his hand and walked out of the private room with his group of people. Seeing Zhao Shanhe leave without any hesitation, Lin Mengyao was a little stunned. "Boss," Qin Feng said in a low voice. "Let's go too," Lin Mengyao said helplessly. You're not going to finish it. There's such a big table of food, it's quite delicious," Qin Feng muttered. Lin Mengyao was angry but also wanted to laugh. She said helplessly, "Look at you, you haven't eaten anything before, if you want to eat it yourself." As she spoke, Lin Mengyao lifted her legs and walked outside. Qin Feng naturally couldn't let Lin Mengyao walk alone, so he had to follow her. Speaking of which, Qin Feng also felt that today was a bit strange. When Lin Mengyao asked him to be a temporary secretary, he thought he would see a heated debate in the business world. Who knew that the discussion about cooperation ended inexplicably with just a few words of idle chat? He naturally saw that Lin Mengyao was very eager to promote cooperation between the two parties, but unfortunately Zhao Shanhe didn't seem to care much about this negotiation. Although it had nothing to do with him, Qin Feng still felt quite curious. If Zhao Shanhe was not interested in cooperation from the beginning, then why did he invite Lin Mengyao to talk? Why did Lin Mengyao avoid talking about the cooperation between the two parties after she came, and finally left inexplicably? Qin Feng thought again of the phone call Zhao Shanhe received when he left. His secretary Wang Ning mentioned Mr. Sun in his ear. If he was not mistaken, it should be Mr. Sun's phone call. "Young Master Sun." Zhao Shanhe had said before that he was waiting for someone, and then this young Master Sun called him. Could it be that he was waiting for this young Master Sun? Qin Feng was driving while thinking about these things that had nothing to do with him. This was just his habit. When he encountered something he couldn't figure out, he had to think it through. Glancing at Lin Mengyao, who was clearly in a very bad mood in the back seat, Qin Feng thought for a moment and whispered, "Boss, did your secretary and driver take leave together today?" "Why are you asking this?" Lin Mengyao asked puzzledly. "I'm just confused. Two people not coming to work at the same time. Don't you think it's weird? Maybe it's a coincidence," Lin Mengyao said without thinking. "Coincidence?" Qin Feng smiled. This silly girl. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but when he glanced at the rearview mirror inadvertently, he suddenly found that something seemed wrong. There were several cars behind him, driving very fast. Based on his past experience, Qin Feng could instantly tell that those cars were coming towards him, and they definitely had bad intentions. Qin Feng's heart sank suddenly. Could it be that his whereabouts in the country have been exposed? Chapter 4: A Hero Saves a Beauty. In order to avoid being hunted down, Qin Feng traveled to more than half of the countries in the world. Finally, he returned to China and hid himself completely. Now that he was suddenly being followed like this, the first thing he thought of was whether he had been exposed. Although he didn't believe that he could be found even though he was hiding so deeply, now was not the time to think too much. No matter why the other party came, he must not let them block him. "Boss, hold on tight, someone is chasing us, I need to speed up," Qin Feng said to Lin Mengyao in a deep voice. Lin Mengyao was obviously confused by Qin Feng's inexplicable words, but then she felt her body stagger suddenly and her head hit the seat in front of her hard. "What are you doing?" Lin Mengyao shouted in panic. "I'll explain it to you later, hold on tight for now," Qin Feng said expressionlessly while increasing the speed of the car again. But as he sped up, the car behind him also started to speed up, and the distance between them even seemed to be getting closer. Qin Feng was driving Wang Yan's car, which was just an ordinary commercial vehicle. However, one could tell from the roar of the engines of the cars behind him that they had undergone major modifications, and their speed was much faster than Qin Feng's car. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer to him, Qin Feng did not panic. He just focused on the road ahead, thinking about where he could get rid of the other party. Fortunately, this road is very remote and there is no one here, let alone a car, so Qin Feng did not encounter any obstacles. However, it is probably because of this that the other party is so arrogant. Qin Feng knew that the only way was to drive to a more crowded place. He didn't believe that the other party would dare to carry out a blatant terrorist attack. Unfortunately, although his idea was good, the reality was not good. Soon, he saw several cars lined up at the intersection ahead, completely blocking the road. Qin Feng sighed. If he was alone, he would have just crashed into the car, but now there was Lin Mengyao in the car. Helplessly parking the car in the middle of the road, Qin Feng turned his head and said to Lin Mengyao, "Don't get out of the car. I'll go down and see what's going on. Remember, don't open the car door no matter what. If you really can't, call the police." "Got it." Lin Mengyao was obviously shocked by the situation and didn't react at all. Qin Feng didn't care that she didn't listen. He got out of the car, locked it, and leaned against the door waiting for the other party's move. Soon, there were several consecutive click sounds of brakes, and the cars that had been chasing Qin Feng stopped in front of him. As soon as the car stopped, the people in it got out impatiently. A young man who looked less than 30 years old, with dyed yellow hair, walked over. He was smoking a cigarette, holding a baseball bat in his right hand and tapping it against the palm of his left hand. His feet were swaying and he looked like he deserved a beating. Qin Feng looked at the group of people getting out of the car and was immediately puzzled. They were just this bunch of bastards chasing him? They were just trying to make fun of him with baseball bats and machetes. "Boy, you're really good at running, right? Run. Keep running. Where's that woman? Let her come out to me." The yellow-haired man came in front of Qin Feng in a sloppy manner, holding a cigarette in his mouth and raising his chin contemptuously. "Looking for Lin Mengyao?" Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. That's right, if they were hunting him down, how could it be just this small scene, and it's even more impossible for such a group of thugs to come. Qin Feng glanced at the panicked Lin Mengyao in the car and said with a smile, "Why are you looking for her? What the hell does it have to do with you? Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Don't let me beat you up." "Damn, you're quite the pretentious kid, aren't you?" The yellow-haired man spat out the cigarette in his mouth, then suddenly remembered something and added, "No, you have to come with us too. I almost missed you, damn it. Speak more cleanly, don't act like you've eaten shit." Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Since it wasn't his intention to hunt him down, he didn't take these people seriously at all. "What the hell did you say? Fuck you, you dare to scold me." Qin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to the yellow-haired man. He opened the car door and casually asked Lin Mengyao, "Boss, they said they came to see you. Do you know them?" "No. I don't know him." Lin Mengyao shook her head quickly. "I understand." Qin Feng nodded, then closed the car door and said to Wang Mao, "You guys can go now. The boss said she doesn't know you and she won't go with you." He, do you fucking think I'm here to invite you? Fuck you, you have to go whether you want to or not. Don't let me do anything to you. If you don't want to suffer, then behave yourself." The yellow-haired man said fiercely with his eyes glaring. Bang! Qin Feng kicked directly at the yellow-haired man on the stomach. The yellow-haired man's body instantly arched up and flew backwards. "Fuck you! You dare to sneak attack me? Come on, everyone, kill this guy." The yellow-haired man was kicked, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he still managed to stammer. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, thinking that he was using too much force. He was afraid of kicking the yellow-haired man to death, so he only used a little force. Who knew that the yellow-haired man would still be injured so seriously? A dozen people who seemed to be Huang Mao's subordinates saw their boss being beaten, and they started shouting and cursing, and rushed up with various weapons in their hands. Qin Feng smiled indifferently, and then his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Fast. Extremely fast, he actually rushed directly towards the dozen people on the opposite side, and no one could react. After the first scream was heard, the road was instantly filled with screams one after another. Qin Feng just kept attacking in the crowd. With every punch or kick, there would always be someone screaming and falling down. Facing the siege of more than a dozen people, no one could touch him even a little. It looked like one person was suppressing more than a dozen people, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. No one could withstand a single punch from him. Soon, the ground was filled with wailing hooligans. When the last one fell, Qin Feng walked over to the yellow-haired man, squatted down, and asked seriously, "Who asked you to come?" Wang Mao was terrified and furious at the same time. He said with red eyes, "Fuck you. I came here by myself." Bang! Qin Feng slapped him in the face and shouted, "Tell me, who asked you to come?" "Fuck you, why do you care who asked me to come here?" The yellow-haired man still refused to give in and said angrily with a red face. Qin Feng slapped him again, this time harder, so hard that Wang Mao spat out a tooth. Seeing that Wang Mao still refused to accept the defeat, Qin Feng stepped between Wang Mao's legs and said slowly, "Do you believe I can step on you?" Wang Mao was really panicked now. He didn't dare to be tough anymore and said quickly, "I don't know. I don't know who asked me to come here. Someone just told me to rob someone here, so I came. Don't know." Qin Feng stepped a little harder. "I really don't know. Big brother, boss. Please spare me, I really don't know who it is. Just give me a location and tell me to get the person and send him there." Seeing that Wang Mao didn't seem to be lying, Qin Feng frowned and decided not to interfere and leave the problem to Lin Mengyao. Maybe Lin Mengyao knew who wanted to kidnap her. "Boss, what should we do next?" Qin Feng opened the car door again and asked Lin Mengyao. What should I do?" Lin Mengyao felt confused. When she heard Qin Feng say that these people were going to take her away, she was scared. She didn't know when she had offended these people. Now Qin Feng asked her what to do. She had never experienced such a thing before, so how could she know what to do? "These people, do you know who wants to kidnap you?" Qin Feng said helplessly. "I don't know." Lin Mengyao took a deep breath, trying to clear her confused thoughts. After thinking for a while, she said, "Let's leave here first." Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Judging from the yellow-haired man's expression, he probably couldn't ask anything useful, so he thought it would be better to leave first. Lin Mengyao didn't feel relieved until she was completely away from the place she had just been. Her heart had been beating non-stop since the gang said they wanted to take her away. Although she didn't know why they wanted to kidnap her, she knew very well that if she was taken away, the consequences would be terrible. Fortunately, there is Qin Feng. Thinking of the time when Qin Feng single-handedly beat down those dozen people, Lin Mengyao couldn't help but feel shaken. At that time, Qin Feng's figure, in her heart, was completely a peerless hero standing on colorful clouds. She also knew very well that if it weren't for Qin Feng, she would have been in a very miserable situation today. "Qin Feng, thank you," Lin Mengyao suddenly said with a red face. "It doesn't matter. You're the boss and I'm the security guard. Naturally, I have to protect your safety." Qin Feng said cheerfully, and then muttered inaudibly, "If you were kidnapped, who would pay me? How come you are so awesome? What did you do before?" "A soldier," Lin Mengyao asked embarrassedly with a red face. She really wanted to find a topic to talk to Qin Feng. Although she had so many words of gratitude in her heart, she was too embarrassed to say them out loud because of her personality. I guess so." Qin Feng smiled noncommittally. He was reluctant to say this, so he changed the subject and asked, "These people must have come here prepared. Boss, do you really not know who wants to kidnap you?" "I don't know. I haven't offended anyone before. Even a business rival wouldn't resort to such tactics." Lin Mengyao frowned in distress. Today's incident had really woken her up. In the past, she always looked down on other CEOs who always went out with a group of useless bodyguards, but now she can't wait to get a team for herself. Chapter 5 Promotion. With this idea, Lin Mengyao immediately thought about the issue of candidate selection, and the image of Qin Feng's domineering power knocking down more than a dozen people in an instant emerged in her mind. If it's this guy, there must be no problem, right? Lin Mengyao looked at Qin Feng who was driving seriously. Although Qin Feng was driving seriously, he saw Lin Mengyao staring at him in the rearview mirror, and Qin Feng immediately thought of something wrong. Could it be that when she asked me to take off my clothes just now, she actually had other intentions? "Your name is Qin Feng, right?" Lin Mengyao asked. "Are you trying to get close to me now?" Qin Feng felt a little itchy, but he remained calm on the surface. "Yes. From now on you are my bodyguard, and your salary will be tripled." Lin Mengyao is a decisive person and said it as soon as she thought of it. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Bodyguard? The kind that is close to you? His eye swept over Lin Mengyao's curvy figure. Never mind. Even if it was just for the salary, he would just agree to it first. No problem, Qin Feng seemed very heroic. Is one person enough? Should we find a few more? Lin Mengyao asked after thinking for a while. What do you think? Qin Feng looked unhappy. Are you looking down on me? Well, it seems like you can do it alone. If you don't need it, then forget it. Lin Mengyao felt a little embarrassed again, and blushed as she admitted that she had not thought it through. Of course not, Qin Feng said affirmatively. He was very satisfied with Lin Mengyao's attitude. Although she was his boss, she blushed all the time, which was very cute. Soon the two returned to their company. Lin Mengyao took the elevator back to her president's office, while Qin Feng had to go to the Human Resources Department to report his position change. What did you say? Wang Yan stared at Qin Feng in surprise. What's going on? This guy who's always slacking off and always coming in late and leaving early has been appointed by CEO Lin as his personal bodyguard. No, how can this kind of person be qualified for the position of bodyguard? I have to call Mr. Lin and explain things clearly. Without thinking too much, Wang Yan reached out to look for her cell phone on the table. Hey, listen to me, Qin Feng snatched her phone away. Wang Yan was furious and reached out to grab the phone back, but Qin Feng was unwilling to do so and simply raised the phone above his head. Caught off guard, Wang Yan didn't hold back and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Two soft balls immediately pressed against Qin Feng, soft and warm. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. It took Wang Yan a while to realize how ambiguous their posture was, and she pushed Qin Feng away. You! Hooligan! Wang Yan pointed at Qin Feng and shouted angrily, her chest rising and falling with emotion. Qin Feng saw the snow-white lace again. Hey, calm down. He shook his head and pushed Wang Yan back to her seat. Triple salary was more important now. We could talk about the eye candy later. Wang Yan was shocked and angry. What do you want to do? No, listen to me, it's like this. Qin Feng was afraid that she would get angry again, so he told her what happened today in one breath. Wang Yan was skeptical. You said you saved Mr. Lin? Why don't I believe it? But she didn't insist on calling Lin Mengyao again. After all, if this was a lie, it would be too low level. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, ask Mr. Lin, Qin Feng said, handing the phone back. Okay, no need to ask. But President Lin's bodyguard is not the group's security guard. If you dare to neglect your duties, not only will you be fired on the spot, but you will not get a penny of salary. As if knowing that Qin Feng cared most about salary, Wang Yan deliberately raised her eyebrows, meaning that even if you are the president's bodyguard, your salary is still in my hands. Qin Feng readily agreed and spoke nice words for a long time before Wang Yan let him go. He went upstairs to find Lin Mengyao. Coming out of the office, Qin Feng was helpless. Do ordinary people have to fawn over their superiors like this every day? What if it weren't for the two beauties? Ordinary people really have it hard. While savoring the wonderful touch of Wang Yan pouncing on him, Qin Feng took the elevator and went upstairs. When I arrived outside the president's office, I unexpectedly saw the secretary outside. There was a name tag on the seat, and its name was Zhongshan. Didn't you say you wanted to take a leave? Hello, this is the president's office. No outsiders are allowed to come near. Zhongshan stretched out his arm and blocked Qin Feng, who was about to enter. I'm the new bodyguard of the president, Qin Feng explained patiently. I haven't heard that the president has any bodyguards, Zhongshan said without giving in. Qin Feng was getting a little impatient, but at this moment he heard the sound of something falling in the office. He glanced at Zhongshan, who was standing next to him. Although he pretended not to hear, his ear turned slightly towards the door. This guy knows something, there is something going on. Qin Feng immediately realized that whether the secretary had taken leave today or appeared now, it was not a coincidence at all. He didn't say any more nonsense. He took the money and of course he had to work hard. He pushed the secretary aside and kicked the office door open. The situation in the office was indeed not optimistic. Sun Hao stood in front of the sofa, stopping Lin Mengyao from standing up. The sound just now was Lin Mengyao throwing an ashtray, but it obviously did not hit Sun Hao. Fuck, who let you in? Sun Hao cursed angrily, but when he turned around and saw Qin Feng, he suddenly smiled again. So it was you, kid, who repeatedly ruined my plans. I heard you have some skills, I wonder how you compare to my bodyguards. Qin Feng completely ignored what he said, took 2 steps forward, and with one hand, flung Sun Hao aside from Lin Mengyao. However, he couldn't control his force this time, and Sun Hao fell headfirst to the ground. Although he fell on the carpet, he was still seriously injured. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Qin Feng helped Lin Mengyao sit up. But this time he realized that something seemed to be wrong with Lin Mengyao. She felt weak and limp, as if she had no strength. Qin Feng was so experienced that he understood what happened in an instant. I just went to the Human Resources Department once, and these people were able to cause so much trouble. Damn it! Somebody come! Sun Hao fell to the ground and shouted. The collision made him unable to get up for a while. 5 or 6 burly men in black suits and big black glasses walked in from outside the door. It seemed that they were standing at the corner just now, which was why Qin Feng didn't see them. Catch that brat for me! Sun Hao, who was helped up, pointed at Qin Feng. This was the second time he was thrown out by Qin Feng today. How could he not be angry? Qin Feng, you. Lin Mengyao was confused, but judging from the situation, she felt that it would be difficult to please Qin Feng. These guys are not just thugs, they are real thugs. Qin Feng will suffer if he is alone. A trace of worry flashed in Lin Menyao's beautiful eyes. Qin Feng laughed. This girl was already in a difficult situation, but she was still worried about him. As he was speaking, someone rushed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed and kicked with his leg so fast that no one could see his movement clearly. But the man just flew out and stopped only after hitting the wall. Qin Feng scratched his ear and glanced at the others who were stunned. Let's go together? I'm in a hurry. We are in a hurry, Lin Mengyao's condition seems urgent. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Feng. This bastard actually kicked Yuan Hu away with one kick. Others may not know, but none of the people under his command could do it. Who are you? Sun Hao couldn't understand why such a powerful person suddenly appeared next to Lin Mengyao. I just said it on the way, I'm General Manager Lin's new secretary. Qin Feng looked at Sun Hao with an expression as if he was looking at an idiot. Sun Hao looked Qin Feng up and down twice, and felt that he was not lying, so he said, how much is the salary? Come with me, you can name the price. Just name the price. Then Qin Feng stood up and walked towards Sun Hao. It's a pity that you can only be a secretary with such great skills. Come to me, I will give you everything you want. When Sun Hao saw him coming, he thought that he agreed to his recruitment and immediately showed a proud look. Bang! Another man in black flew out. Qin Feng retracted his legs. Damn it, am I such a fickle person? Sun Hao was really angry. This guy was just a stubborn bastard who would not listen to any words or tricks. Damn it, let's go. Although he was angry, Sun Hao knew clearly that it would be difficult for these people to please Qin Feng. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Qin Feng didn't intend to let Sun Hao go so easily. With a flash, he was at the office door, and with a click, he closed the door. Sun Hao started to panic. What are you going to do? Do you know who I am? Qin Feng chuckled, I don't know. Since it was the president's office, the scene was not bloody. But Sun Hao was really stunned. In his eyes, Qin Feng was no different from a demon. How could a normal person do such a thing? Just by looking at the twisted limbs of his men, which completely violated the human body structure, Sun Hao knew very well that although these people didn't bleed much, they were all crippled. But Qin Feng remained calm, as if he had not done any of this. Kill without blinking an eye. Swallowing hard, Sun Hao looked at Qin Feng, who was walking towards him, in horror. What did this devil want to do? Did he really not know his own identity? Don't let me see you pestering Mr. Lin again, otherwise. Qin Feng paused, not figuring out how to threaten him. What would an ordinary person say at this time? Yes, 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 but Sun Hao was already scared and could only agree repeatedly. Well, I'm glad you understand. Go away, Qin Feng was very relieved. As expected, Sun Hao crawled out, and for Qin Feng, the more troublesome person at the moment was Lin Mengyao. There were many people lying in the office. Lin Menyao's condition was obviously not suitable for staying any longer, so Qin Feng simply picked up Lin Mengyao, went out, took the elevator and went straight to the parking lot. Chapter 6 Sun Bing. Qin Feng had nowhere to stay, and he didn't want to be considered a pervert, so he could only take Lin Mengyao to his apartment building first. When Lin Mengyao entered the room, she was already in a not very conscious state. She reached into Qin Feng's collar and scratched it randomly. Looking at the scratches on his body, she looked helpless. But Qin Feng was also angered by her, but after all, he had been tempered in such an environment, and his determination to restrain himself was extremely strong. Without wasting any time, Qin Feng carried Lin Mengyao into the bathroom, and without waiting for the water to heat up, he soaked her from head to toe with cold water. The black lace underwear under the light-colored shirt was particularly tempting after being wet by water. Of course, Qin Feng couldn't look away, but it was good that he could resist and not do it to Lin Mengyao on the spot. The stimulation of cold water is very effective against this type of medicine. After a few minutes, Lin Mengyao seemed to be feeling better. Qin Feng didn't wait for her to have an attack, so he found a bath towel, wrapped her up and carried her into the bedroom. "These are my clothes. You'll have to make do with them. Change the wet clothes to avoid catching a cold." Qin Feng said this and turned away. Without saying anything, he also ran into the bathroom and took a good shower. After coming out, he saw that Lin Mengyao hadn't come out yet, so he didn't rush her, thinking that she was just embarrassed. But what if this beautiful CEO got angry and fired him? He hadn't even received the salary increase he had worked so hard for. Qin Feng handled the situation decisively, but now he became worried again. Buzz. The phone vibrated and Qin Feng glanced at the caller ID. It was Xu Jingzhong. After looking hesitantly in the direction of the bedroom, Qin Feng took his mobile phone to the balcony to answer the call. "Hello, it's me, Qin Feng. I know it's you. How is it? Are you used to it after being back for so long?" Xu Jingzhong asked. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. "I'm not used to having no money to spend. When you are abroad, you never worry about money." This is also a novel experience for Qin Feng. Xu Jingzhong on the other end laughed unkindly upon hearing this. "Be content, you know I put a lot of effort into getting you into the Tianfeng group. Isn't it easy to work here? No one's watching over you." Qin Feng was speechless. If you had asked him a few days ago, it would have been true, but now, he had already realized that there was something to be done as the president's personal bodyguard. Qin Feng hesitated whether to say that he had been promoted. But Xu Jingzhong didn't wait for him to say more, and continued, "I will be going back in 2 days. I have a mission to complete. How about you wait for me to welcome me? You come to me for a mission, aren't you afraid of exposing me?" Qin Feng said with a smile. "Go to hell, there's absolutely no problem with the identity I gave you," Xu Jingzhong scolded with a smile. "Besides, even if your identity is exposed, who can catch you?" Qin Feng. Qin Feng heard the cry and turned to see Lin Mengyao finally dressed neatly, walking out wearing a shirt that was clearly several sizes too big for Qin Feng. However, she obviously hadn't found any suitable pants, so she simply didn't wear them. "Boss, do you know that you are forcing me to commit a crime?" Qin Feng's mouth was dry and he said to Xu Jingzhong, "I have something else to do here. I will call you later." Xu Jingzhong had obviously heard the noise as well, and he shouted into the phone, "You're prioritizing women over friendship." Before he could finish, Qin Feng hung up the phone without mercy. Mr. Lin, it was a special situation before you." Qin Feng put away his phone, thinking about how to explain to Lin Mengyao. If he was fired, it would be a big deal. Lin Mengyao blushed, "I can't find suitable pants." Qin Feng thought to himself, "Of course I know you didn't find it, but where can I find it? I don't have any. Do you want to go out and buy some?" As he spoke, his eyes could not help but linger on Lin Mengyao. It was hard to believe that this beautiful CEO had a pair of long, round legs, which swayed under her shirt, and even Qin Feng couldn't help himself. Lin Mengyao seemed a little frightened by what had just happened and didn't want Qin Feng to leave her here alone. Helpless, Qin Feng finally put her clothes into the washing machine. Fortunately, it was summer and they would be dry in an afternoon. At the same time, Sun Hao, who had just been shocked by Qin Feng's thundering means, had received news from his subordinates. "This Qin Feng is a new security guard at the Tianfeng group. Our people can't find out what his background is." "Bullshit, can a normal security guard knock down my 5 bodyguards in an instant? That guy is definitely not that simple, go and continue investigating." Sun Hao cursed. Qin Feng broke the legs of all his bodyguards without blinking an eye. Thinking about it now, he felt a chill on his back. No matter what, he couldn't let such a person stay with Lin Mengyao, otherwise, he was afraid that he would never get Lin Mengyao. Yes, Mr. Sun, do you want to tell the eldest young master about this? The subordinate asked cautiously. The eldest son of the Sun family, Sun Bing, is also very famous in the upper circles of Binhai City. It's not just because he comes from the Sun family, but also because he has been in the army since he was young. As early as 2 years ago, he was promoted to the reserve battalion of the Special Forces of the Western Military Region. It can be said that his future is bright. When it comes to skills, it is probably difficult to find someone in the entire H city who can compare with Sun Bing. Sun Hao hesitated a bit after hearing this. He knew Sun Bing's strength, but that person never liked to get involved in these jealous things, so he probably wouldn't agree to help him. Seeing that Sun Hao did not directly object, his subordinates roughly guessed that he did have this idea. Young Master Sun, although the eldest young master usually doesn't like to meddle in these matters, he is still the young master of the Sun family after all, and he won't watch outsiders step on us. The subordinates encouraged Sun Hao at the right time. As soon as they heard that this person was instantly handed over to Sun Hao's personal bodyguards, they immediately knew that this person was definitely not something they could deal with. It would be better to hand this hot potato over to Sun Bing as soon as possible. What you said makes sense, Sun Hao nodded. It just so happens that the eldest young master is also in H City recently. I'll call him right now. You can go out first. How could his subordinates refuse? They quickly retreated. Seeing the door was closed from the outside, Sun Hao squeezed the phone in his hand. We are all young masters of the Sun family, why does he get to be so prominent everywhere? This time, Qin Feng seems to be no ordinary person. It's a good opportunity to use him to rub Sun Bing's edge. Let everyone in the family know that our Sun family has more than just Sun Bing as a young master. Sun Hao sneered. This was indeed a business that was sure to make money. Hello, brother? It's me, Sun Hao. Oh, it's you. Is there something wrong? Sun Bing always spoke briefly, which was probably related to his military background. It's like this. Sun Hao said in a rather embarrassed tone, I don't want to bother you with this kind of thing, but... Sun Hao exaggerated the story and told it this way. Of course, he deliberately concealed the fact that he had led his men to attack Lin Mengyao first, and only said that Qin Feng looked down on his Sun family and actually beat up all his bodyguards. Sun Bing on the other end of the phone listened quietly without saying a word. The quiet atmosphere made Sun Hao feel a little uneasy. Brother? Sun Hao asked, almost beginning to suspect that Sun Bing was not listening at all. Are you having another quarrel with someone? Sun Bing revealed the truth right away. Sun Hao couldn't help but clench his fists. It was the same tone and the same words again, as if he was the only one who would truly consider the family. No need to say more, Sun Bing interrupted Sun Hao. Even if you took the initiative to provoke us, the Sun family will never tolerate an unknown kid bullying us. Just find out where he is and tell me. I'm on vacation recently and have been in H City. Okay, Sun Hao agreed readily. But he sneered in his heart. This time, no matter who won, he would be the one who made the profit in the end. That Qin Feng, and his always arrogant brother, must be taught a lesson this time. HMPH, he's just a soldier in the reserve battalion, but is acting so gloriously. Sun Hao casually threw his phone on the sofa and hummed a little tune in his happy mood. Mr. Lin, this isn't right. Qin Feng's tone was full of helplessness. This kind of request should be rejected verbally. Lin Mengyao blushed, but looked at Qin Feng seriously. You are the only one who can help me, please. How about I give you a tip? Qin Feng finally resisted the temptation of money this time and shook his head firmly. No, this is really not possible. It turned out that Lin Mengyao's clothes were wet by Qin Feng. Although she could barely put on his clothes now, at least her underwear needed to be changed. But she couldn't go out like this, so she could only rely on Qin Feng for help. But Qin Feng was not at all willing to go alone to buy women's underwear. He would be regarded as a pervert, Qin Feng said. Lin Mengyao knew that this was an unreasonable request, so she didn't act like a boss. She just looked at him with grievance. It's just buying some clothes. I don't want you to do anything. Qin Feng was so crazy. Now he had made up his mind to be an ordinary person and didn't want to be watched by others because of this kind of thing. As the saying goes, even a hero can't resist the temptation of beauty. Qin Feng persisted for half an hour, but was still persuaded by Lin Menyao's soft and hard persuasion. Qin Feng never expected that Lin Mengyao, as the president, was also a master at acting like a spoiled child. More importantly, Lin Mengyao was wearing his white shirt at the time, and Qin Feng could vaguely see some wonderful scenes. Although it is pleasing to the eye, it is still extremely painful to be able to watch but not move. In order to avoid such suffering, Qin Feng finally agreed and went out to buy underwear for Lin Mengyao. Chapter 7 High-End Party. Wearing sunglasses and a high-necked shirt, Qin Feng armed himself fully before going out as if he was going to meet a contact, but Lin Mengyao just sent him out with a smile. Qin Feng had no choice but to quicken his pace on their way to the mall, fearing that he would be recognized. There was no way. After he agreed, he realized that the underwear Lin Mengyao wanted wasn't something you could just pick up from any store, but rather something she only wore from certain stores. His original plan to shop around town was completely ruined. Qin Feng drove the Audi A6, which he hadn't yet returned to Wang Yan, toward the city center. After searching the mall for several times, he finally found a Myler store. Qin Feng walked in without hesitation. The salesgirl came up to him immediately and asked unkindly, "Excuse me, sir, what would you like to order?" Qin Feng's clothes were so plain that they looked like something out of a street stall. A man dressed like that sneaking into a luxury lingerie store looked like a pervert or hooligan. "Oh, buy underwear," Qin Feng said. "What style do you want?" the shopping guide asked perfunctorily. After all, it was impossible for Qin Feng to afford it no matter how he looked at it. "Let's just, that one." Qin Feng picked out a black set of underwear from the colorful ones. It was a similar style to the one Lin Mengyao wore before. The salesperson raised her eyes and said, "That's a limited edition." The implication was that if you can't afford it, don't ask. How could Qin Feng not hear it? Just as he was about to take out his credit card and pay the bill and leave, he heard someone talking in a sarcastic tone. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Lin's secretary?" "What? Now you're buying me underwear too? I never knew." The person who spoke was Zhao Shanhe, who had met Qin Feng only once. At this moment, his right hand was hugging a young girl in revealing clothes, with intimate movements. Qin Feng had ruined the matter, and Sun Hao was also angry with Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe was the young master of the Sun family, so naturally Zhao Shanhe's business was also affected. When he saw Qin Feng at this moment, there was indescribable disgust in his eyes. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhao? Didn't you say your secretary was handsome the last time I saw you? How come you changed your taste in just these few days?" Qin Feng deliberately teased in a rather ambiguous tone. People who didn't know would think that Zhao Shanhe had some gay fetish. "Shut up. You little pretty boy, do you really think you're that important?" Zhao Shanhe was furious and pointed at Qin Feng and cursed. Qin Feng smiled calmly, turned around and walked towards Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe's face changed on the spot. After that day, he had asked around and found out that Sun Hao changed his plan for the day because of the man in front of him. He also knew how Qin Feng dealt with Sun Hao's men. You can imagine the psychological pressure when such a person approaches you. "What are you going to do?" Zhao Shanhe began to panic. He dared to taunt her only because this was a public place, and he was sure Qin Feng wouldn't dare to attack him directly. But now it seems that this guy is a lunatic. Qin Feng's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes turned cold. "What do you think? If you have the guts to fart in front of me, you must be prepared to pay the price." He didn't care about anything else and just kicked Zhao Shanhe, sending him flying out of the store. The force of this kick was not restrained, and Zhao Shanhe's pig-slaughtering scream attracted many people's attention. Zhao Shanhe's face turned pale with pain, but he raised his head and pointed at Qin Feng, cursing, "How dare you mess around here? The Sun family won't let you go." "Sun family? Will the Sun family stand up for Zhao Shanhe?" Zhao Shanhe, however, assumed he was stunned. He climbed up and said smugly, "Don't think you can be so presumptuous just because you're good at fighting. You should know that Sun Bing, the eldest son of the Sun family, is now in the Special Forces Reserve Battalion. It won't take much effort for him to deal with you." "I don't know anything else. I only know that if you are still here in 10 seconds, I will personally teach you how to talk to me," Qin Feng said in a seemingly kind manner. It's really too early for the reserve camp to show off in front of him. Zhao Shanhe's face changed, and he crawled up and ran away, forgetting even to say a word of politeness. Hey, swipe the card. 36D. Qin Feng stopped the shopping guide who seemed to be ready to call the police and handed over the credit card. Lin Mengyao came out after changing her clothes and asked curiously, "Hey, how did you know I wear a larger size?" Qin Feng was in a daze. Hearing this, he answered without even thinking, "Visual estimation." Lin Mengyao was stunned for a moment, and the next moment her face turned completely red. She picked up the pillow on the sofa and threw it at Qin Feng's head. "Pervert. If I were a pervert, I would have killed you long ago," Qin Feng said depressedly as he picked up the pillow that had fallen on the ground. Seeing that she was about to get angry, Qin Feng quickly changed the subject. "Who is that Sun Hao?" Lin Mengyao's expression froze for a moment. "Did he cause you trouble?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Not yet." "Oh," Lin Mengyao said, feeling relieved. "Sun Hao is from the Sun family in H City, the second oldest child in the family. I heard that the eldest son of the Sun family is in the army all year round, so most of the Sun family's business affairs are handled by Sun Hao. But that guy is an idiot. He's just a figurehead. I don't know why he keeps pestering me lately." Qin Feng smiled. "You are good looking, so of course there are people who like you." "Go to hell," Lin Mengyao rolled her eyes in annoyance. "But you have to be careful about Sun Hao's brother. I heard he's in the special forces. He should be quite capable. You may not be able to beat him." For Lin Mengyao, of course, there was no difference in strength. Qin Feng was too lazy to explain and just agreed casually. "By the way, there is a party tonight and you have to accompany me," Lin Mengyao said again. "What party?" Qin Feng asked. "It's Chairman Han's birthday. Most of the celebrities in H City will be there, and I think Sun Hao might be there too." Lin Mengyao felt a little embarrassed when she said this. Although Qin Feng is her bodyguard, the Sun family is not an ordinary wealthy family. They are truly powerful and influential people in H City. It is really too much to ask Qin Feng, a small security guard, to protect her. But Qin Feng just smiled knowingly. "I know." In the evening, the two showed up on time outside the Korean-style manor where the party was being held. Not to mention the various luxury cars, the first thing that caught my eye was a field of tulips, stretching so long that even driving through them took quite a while. Once inside the manor, I was greeted by an elegant and tranquil European-style building. At this time, the building was brightly lit and the banquet was about to be held inside. Lin Mengyao took Qin Feng's arm and they walked in side by side. "Remember, you are my boyfriend, not my secretary." Lin Mengyao began to remind him again and again. Qin Feng laughed and said, I know. But his eyes had already caught sight of Sun Hao, who was holding a glass of wine and talking to someone in front of him. As if sensing something, Sun Hao also turned around and glanced at Qin Feng. However, he just sneered and did not immediately come forward to cause trouble for Qin Feng. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Lin?" Someone approached Lin Mengyao. "Mr. Chen, you're here quite early," Lin Mengyao greeted with a smile. Mr. Chen laughed heartily. Who would dare to neglect Mr. Han's honor? Who is this? Seeing Lin Mengyao holding Qin Feng intimately, Mr. Chen showed a hint of hostility on his face. "This is my boyfriend, Qin Feng," Lin Mengyao introduced. Qin Feng stood there without saying anything, but Mr. Chen extended his hand to him. "This guy looks quite impressive. Who is he from?" Qin Feng didn't reach out to shake hands after all. He looked at Mr. Chen with cold eyes, leaving his outstretched hand hanging in the air. However, Mr. Chen was not the first to come out and he withdrew his hand without leaving any trace. He smiled at Lin Mengyao and said, "Your boyfriend has quite a personality." "He has a bad temper," Lin Mengyao said perfunctorily and quickly took Qin Feng to a corner. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Lin Mengyao knew that he was not really in a bad mood, she just thought he was unhappy about something. Qin Feng was speechless. He gestured with his eyes to a place not far away where Mr. Chen and Sun Hao were chatting animatedly. From time to time, they would glance at Lin Mengyao. Even a blind man could tell that they were in the same group. They are actually in the same group," Lin Mengyao said hatefully. "That's enough for you to know," Qin Feng looked at Lin Mengyao. "Why does this beautiful CEO seem a little too simple-minded? Isn't a CEO with this personality a little unusual?" As they were talking, the banquet was about to begin. All the people standing in the completely empty hall on the first floor had found their places to stand. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a middle-aged man with grey hair slowly walked down the stairs. "Welcome, everyone." Just for short words, without any self-introduction, but no one would fail to recognize him. Chairman of Han Group, Qin Feng. Everyone applauded to show their goodwill. Qin Feng noticed that even Sun Hao in the crowd was acting relatively low-key at the moment. It seemed that Han Tianfeng's title as the leader of H City's business community was well-deserved. Qin Feng didn't listen carefully to the polite words, but just followed Lin Mengyao quietly. With Han Tianfeng's face, no one should make trouble at the banquet. The only thing to be wary of is when the banquet is over and the venue is cleared. But even so, he did not dare to leave Lin Mengyao too far away. The previous incident of Lin Mengyao being drugged refreshed Qin Feng's understanding of Sun Hao's bottom line. He might be capable of doing something even more despicable. "Mr. Lin from Tianfeng Group, can I invite you to dance?" A young man in a tuxedo suddenly appeared and blocked Lin Mengyao's way. Qin Feng took a look and saw that Lin Mengyao was obviously not interested in people, so he stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Mengyao. "Sorry, President Lin is my girlfriend." The young man sneered, "Do you really think you're Mr. Lin's boyfriend? He just wants you to fill in the gaps at the party because he doesn't have a boyfriend." "Mr. Lin, I'm Chu Jingquan, the general manager of Shinyu Group." As he said that, he actually reached out his hand and tried to bypass Qin Feng to pull Lin Mengyao. Chapter 8, Touching Porcelain. "Get around yourself." Qin Feng grabbed Chu Jingquan's outstretched hand without hesitation and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, I suggest you be more polite." But what about Chu Jingquan? He didn't have Qin Feng's composure at all at this moment. He felt like his wrist was about to be broken, and he held it back until his face flushed red, only then did he hold back a scream. "What do you want? Don't forget, this is Mr. Han's birthday party. Do you still want to take action?" Chu Jingquan gritted his teeth and endured the pain, but seemed to be sure that Qin Feng would not dare to be really presumptuous. "It turns out that he was waiting for me here." Qin Feng immediately understood that the invitation to dance was not directed at Lin Mengyao, but at himself. He came to the party as Lin Mengyao's male companion, but his identity was not necessarily that of a second-generation rich man who was a general manager. If Lin Mengyao agreed to dance with other people, it would completely prove that Qin Feng was just a pretty boy who came to see the world. And also because it was Mr. Han's birthday party, even if Qin Feng saw their purpose, he couldn't really stop them. What a calculation. This doesn't look like Sun Hao's work. Qin Feng smiled, "Of course I won't fight you, but you also know that this is Director Han's birthday party. Do you still want to force Director Lin to dance with you?" Chu Jingquan hadn't expected Qin Feng to let him go so easily. He was just thinking about how to continue provoking him and make him unable to resist attacking. But the man turned to look at Lin Mengyao and said, "Honey, I want to drink some water. Can we go over there?" What was going on with that gentle and calm tone? Chu Jingquan suspected he had found the wrong person. Even though Lin Mengyao hadn't thought about so many twists and turns yet, she had put her safety in Qin Feng's hands today. Of course, she wouldn't doubt what he said, so she nodded and was about to follow Qin Feng. Who knew that at this moment Chu Jingquan seemed to have lost his balance and suddenly fell towards Lin Mengyao. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He could see that Chu Jingquan fell at an extremely obscene angle. If Lin Mengyao hadn't dodged, he would have hit her waist. If Lin Mengyao had dodged, Chu Jingquan would have rushed towards Qin Feng. "Want to take action?" Qin Feng unnoticeably moved sideways to pull Lin Mengyao away, avoiding the collision. However, he made a small move with his feet, and with a light hook, he tripped Chu Jingquan to the ground, and he fell in the standard posture of a dog chewing shit. Qin Feng, who had originally thought that this guy had some hidden tricks that he hadn't used, couldn't help but frown. With just these two tricks, he was actually sent to deal with him. Even if Sun Hao was a bit stupid, he wasn't that stupid. The next moment, Chu Jingquan, who had blood all over his mouth, rolled on the ground, sat on the ground and started cursing. "Where did you get this rudeness? I just invited Mr. Lin to dance, and you're treating me like this? This is Mr. Han's birthday party, who are you trying to slap in the face?" Qin Feng was embarrassed. It turned out that he had no intention of doing anything to him when he pounced on him. He just wanted to touch him. Hey, boss, these people are targeting me today. If it doesn't work later, just say that you brought me here to make up the numbers, Qin Feng whispered in Lin Mengyao's ear. Qin Feng is not someone who can tolerate being bullied. If things get out of hand later, it will inevitably make things difficult for Lin Mengyao, so he had to give her this reminder first. However, he was also clear that if Lin Mengyao really said in public that she was just there to make up the numbers, it would confirm what Chu Jingquan had just said to him, and he would be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Lin Mengyao shook her head decisively after hearing this. What are you talking about? You came here to protect me, how could I be weaker than you? Qin Feng smiled, he was indeed a man with a conscience. The two of them were whispering to each other, completely ignoring Chu Jingquan. However, the noise here certainly could not be hidden from so many eyes at the banquet. Several people gathered here one after another, pointing at Qin Feng and talking. Who is this? I don't know him. I heard he's Mr. Lin's boyfriend. It doesn't seem like it. Everyone knows that Boss Lin has never had a boyfriend. I think what Chu Jingquan said before is probably true. Sun Hao and Boss Lin have been getting close lately. I think it's a bodyguard or something. After something like this happened, President Lin would definitely kick him out just to save face for President Han. Qin Feng had excellent hearing, so of course he heard all these words. But he still hadn't seen the instigator come out. Sun Hao in the distance seemed to be watching the excitement with a very happy look on his face, but looking at his surprised expression, it was not difficult to guess that he was not the one who arranged all this. Do you want to get up by yourself, or do you want me to help you? How long do you plan to sit on the ground? I don't have any change to give you. Qin Feng smiled and looked at Chu Jingquan who was sitting on the ground. How dare he even mock Chu Jingquan for sitting on the ground begging for money? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. After all, Chu Jingquan was the boss of a company. Even if that company was a little small, he was still much more prestigious than Qin Feng, a guy no one knew. Even if Mr. Han's people came forward, I'm afraid they would not protect Qin Feng. Mr. Chu is sitting on the ground and won't get up. Could he be asking for medical expenses? Tell me how much you want, Lin Mengyao chimed in. Even though the little girl blushed easily, she was quite sharp when she was alert. Everyone was in an uproar. It was fine that Qin Feng didn't understand the situation, but Lin Mengyao was quite famous in the circle, so why did she join this young man in mocking him? Could it be that this guy is really her boyfriend? Chu Jingquan finally felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, and reluctantly got up from the ground. But he kept talking, anyone can get in here. I'm afraid it's unacceptable to fight over a disagreement. Of course, this statement was also recognized by many people around. Sometimes the so-called upper-class circles, when united, are still very exclusive. As an unknown person, Qin Feng was naturally among those who were excluded. Not to mention that among the onlookers now, some were probably deliberately arranged to come and help. For a moment, everyone said in unison that Qin Feng was too reckless and should be kicked out directly. Lin Mengyao was a little anxious. She was the one who brought the person in. If she was kicked out like this, not only would Qin Feng lose face, she would also lose face. But Qin Feng acted very calm, or rather, too calm. He is waiting. Wait for Han Changfeng to send someone out. This is definitely not the first time that a conflict has occurred between guests at such a birthday party. As the organizer, it is certainly impossible for them to allow the guests to clash at the party. Generally, if there is a little conflict, they will step in to mediate. If mediation is truly impossible, both parties will be invited to another location. However, from the time Chu Jingquan tried to provoke Qin Feng until now, no one has spoken out. This is not normal. The sharpness Qin Feng had cultivated over the years came in handy at this moment, so he did not express his opinion or take any action for the time being, but just listened to what the people around him said. Well, just get out of here. You are not welcome here. Seeing that it was almost time, Chu Jingquan followed what others said. Finally, someone was talking to him. Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth with an evil arc. Did you just tell me to get lost? When Chu Jingquan first saw this smile, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, but what Qin Feng said made him excited. Of course, I'm telling you to get out. Even if Qin Feng was a fool, he should have known by now that he couldn't resort to violence easily. Chu Jingquan said this without hesitation. Qin Feng attacked without hesitation. Bang! It was also a flying kick, but this time Qin Feng jumped up slightly before kicking, so Chu Jingquan was hit hard but just fell to the ground instead of flying out. Qin Feng kept smiling and took another step forward. I see you are not very good at speaking, why don't I teach you? As he said that, he stepped on Chu Jingquan's mouth again. Ouch! All I heard was Chu Jingquan howling in pain, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of broken teeth on the ground. You! How dare you cause trouble here? Chu Jingquan was shocked and confused. He was mentally prepared at the beginning. After all, the person who asked him to provoke Qin Feng had already said that Qin Feng's skills were extraordinary. But he never expected that now that everyone had spoken out and Qin Feng must have understood that taking action here was equivalent to challenging Han Changfeng's authority, he still dared to take action. But Qin Feng ignored his outwardly aggressive but weak shouting, and continued to beat him while cursing, "You're the one causing the trouble. You thought I didn't see you suddenly pounce on Meng Yao just now, clearly intending to take advantage of her. You touched my girlfriend in front of me, and I gave you face by only tripping you. And yet you're turning the tables and saying I was the one who started it. Where's your dignity? You want to be beaten so much, I will satisfy you now." Qin Feng kicked Chu Jingquan in the stomach again, kicking him like a shrimp. He arched his back and couldn't even scream in pain. Damn, what kind of character is this? He's still a general manager. Is your company just a scammer? After beating the man, Qin Feng clapped his hands and straightened his messed clothes, then glanced at Chu Jingquan who was struggling on the ground with disgust. Everyone was confused. Wasn't the situation changing a little too quickly? Chu Jingquan, who had just been angrily yelling for someone to get out, was beaten to the ground in the blink of an eye. It was said that someone started the fight first, but it turned out that Chu Jingquan was the first to covet the other person's girlfriend. I couldn't tolerate such a thing if I were in his place. The onlookers immediately swallowed back their condemnation of Qin Feng's assault, and looked at Chu Jingquan with an even more hostile look. He had actually tricked them into targeting Qin Feng, making it seem as if they were as evil-minded as Chu Jingquan. As for Chu Jingquan, he was merely a general manager, and a general manager wasn't necessarily the owner of the company. Chu Jingquan's position was low precisely for this reason. He was merely hired by the Shinyu Group's board of directors to manage things. If he'd done something like this at Chairman Han's birthday party, he'd probably have his job on the line. Chapter 9: Staying at the CEO's house. No one sympathized with Chu Jingquan. Only Chu Jingquan looked as if he was living a life worse than death. He really didn't expect that Qin Feng would dare to be so cruel. He would not hesitate to hit someone in public and would expose the little actions he had done to provoke him. More importantly, his provocation is real. Chu Jingquan, who had no other choice, covered his wound and looked at the crowd around him. Now only that person could save him. But he also knew that under such circumstances, that person would probably not stand up for him again. In comparison, in terms of human nature and fairness, he had already lost to Qin Feng. Par. 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 There was a sudden burst of untimely applause from the crowd. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked, only to see a burly guy with an upright gait walking out of the crowd. "It's really wonderful," the man said dryly, clapping his hands. Although he didn't say much, Qin Feng guessed the identity of the visitor. Sun Bing. That kind of gait must have been developed after years in the army. Even if it was deliberately concealed, it was easy to see. "I don't deserve it," Qin Feng said lightly. Neither Qin Feng nor Sun Bing looked at Sun Bing again. As for Sun Bing, after saying this wonderful sentence, he didn't say anything else and turned around and left. Qin Feng looked at his back as he walked away, frowning slightly. So what? Then why go to all this trouble to arrange for Chu Jingquan? But he had no idea that even the Sun family would not completely ignore Han Changfeng's face. If Qin Feng had attacked Chu Jingquan right from the start, it would have been perfectly reasonable for Sun Bing to intervene and maintain order. However, given the current situation, it was no longer convenient for Sun Bing to intervene. The atmosphere at the banquet became a little awkward. This time, Chu Jingquan was not just lying on the ground and refusing to get up, he really couldn't get up. After waiting for a while, the Han family official, who seemed to have just received the news, came out and ordered people to send Chu Jingquan away to rest and receive treatment. "Sir, Mr. Han said that Chu Jingquan was the first to provoke today's incident, but please be aware that this is the Han family after all." The official turned around and spoke to Qin Feng again. It was obvious that he didn't know Qin Feng's background, so it took him a while to figure out his address. However, since it was Chu Jingquan who provoked Qin Feng first, he undoubtedly agreed with what Qin Feng said. With this light reminder, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Han Tianfeng did not intend to pursue the matter. Just let it go. No one could understand. This wasn't Han Tianfeng's style. I heard someone hired over 30 people to take Han Tianfeng to the suburbs in order to compete with him for a contract, intending to teach him a lesson. However, Han Tianfeng managed to escape on his own, and later led his men back. How could such a person, who left blood all over the floor at his birthday party, be able to get away with it so easily? No one doubted Han Tianfeng's change of heart. Most people were wondering if this Qin Feng had some hidden identity. Otherwise, how could he be Lin Mengyao's boyfriend? Otherwise, why did Han Tianfeng treat him with such respect? Thinking about it this way, the people who had just spoken up for Chu Jingquan were distracted faster and faster, as if they were afraid of being remembered by Qin Feng. At this time, not to mention them, even Han Tianfeng's housekeeper looked completely unable to understand. Director Han. How did this happen tonight? The butler stuttered. He didn't want Han Tianfeng to think he was questioning his decision. But he was really confused. This was not Director Han's character. Han Tianfeng sneered, "Do you think I'm giving that kid face?" The butler was stunned. That is. He seemed to know something. That girl Lin Mengyao, although she works in Tianfeng Group, she is not from Tianfeng Group. Han Tianfeng looked at everything that happened in the lobby downstairs through the glass window on the second floor, and tapped the cigar in his hand on the edge of the ashtray. He wouldn't care about a mere Qin Feng, but as for Lin Mengyao, even Han Tianfeng wouldn't want to provoke her easily. Not only did he not want to provoke her, but when Lin Mengyao came today, he had even prepared a gift in order to build a good relationship with her. You mean, Lin Mengyao's identity is not ordinary? The housekeeper was a little confused. I heard in the afternoon that Lin Mengyao went to have dinner with Zhao Shanher in order to sign a contract, but was stood up by Zhao Shanher. A person who can be controlled by a mere Zhao Shanher doesn't seem to have an identity that even Han Tianfeng needs to be concerned about. What do you know? There are always some young people who want to do something on their own. Han Tianfeng waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to talk more. The housekeeper retreated tactfully, and of course he knew in his heart that no matter what, he could not offend Lin Mengyao today. The birthday party was not affected much in the end. Everyone seemed to have completely forgotten about Chu Jingquan's matter. They continued drinking and dancing as usual, and dispersed one after another around midnight. With Qin Feng around, of course no one bothered Lin Mengyao anymore. There were a few people who came to Qin Feng to get close to him, but they were fooled away by Qin Feng using all kinds of nonsense. It wasn't until the party was over and the two of them left to get their car that they discovered someone was already waiting in front of Lin Mengyao's car. Sun Bing. It was this person again. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. It wasn't for anything else, but because this guy seemed to want to stand up for Sun Hao, but he always used soft tactics. Just like the Chu Jingquan incident, there was nothing he could do to Qin Feng, at most it just annoyed him. Of course, this was mainly because Sun Bing didn't get the chance to make a move. At this moment, there were people blocking the way here, and Qin Feng began to hesitate, wondering whether he should just go up and start fighting first. "You're out," Sun Bing said to Qin Feng, his tone not being hostile. "It's over," Qin Feng answered casually, and then said to Lin Mengyao, "Go to the car and wait for me." Lin Mengyao was very obedient. She got into the car without asking any questions, and Sun Bing did not stop her. His purpose in coming here was to see Qin Feng. "I heard about Sun Hao's situation," Sun Bing said as he walked towards Qin Feng. "I also saw it in the hall just now." "Oh, so?" Sun Bing stood a meter away from Qin Feng, looked straight at him, and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Feng was caught off guard. He had been prepared for Sun Bing to say something about saving Sun Hao's face and then taking action. But when he opened his mouth, the question was irrelevant and he actually asked about his origins. Could it be that Sun Bing doubted his identity? But that didn't make sense. My identity had nothing to do with Sun Bing. Could it be someone above him? But if it was someone above him, they wouldn't have asked Sun Bing to ask. "I saw you attack just now." That must be the skill you acquired through rigorous training. Fighting with that kind of strength and speed shouldn't last long, but you deliberately slowed down just to finish your words. You should have some spare energy. "Who are you?" Sun Bing asked again. Qin Feng has a good eye. He has finally begun to take Sun Bing seriously. However, it is just a little bit. In the reserve camp, this eye is considered good, but if you want to speak for yourself, it is still a little lacking. You've already seen it, why bother asking? Qin Feng said casually. Once again, to Qin Feng's surprise, Sun Bing didn't insist on asking. He just said, I'm a soldier too. I apologize to you on my brother's behalf. I will pretend that this incident never happened and I will also restrain him so that he won't bother you again. There's something wrong with the painting. Qin Feng was puzzled, but he looked very kind. No, he's just a child, who can really argue with him. He was not much older than Sun Hao, but Sun Bing knew that Qin Feng had every reason to say that. His skills might have surpassed his own even in the preparatory camp. Special forces cannot be summarized as just one in a million. Every year, countless people are vying for the places to join the army, and the special forces are the elite selected from the regular army. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the country's top military force. It was really ignorant of Sun Hao to provoke such a person without permission. However, Sun Bing was also very confused. There were only so many people in the special forces. Someone like Qin Feng was actually serving as Lin Mengyao's bodyguard. Isn't it a bit too idle? But he didn't ask these questions, because the missions that required the deployment of special forces were all state secrets, and no one would tell him even if he asked. That's it, sorry to bother you, Sun Bing said, and then left. Although Qin Feng was a little confused, he thought it was not a bad thing as it saved him some trouble. So he drove Lin Mengyao back to her home first. Hey, Mr. Lin, do I really need to stay? Qin Feng looked at the huge villa in front of him. Lin Mengyao lived here alone, which really seemed lonely. But she was still an unmarried girl after all. It would be inconvenient for her to live with him directly, right? Lin Mengyao stuck out her tongue and nodded. You are my bodyguard. Isn't it normal for you to live in my house? What if there are bad guys at night? Qin Feng was embarrassed. You live in a high-end villa community. The security force is enough to stop ordinary bad guys. But looking at Lin Mengyao's expectant eyes, any man would be unable to say no. Qin Feng nodded helplessly. Well, okay, where do I live? Lin Mengyao laughed and pulled Qin Feng upstairs. This room, I'll live in the one next to yours. It's cleaned every week, and the sheets and other things are new, but you can move in directly. Lin Mengyao winked at Qin Feng. Why does it seem like he was prepared for this? Qin Feng's mouth twitched. But if there was any loss, it would be Lin Mengyao who would suffer. As a grown man, he had nothing to be afraid of, so he just moved in. From then on, Qin Feng began to live with Lin Mengyao. Chapter 10. The President Can't Be Provoked. What? You want me to stop provoking him? Sun Hao looked at Sun Bing in disbelief, completely unable to understand for a moment. Although Sun Bing wasn't often at home, no one would doubt his loyalty to the Sun family. Sun Hao had already put the blame on Qin Feng. No matter how you looked at it, there was no reason for Sun Bing to allow an outsider to bully him. What's more, among those who can be selected into the special forces, even the reserve battalion, how many people can be spineless? How could Sun Bing swallow this anger? But facing Sun Hao's question, Sun Bing looked back with a slightly cold look. Do you think I don't know the things you dare to do in private? Sun Hao's expression froze, but he refused to give up. He continued, I admit that it's mostly because of Lin Mengyao, but that Qin Feng is too disrespectful. He injured all my men with one move. Although not many people know about this, if we continue to give in and word gets out, the whole of H City will think our Sun family is easy to bully. Do you really think so, or are you looking for an excuse to ask me to do it for you? Sun Bing's tone was still very cold. If someone didn't know, they would definitely not be able to tell that the two people talking were brothers from different mothers. What do you mean? We are brothers. Sun Hao emphasized the word brothers, as if reminding someone of something. Sun Bing, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. Sun Hao, those things are no longer a threat to me. I have a better future. But you, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for a woman? That's truly foolish. Sun Hao was stunned, not because of Sun Bing's attitude, but because of the meaning of his words. What does it mean to no longer be a threat? Sun Hao hesitated. If he was talking about that. In short, I will not interfere in your affairs with Qin Feng, and I suggest you not to provoke this person, Sun Bing said without hesitation. He did not know Qin Feng's background. But one thing is certain, if we talk about wealth and power, even if Qin Feng were to be added together, he would not be able to compare with the Sun family in H City. However, if you underestimate Qin Feng because of this, you will definitely pay the price. After Sun Bing finished speaking, he simply stood up and left. Sun Hao looked at his back, but his hands gradually tightened. He's just a thug. He can't handle it himself, but he warned me not to do anything. Sun Hao's eyes were filled with venom, and he immediately called the housekeeper. Help me check who my brother has been in contact with recently and what he has done. If he didn't know the reason why Sun Bing said that, he wouldn't take action easily. Sun Hao was silent, but Qin Feng was enjoying his free time. After Lin Mengyao returned to the company, the first thing she did was to fire the treacherous secretary. Qin Feng, her personal bodyguard, now had a separate office area outside the CEO's office. Of course, Qin Feng didn't know how to work, and spent most of his time playing games on his computer. Sitting across from him was the new CEO's secretary, a rather sexy-looking girl named Hu Xining. However, there are some differences between Hu Xining's sexiness and Lin Mengyao's. This woman looks more like a president than Lin Mengyao. She is decisive and efficient in her work, and her eyes carry a kind of pride that comes from her bones. Qin Feng, a bodyguard who only knew how to play games every day, had never been in a good mood. Moreover, Lin Mengyao couldn't understand why she looked at Qin Feng differently and treated him so intimately. It seemed that the only explanation was that Qin Feng was the CEO's kept gigolo. What's more, they go to and from get off work together every day, which further confirms Hu Xining's speculation. His eyes are always full of contempt when he looks at Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng was playing games. Hu Xining came out of Lin Mengyao's office and threw a document on Qin Feng's desk. Send this to the propaganda department. Qin Feng stuck half of his head out from behind the computer and saw Hu Xining's arrogant eyes, which made him feel unhappy. Considering that she is just a little girl, I won't bother with her. But she is so arrogant that she actually treats me as an errand boy. You'd better go by yourself. I'm not the president's secretary. Qin Feng retracted his head and had no intention of obeying at all. Just go when I tell you to. You little pretty boy, are you acting so arrogantly? Hu Xining's words were not polite at all, and could even be said to be sarcastic. No matter how much Qin Feng didn't want to argue with the beautiful woman, if he could still endure being said that to him, he would not be Qin Feng. Qin Feng pushed the keyboard forward, and instead of getting angry, he smiled and looked at Hu Xining and said, I'm the CEO's bodyguard, the kind that's very personal. So, unless she tells me to, I won't leave her side. Har har, this is the first time I see someone being so proud of being a gigolo, Hu Xining teased. Qin Feng had already walked around the table and stood in front of Hu Xining. She was also wearing a business-inspired blazer today, but compared to Lin Mengyao's style, it was a bit bolder. Both the shirt and the skirt were tailored to her figure, perfectly framing her fiery figure. What was remarkable was that even with such tight clothing, she didn't seem to have any excess fat. Given Qin Feng's height, her alluring cleavage was even more visible, a truly something to be proud of. However, in front of Qin Feng, it is better to restrain your tsundere behavior. Do you think that because you are a secretary, you are more noble than a bodyguard? Qin Feng asked her with a smile on his face that was so harmless. Hu Xining opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Qin Feng grabbed his neck. But I can take your life with just a flick of my hand. Qin Feng gently stroked Hu Xining's face with his fingertips. And you have a pretty face. Are you proud of it? I only need to use a little force, and that pride will be gone. Hu Xining looked at Qin Feng with disbelief on his face. If someone had told her before that someone dared to touch her in the company building, Hu Xining would have thought that person was crazy. But now that it has actually happened, she found that she had overestimated Qin Feng's bottom line. Well. Hu Xining seemed to want to scream, but Qin Feng noticed it early on. He applied a little force with his hand, and the scream was strangled in his throat. What? You want to call for help? Qin Feng also said with some sarcasm. But Hu Xining had no way to answer him. She just tightly grasped Qin Feng's hands that were pinching her neck, and her eyes finally revealed a hint of fear. I don't want to provoke you, and you'd better not provoke me either. If you understand, just blink, Qin Feng said, loosening his hand slightly. Hua Xining blinked violently. That's it, it would have been great if you had done this earlier. Qin Feng let go of his hand. He had seen many women like Hua Xining, and his usual trick of being gentle and considerate to them was completely useless. Instead, he managed to calm her down and made her easier to talk to. If you want to make this kind of strong woman compromise, you must first make her afraid of you. Sure enough, Hua Xining covered his neck and coughed a few times. When he looked at Qin Feng again, the hostility in his eyes was reduced a little, but there was a bit of complicated and indescribable emotions. If Qin Feng had to sum it up, it was the look of someone who wanted revenge but couldn't. You will regret doing this to me, Hua Xining said through gritted teeth. Qin Feng didn't take their verbal threats from a little woman seriously at all. He shrugged his shoulders and went back to his seat to play games. As for that damn document, if Hua Xining acted cute and talked nicely, maybe he would agree to go. Those beauties in the propaganda department were also very pleasing to the eye. Qin Feng. Lin Mengyao called out in the office. Qin Feng helplessly dropped the mouse in his hand. There was no one else in the office, so of course there was no danger. What was Lin Mengyao going to do? For the sake of his salary, Qin Feng treated Lin Mengyao very well. As soon as he entered the room, he smiled and asked, "What's the matter, Mr. Lin?" Lin Mengyao said, "I'm going home today. You don't have to wait for me to leave together. The driver from home will come to pick me up." Qin Feng was stunned for a moment and looked at his watch. Wasn't he at almost time to get off work? I understand. Then I'll go first. Are you okay? Qin Feng asked. Sun Hao didn't do anything during this period, and his bodyguard really seemed dispensable. Well, don't worry. Lin Mengyao said, "You have the key, you can go back by yourself." Qin Feng nodded and said, "Oh, I'll go first." Coincidentally, Lin Mengyao returned home today, which was exactly what Qin Feng wanted. He has an appointment today. Xu Jingzhong called last week and said he was going to H City to carry out a mission, but he was so slow that he only arrived today. He called Qin Feng early in the morning to ask him out for dinner. Qin Feng went to the airport to pick him up in person. From a distance he saw Xu Jingzhong, who was probably over 1.9 meters tall and had a strong body. As soon as they met, Xu Jingzhong threw the package in his hand to the ground, rushed over and punched Qin Feng. "Damn it, I don't know how you got involved with the boss of Tianfeng Group. You got a raise, right? I'll treat you to dinner today." Qin Feng smiled and thought, hee, following a beautiful CEO is certainly more enjoyable than being a security guard. At least it's pleasing to the eyes. Xu Jingzhong was stunned for a moment when he saw his frivolous smile, then he leaned over and lowered his voice and said, "What's with that expression? Let me tell you, it's best not to mess with that girl from the Tianfeng Group." Oh. Qin Feng was a little surprised. He had been abroad for many years and didn't know much about what was happening in China. However, getting Xu Jingzhong to say "don't provoke him easily" was something that not everyone could do. Xu Jingzhong, this guy is from the most mysterious organization in China. For someone like Sun Hao, Xu Jingzhong could kill him directly without being held accountable. But he actually reminded himself not to provoke Lin Mengyao easily. It seems that my observation is very accurate. This girl's identity is not as simple as a president. Don't worry, I know my limits, but who is she? Qin Feng asked curiously. Chapter 11 Begging for Mercy. Well, you might know this if I tell you. Think about it, her last name is Lin. Xu Jingzhong winked, with an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Does Qin Feng understand? Of course I understand. Lin family. Qin Feng had heard of this family even when he was abroad. This was the largest martial arts family in mainland China. The so-called martial arts families are not like those in martial arts movies where they can fly over rooftops and walk on walls. The greatest role of Chinese martial arts families is to provide military personnel, and top-notch personnel at that. To describe the strength of the Lin family in the circle of top individual soldiers in one sentence, it is that among every 10 Special Forces soldiers, one must be a direct descendant of the Lin family, and at least 3 are related to the Lin family. What's even more terrifying is that not all of the Lin family's military talents are in the army. Such a family is indeed impossible to ignore. It's so scary that such a family actually has a little girl like Lin Mengyao. It's really disillusioning, Qin Feng sighed repeatedly. You know, when Qin Feng first heard about the Lin family, a transcendent martial arts family, he had a deep admiration for this family. He didn't expect that his first contact with the Lin family would be with the beautiful CEO Lin Mengyao. Life is always full of surprises. Let's not talk about this. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's go have a drink first. Xu Jingzhong picked up the package on the ground. The luggage was sturdy and looked to weigh at least 100 pounds, but Xu Jingzhong picked it up with one hand and hung it casually on his shoulder. He didn't look like he was struggling at all, which attracted the attention of passers-by. Qin Feng had been in H City for quite some time, so he was well aware of the delicious places. The two of them took a taxi and headed straight to the roasted whole lamb restaurant that Qin Feng had already reserved. Xu Jingzhong was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. You really understand me. We soldiers should drink and eat meat with big mouthfuls. Although he said so, Xu Jingzhong knew his limits. He drank the meat in big gulps, but only took a few sips of wine before putting it down. Keeping a clear mind at all times was already a subconscious habit of his. Well, of course. How long do you plan to stay in the country on this mission? Qin Feng asked. Xu Jingzhong is not like him, who has been living abroad for many years. This guy is running back and forth, and he may not stay for long. You will never guess that I will stay for quite a long time this time, Xu Jingzhong said mysteriously. Oh. The old man asked me to come back to pick new people, and I will go to school in a few days. Xu Jingzhong said. Qin Feng understood that there happened to be a military university in H City, which attracted many newcomers and could be said to be an important talent reserve base. But Qin Feng hesitated, selecting new people in school. This is a bit unusual. Xu Jingzhong's place was not ordinary, and those who could enter were all China's top military talents. The total number of people was only a few hundred. Usually, when recruiting new personnel, they would directly select elites from the special forces. No matter how talented people in school are, their basic knowledge is still weak and they need more experience. Who knows? That's what the higher-ups mean. I heard there are a lot of interesting newcomers this time, so I'm just treating it as a half-vacation, Xu Jingzhong said nonchalantly. A soldier's duty is to obey orders, so he has always skipped such unnecessary thinking. Qin Feng laughed but didn't say anything. The Hidden Dragon Corps, where Xu Jingzhong was stationed, usually considered themselves lucky if they could recruit a new member every few years. They had never gone so far as to recruit directly from the school. This order might seem like an anomaly, but Qin Feng knew there must be something fishy going on. Although Xu Jingzhong didn't say it, Qin Feng knew he hadn't missed it. This is all the instruction from above. Do a good job, Qin Feng patted Xu Jingzhong on the shoulder. The two of them ate and talked, and time passed quickly. Before they knew it, it was already dark. After some discussion, Qin Feng gave the house he used to live into Xu Jingzhong and let him live there, and then they left the restaurant together. Boss, they are coming out. In the corner, there was a wandering young man who seemed to be passing by. When he saw Qin Feng and Xu Jingzhong coming out, he immediately sent a text message. Is that person who suddenly appeared here too? We left together. Follow closely, and wait until they separate before going up. The message was replied very quickly. Clear. The young man replied, and followed Qin Feng and Xu Jingzhong silently with his hands folded. In front of this road, there were also several cars, slowly driving in the direction Qin Feng and Xu Jingzhong might be heading. The two of them were chatting happily with their arms around each other, as if they didn't notice that someone was following them. Finally, they turned a corner. The young man watched the two figures disappear, paused for a moment, and then hurried after them. He was very familiar with the terrain of this area. After turning the corner, there was a long straight street. There were not many people around, which made it a very good location. Besides, it was night time, so even if someone passed by, they would not dare to disturb their good deeds. As the young man thought about this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. But, that's it. Turning the corner, the young man was shocked to find that Qin Feng and Xu Jingzhong, who had been unaware of the situation, were less than 3 meters away, looking at him coldly. The sharpness in their eyes, under the cover of the street lights, reminded him of wolves in the middle of the night. Run! The young man reacted in an instant, but no matter how fast his reaction was, it was no match for Qin Feng and the other man. Qin Feng took 2 steps forward and then swept out sideways, and the young man, who was about to run away, was tripped and fell to the ground. At this moment, Qin Feng heard a shout from behind him, "There's an ambush." It was Xu Jinzhong's voice. Several vans rushed out from the darkness at some point, and just when Qin Feng took action to stop the young man, they had already surrounded the corner. "You're fucking exposed." Xu Jinzhong was a little bit uneasy. He encountered an ambush right after returning to China. This was really exciting. Although he didn't think that such a small number of people could capture the two of them, he was clearly back for vacation. "How would I know?" Qin Feng lifted up the young man who was kicking and knocking him unconscious. "But to ambush us with a character like that, you must be crazy, right?" As they were talking, the people in the car had already gotten out, holding all kinds of strange tools, including steel pipes, machetes, baseball bats, etc. There were two people standing in the back who were more discreet, holding fruit knives. There were 23 people. Qin Feng judged the number of people on both sides at a glance. However, seeing the attitude of the crowd, Qin Feng and Xu Jinzhong almost showed relieved expressions at the same time. "Damn, I was so scared," Xu Jinzhong cursed. A burly man wearing a large gold chain stepped out from the crowd and shouted at the two men, "You're surrounded. Surrender now if you know what's good for you." Qin Feng had a strange look on his face, but he still asked patiently, "Whose dog is this?" The fat man was furious and pointed at Qin Feng and said, "You are still stubborn. Someone paid for your life anyway, why are you asking so many questions? Brothers, go." With this greeting, more than 20 people gathered around. "Why do you attract so much hatred wherever you go?" Xu Jinzhong, who was innocently implicated, could not help but complain, but he quickly stood behind Qin Feng. The two of them stood back to back, which could effectively prevent sneak attacks from behind. "I can't control this," Qin Feng said as he met a gangster who rushed over first. His right hand accurately caught the hand holding the knife, and he exerted force on his wrist. With a slight click sound, the machete in the gangster's hand immediately fell down, and his wrist also bent into a strange arc that was beyond the normal human range. R. Qin Feng and Xu Jinzhong moved swiftly, and although they didn't use any heavy hands, the thugs who rushed up were beaten so hard that they couldn't fight back. They could only scream in pain, which sounded like Qin Feng and Xu Jinzhong were looking for trouble. The fat man looked at the two men's posture and swallowed his saliva. Although the man said that this guy was a tough nut to crack, he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Seeing his men rushing forward one by one as if they were going to die, he shouted angrily, "Don't you have brains? Attack together." After being reminded, the gangsters reorganized their formation and rushed forward, which indeed brought more pressure. Qin Feng and Xu Jinzhong couldn't bear to bully these ordinary thugs, so they held back and were unexpectedly hit by steel pipes a few times. Both of them had fought their way through the army and were very good at taking beatings, but this force was already very strong for ordinary people and had no lethality, but it made them a little angry. It seems that what the fat man said was true. The other party was fighting so hard, not intending to do anything to them, but to take their lives. Thinking of this, let's put aside all the embarrassing things. Qin Feng and Xu Jinzhong exchanged glances in their busy schedule, and immediately stopped holding back and went all out. They were originally in a defensive stance with their backs to each other, but suddenly they changed and rushed straight towards the fat man like two sharp knives. It was one thing to see what the two men were up to, but what was even more alarming was that they were like tigers among a flock of sheep, approaching them at such a speed that it was hard to tell. The fat man screamed in fear, "Stop them!" But could Qin Feng and Xu Jinzhong be stopped by just shouting? Obviously not. Almost in the blink of an eye, the fat man found himself blocked by the two men on the left and right. At this moment, when they were completely desperate, Qin Feng and Xu Jinzhong hesitated at the same time. The fat man was so anxious that he was sweating. The two of them had originally wanted to rush up and strangle him, but now they really didn't want to do it. Their expressions were very struggling. But the hesitation only lasted for a moment. Qin Feng made the first decision and kicked the fat man to the ground. Xu Jinzhong, who reacted quickly, followed immediately and stomped on the fat man's chest. The kick made him scream and vomited a mouthful of blood. "Stop! Stop it! Spare my life!" The fat man knew exactly what Qin Feng and the others meant, and he stopped them without waiting for them to say anything. Chapter 12: The Disliked Little Brother. "Please spare my life." The fat man shouted without any moral integrity, and at this moment he no longer cared about his face in front of his subordinates. These two people were simply not something they could handle. He had finally figured out that when these two people stood there and looked like they could still fight, they were simply holding back. The fat man cursed Sun Hao in his heart for asking him to take this job, but he had to bow his head and beg for mercy. Now you know how to ask for mercy. Xu Jingzhong still felt unsatisfied, so he kicked the fat man twice more, but not as hard. Seeing that the others were each carrying tools but had no intention of approaching, Xu Jingzhong looked at them with disdain and turned back to ask Qin Feng, "What's going on?" Qin Feng laughed and said, "You should ask him about this." The fat man had just climbed up with great difficulty, but when he heard what the two were talking about, his legs suddenly went weak again. He regretted that he had climbed up too quickly. Maybe it would have been better to just lie down and pretend to be faint. Sun Hao, does he dare to confess that? Oh, I'm asking you, speak up. Xu Jingzhong kicked the fat man on the butt without any hesitation. I. The fat man's face turned purple. How could he say anything? Whether to give Sun Hao up is a big question. Is his surname Sun? Qin Feng just said that he didn't know, but what he said when he turned around made the fat man tremble again. The fat man stiffened his neck. It was neither a nod nor a shake of the head. He also had to be very careful not to make any movements that might cause misunderstanding. It was really hard work. Who is that person with the surname Sun? Obviously, in Xu Jingzhong's view of time, there is no one with the surname Sun who can be Qin Feng's opponent. Qin Feng shook his head. Not very familiar with him. He's from H City and seems to like our boss. Xu Jingzhong had a strange expression on his face, as if he had not expected that such a famous person like Qin Feng would have a love rival. You too. The fat man felt embarrassed to see that they were standing in the encirclement and chatting. We can give in if we can't win, but it would be too embarrassing to be completely ignored. Tell me, is it Sun Hao? If you don't, I'll twist your head off. Qin Feng threw a word at him. The fat man regretted it instantly. Being ignored was also a blessing. These two people were not good people at all. Besides, this place was carefully selected by the fat man. If they were killed here, there would be no place to cry. Yes, the fat man said without hesitation. Compared to offending Sun Hao, your own life is more important. Xu Jingzhong was amazed. I didn't expect you to be involved in these things. When you were abroad. Hey, Qin Feng called out to Xu Jingzhong. How come he still doesn't control his mouth? To prevent Xu Jingzhong from revealing his past, Qin Feng decisively turned his attention to the fat man. Sun Hao asked you to come and kill me. The fat man nodded quickly. Well, we are blind and don't recognize the great man. If this big brother can let me go today, I, Hu Hansan, will serve you at your service from now on without any hesitation. Having offended Sun Hao, the fat man felt that he needed to find a new backer. The man in front of him was not nervous at all when talking about Sun Hao. That meant they were at least evenly matched, and the fat man saw it clearly at that moment. Hu Hansan. That's your name. Xu Jingzhong laughed. What do your parents think? Hu Hansan's face suddenly became even more bitter. How could he know what his parents were thinking? Qin Feng, on the other hand, actually took Hu Hansan's words seriously. After thinking for a while, he said, with your limited strength, what good can it do? Hu Hansan suddenly felt even more heartbroken. What was going on? He had brought a bunch of younger brothers with him to seek refuge, and this was the first time he was despised to this extent. Even if Sun Hao is a member of the upper class in H City, shouldn't he still be polite when asking me to do something for him? Brother, even though we have dozens of brothers together, we can't beat you, but we can always be of use if there's any errands you can do. Hu Hansan wanted to go up and hug Qin Feng's thighs and beg him. Qin Feng thought about it and found that this was indeed the case. However, Hu Hansan's origins were unknown and further investigation was needed. Well, let me think about it. You can find me and know how to contact me, right? Qin Feng asked. When Hu Hansan heard him agree, there was no problem at all and he couldn't help nodding. No way, you really colluded with the evil forces. Xu Jingzhong looked surprised. Qin Feng laughed, bullshit, I'm not in the same group with you guys now. Xu Jingzhong stopped talking. To be honest, he still felt very indebted to Qin Feng. After all, the organization had let Qin Feng down in that incident. Otherwise, with Qin Feng's strength, why would he have fallen to the point of being a bodyguard? Hu Hansan, you go back first, I have other things to do. Qin Feng called on Hu Hansan to retreat. He picked up Xu Jingzhong's bag and said, "Let's go back first. It's getting late." Xu Jingzhong knew that he didn't want to talk about that matter anymore, so he didn't object. Hu Hansan looked at the bag and rushed to help carry it, quickly putting on the role of a younger brother. Unfortunately, Qin Feng cooperated and put the bag on the ground, but Hu Hansan blushed and didn't pick up the bag. "Brother, what's in your bag?" Hu Hansan felt like he was about to cry. Are these two people perverts? Xu Jingzhong took the opportunity to continue his contempt. "You dare to be Qin Feng's younger brother when you can't even carry a bag, you think you're dead." He said so, but picked up the bag himself. What's inside is a secret, and of course it can't be said casually. If Xu Jingzhong didn't know Hu Hansan couldn't lift it, he wouldn't let him touch the bag. Cough cough, Hu Hansan coughed violently to cover up his embarrassment. With such a group of younger brothers, Xu Jingzhong was the one who benefited the most. This guy took Hu Hansan's car and went to Qin Feng's apartment without any hesitation. As for Qin Feng, he went back to Lin Mengyao's villa to rest. But today's incident still reminded Qin Feng that Sun Hao would not give up so easily. Sun Bing's previous promise to restrain Sun Hao from causing trouble seems to have had limited effect. "I just don't know if Sun Hao will turn against Lin Mengyao if he fails to attack me. That would be really troublesome. After all, there are differences between men and women, and Qin Feng will not always be with Lin Mengyao. Another very serious problem is that Lin Mengyao actually comes from the Lin family. I don't know what status this girl holds in the family. If she is too deeply involved with her family, it would not be good for her to hide her identity from me. But if we can establish a good relationship with the Lin family, perhaps that matter will be easier to handle with their help." That night, Qin Feng thought a lot, but overall, he chose to stay in Tianfeng group for the time being. Early the next morning, Qin Feng received a call from Lin Mengyao, but she said that she had not returned from home yet and would not go to work for the time being, so Qin Feng could take a day off. Knowing Lin Mengyao's identity, it was understandable that she would abandon the company. For the Lin family, the Tianfeng group was indeed not that important. Qin Feng had just taken office for less than 2 weeks when his boss gave him a break, so he was naturally happy to have some free time. After thinking about it, he decided to follow Xu Jingzhong to the school to take a look. Although he was no longer a member of the organization at that time, it was no problem for him to work as a temporary instructor in the school. Qin Feng made a phone call to the current military training division commander of the National Defense University in H City, and got a position as an instructor that afternoon. There are many departments in the National Defense University. Qin Feng was assigned to teach freshmen in the medical department, and happened to be with Xu Jingzhong. The so-called medical department, of course, has many subspecialties within it. Qin Feng and Xu Jingzhong are responsible for supervising the freshmen of the Department of Anesthesiology. Compared to the more intensive Department of Surgery and the more technical Department of Internal Medicine, the Department of Anesthesiology, a more theoretical major, is still predominantly female. Qin Feng came here to keep Xu Jingzhong company, while Xu Jingzhong came here to inspect the newcomer. There happened to be someone in the anesthesia department who was the person Xu Jingzhong wanted to examine. Ji Tangtang. Xu Jingzhong called out the name. A short girl answered in the queue, and Qin Feng also cast a glance at her. This girl had caught the attention of the Special Forces right after entering the National Defense University. She must have something extraordinary. According to information, Ji Tangtang possesses a profound skill in pharmacy, holding hundreds of patents for independently developed drugs. Last year, she even solved a difficult medical problem, treating wound infections. Medical resources are not always readily available on the battlefield, so solving this problem is extremely valuable. Further research has been transferred to the military's R&D department. Looking at just this information, it's hard to imagine that Ji Tangtang is actually a rather petite, quiet girl. She's only about 1.6 meters tall, which isn't short, but she still looks incredibly petite at the National Defense University. Xu Jingzhong did not pause and continued to call the next person's name. After everyone had been called, Xu Jingzhong began the freshman training. The most important function of the freshman training at the National Defense University is not to teach freshmen military postures, but to hone their willpower and screen out those with weak willpower. Every year, countless people drop out or are sent home because they can't stand the brutal freshman training. Qin Feng still remembers the day he finished his 3-month freshman camp. Only 9 of the 18 people in the dormitory remained. 9 tough guys burst into tears in the dormitory. Seeing Ji Tangtang, a weak girl, Qin Feng could only be reserved about whether she could successfully pass the test of the newcomer camp. It is no wonder that Xu Jingzhong chose to lead this class personally. If it were another instructor, he might be a little lenient because this is a class of girls, and then the purpose of the screening test would not be achieved. Chapter 13, A Genius of Demonic Level. Xu Jingzhong's subsequent actions completely confirmed Qin Feng's guess. This guy actually made this group of girls stand in military posture all day on the first day. The so-called military posture, the more important ones are 3 straighten, 3 retract, 1 open, and 1 lift, that is, straighten the neck, chest, and legs, retract the chin, abdomen, and buttocks, open the eyes wide and look straight ahead, and lift the head. The description of this standing posture is quite long, and actually doing it and achieving the required posture is not easy. It can be said that to stand at standard military posture, almost no muscle in the body is relaxed. Standing at attention for a long time means keeping muscles tense for a long time, which is not only a test of physical strength, but also a test of willpower. Xu Jingzhong was unwavering in his demands. Not only did he make everyone stand for the entire day, but he also used a pointer he'd found somewhere to tap them here and there. While the force wasn't strong, if you didn't stand properly, you'd definitely be shaken. And if you were looking straight ahead, it was almost impossible to notice Xu Jingzhong's sudden tapping with the pointer. At one time, many people were knocked out by Xu Jingzhong, and those who were knocked out would naturally be punished, which was to do 2,000 meters of frog jumps on the playground. At the end of the day, not to mention Ji Tangtang, most of the girls had to leapfrog over the 2,000 meters, and they all walked with their legs so weak that they could hardly walk. However, Qin Feng knew that the real breakdown was on the 2nd and 3rd days. Frog jumps put too much strain on the legs, and the resulting lactic acid would concentrate, causing sore and painful legs. 2 kilometers was already beyond the standard for these untrained girls. In Qin Feng's class, there was a guy whose legs were so weak after doing frog jumps that he couldn't go downstairs the next day. He rolled down the stairs during assembly. You really have no sympathy for women, Qin Feng sighed while eating. Although he was also in charge of this class, it was Xu Jingzhong's task after all, so he rarely spoke. He just helped watch everyone stand at attention, and occasionally helped carry the fainted students to the infirmary. In a day, he made 4 or 5 trips. Xu Jingzhong smiled evilly, how can it be effective otherwise? We are not selecting ordinary students. I am here to assess them for the special forces. Qin Feng remained silent. Everyone had come from the newcomer camp. When I was being abused, I have to say that I had a strong thought: one day, I would become the instructor who abused others instead of the student who was abused. So, as an instructor, no matter whether they are teaching male or female students, they all have some evil thoughts in their hearts. It's just that Xu Jingzhong abused his power for personal gain, and his evil was open and aboveboard. Don't tell me that tomorrow's extra training will be squats. Qin Feng smiled and complained casually. But Xu Jingzhong looked surprised, so you think so too? Qin Feng was completely speechless. When your leg muscles are sore, the most terrible thing is to squat or sit down. Isn't Xu Jingzhong going a bit too far? Gathering at 6:30 in the morning was a rather painful experience for many students. However, considering that Xu Jingzhong left such a dark impression on everyone on the first day, the entire anesthesiology department had already gathered when there were still more than 10 minutes before 6:30. Xu Jingzhong was very satisfied and showed off to the instructor of the class next to him. It is conceivable that the class next door was caught in this misfortune, so today's training will definitely not be easy. Xu Jingzhong thoroughly implemented the training principle of the rookie camp of training while abusing the students, and today he punished several students as soon as he started. Squatting, an exercise that normally one can do at least 100 times in one breath, is now extremely difficult for students of the Department of Anesthesiology. Qin Feng counted them on the side, and the most one could do was only 5 before sitting down on the ground. But the number Xu Jingzhong required was 50, which means that the best student only persisted in 1/10 of the training volume. Qin Feng shook his head. These students who had come all their way from the college entrance examination had extremely poor physical fitness. The students who fell to the ground did not dare to slack off. Under Xu Jingzhong's evil gaze, they rolled and crawled up to continue. Those who were still standing at attention were sweating profusely and did not dare to relax. Compared to squatting, standing at attention is so much easier. After waiting for a while, Ji Tangtang finally couldn't hold on any longer and was hit by Xu Jingzhong's blackboard ruler, causing his body to shake. This was of course a sign of improper military posture, and Xu Jingzhong was not given any special treatment. He was still required to stand out from the line and do 50 squats. Qin Feng couldn't help but pay attention to it. After all, he was a promising talent that the special forces had chosen. Wouldn't it be any better? The result was very disappointing. Ji Tangtang was the first one to squat, but before he could even squat down, his body went limp and he fell to the ground. Xu Jingzhong was also very strict about squatting. Using the knees to support oneself to stand up was totally prohibited. As long as one did not stand up with both hands on the head, it did not count. There is a person standing at attention in front of each person doing squats, counting the number. If they count too many times, both of them will be punished together. Ji Tangtang struggled for a long time but couldn't do anything. Xu Jingzhong's face also showed some disappointment. Even though Ji Tangtang was particularly outstanding in medicine, the Special Forces was a place where there was no room for shortcomings, and with such physical fitness, he simply could not support it. The original focus of the assessment was on the conduct of these students, but now it seems that Ji Tangtang can't even pass the basic level. Don't be slow, stand up decisively, so it will be smoother to exert force, Qin Feng said while standing aside. Ji Tangtang was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Qin Feng. She had the impression that this instructor was not talkative. Could it be that he couldn't stand her being too weak? Thinking of this, Ji Tangtang gritted his teeth and stood up tremblingly with his head in his hands. Being able to stand up was not particularly difficult for other students, but it was extremely difficult for Ji Tangtang. She broke out in a thin sweat after squatting down. But Ji Tangtang still persisted, squatted down again, and fell down again. Get up, grit your teeth and stand up. That's 3. Qin Feng could see that Ji Tangtang's legs had reached their limit, but she gritted her teeth and persisted, but she just fell down again and again. Qin Feng's mouth twitched, but he still didn't ask her to rest for a while. Special forces were brutal. Even in peacetime, the missions they carried out were all highly dangerous. Relaxing at this time would only harm others. Ji Tangtang struggled for about a minute or two. When she stood up again, Qin Feng was surprised to find that there were traces of tears on her face. Ji Tangtang wanted to continue, but the girl who was counting for her supported her despite violating her orders. What are you doing? Xu Jingzhong had been watching, so of course he noticed it immediately. Instructor, she can't do it anymore. There was even a hint of anger in the girl's eyes. She could see Ji Tangtang's efforts and the tears on her face. In her opinion, such intensity was too much for Ji Tangtang. She was just a girl under 20 years old, and she felt that the two instructors were just bullying her. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. What's your name? Yao Weiwei. The girl answered without hesitation. Do you know that you just violated the order? Qin Feng asked again. I know. Yao Weiwei replied. Then do you know that obeying orders is a soldier's duty? If you can't even obey, you are not qualified to be a soldier. Qin Feng's tone was serious and his eyes were even more stern. It didn't sound like he was lying at all. Most of the students secretly looked in this direction. They were already worried that Qin Feng would really expel Yao Weiwei because of this. The students were very close, and everyone had heard about someone being expelled yesterday for contradicting an instructor. Yao Weiwei's actions today were undoubtedly a defiance. Yao Weiwei didn't say anything, but she bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes full of unwillingness. Go, do 3,000 meters of frog jumps, and then do 100 push-ups. If you can't finish it, you can't eat lunch. Xu Jingzhong ordered. Yao Weiwei didn't hesitate and turned around to dance. As for Qin Feng and Xu Jingzhong, their attention turned to Ji Tangtang again. Why are you crying? Xu Jingzhong asked. Sand in my eyes. Ji Tangtang, who had been standing for a while, had recovered and wiped away her tears without her knowing. Very good. Xu Jingzhong finally began to appreciate her a little. Do you feel wronged when I ask you to do squats? Ji Tangtang shook her head. I know it's for my own good. The whole class was in an uproar. This was clearly bullying. Could it be that Ji Tangtang, in order to curry favor with the instructor, not only endured this, but also praised them in return? The other girls all had ugly expressions. During the rookie camp, every student hated the instructors, otherwise it must be that the instructors did not do their job well. In the students' private understanding, Xu Jingzhong was undoubtedly the #1 villain in this military training, and his hatred value was full. Ji Tangtang, who spoke for him, seemed to be about to be collectively disliked by the girls. Oh? What do you mean? Xu Jingzhong certainly wouldn't miss the psychological changes of everyone, and gave Ji Tangtang a chance to explain. Muscle soreness after strenuous exercise is caused by lactic acid produced by anaerobic respiration. Continuing to exercise will help speed up metabolism and break down lactic acid more quickly. If you go back to rest now, the leg soreness will take at least 7 days to subside naturally. However, if you continue to exercise, it will be significantly alleviated by the 4th day. Ji Tangtang said calmly. Also, judging by the physiological indicators such as my breathing rate and heart rate during the frog jumps I recorded yesterday, completing 50 squats today is a reasonable amount of exercise. Too much will increase the burden, and too little will not be able to offset the impact of yesterday. Qin Feng took a breath of cold air. This girl is so scary. Of course, he also knew that completing 50 squats today was a reasonable exercise indicator, but that was because it was the result of years of practice in the army and had been verified by generations of recruits. But Ji Tangtang had only done it once, and was able to accurately judge it based on physiological indicators. What kind of monstrous genius is this? Chapter 14 Visitors. Even though they were mentally prepared, Qin Feng and Xu Jingzhong still showed surprised expressions at the same time. However, it would be abnormal for a newcomer to be noticed by the special forces if he did not have any outstanding qualities. Xu Jingzhong didn't comment on Ji Tangtang's judgment. He just nodded and said, "But you can't do it yet, right? Keep working hard." Ji Tangtang did as he said and continued to persevere. However, it turned out that these 50 squats were too difficult for Ji Tangtang, and she did not finish them until noon. No one would think that she was lazy because everyone witnessed her trying hard to complete the task. Even though her hands were covered with wounds from falling and she was sweating profusely, she never said a word of complaint. The classmates who had been somewhat disdainful of what she said before, now had admiration in their eyes after seeing this scene. Anyone who applies to the National Defense University must have a strong sense of patriotism and want to defend his country. But they've only just arrived on campus, and the road ahead to becoming excellent soldiers or military talent is long. Ji Tangtang has already begun pushing her limits, while they still harbor resentment towards their instructor's harshness. The contrast is stark. On this point, there is not much difference between boys and girls. As if a bit of bloodiness was aroused, the training enthusiasm of the anesthesia department suddenly increased. As for Yao Weiwei, who openly questioned the instructor, she completed the task assigned by Xu Jingzhong very smoothly, and it did not seem too difficult. Xu Jingzhong was surprised again. The task had been increased in volume at the time, but Yao Weiwei managed to complete it within the specified time. This shows that her physical fitness is far superior to that of her classmates, and being able to complete the 3,000-meter frog jump today at least proves one thing: Yao Weiwei was not punished yesterday. Xu Jingzhong wrote down the name in his mind. Although it was not on the Special Forces assessment list, recording the outstanding students in the rookie camp was also one of the instructor's jobs, and Xu Jingzhong did it meticulously. After the disbandment, Xu Jingzhong took the initiative to find Qin Feng. "What do you think of Yao Weiwei?" It was just an ordinary question, but Xu Jingzhong asked it a little cautiously. Qin Feng said, "He has excellent physical fitness and values loyalty, but his obedience is a little lacking." It was a very conventional assessment. Xu Jingzhong then asked, "Is that why you said those things to her?" Qin Feng remained silent. Those who don't know how to obey orders are not qualified to be soldiers. This is of course too harsh, but it undoubtedly reflects the importance of obeying orders for soldiers. This is not a rigid rule, nor is it intended to strengthen the leadership's dominance. It is because on the battlefield, if everyone fails to obey orders and completes the task, and acts according to their own will, it will have a fatal impact on the battle situation. The result of the impact is the death of comrades. Xu Jingzhong looked at Qin Feng. No one understood this lesson better than him. It was paid for with one's life. Therefore, for Qin Feng, this was a sensitive topic. If he hadn't mentioned it to Yao Weiwei, Xu Jingzhong would never have asked. "It's nothing, it's all in the past," Qin Feng said after a long silence. But Xu Jingzhong knew that for Qin Feng, this matter would never be over. "Think about it more positively." Xu Jingzhong patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and said some comforting words that were of no practical help. At this time, Qin Feng's cell phone rang, interrupting their conversation. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Qin Feng, are you free tomorrow?" Lin Mengyao had already given Qin Feng a short vacation, and they usually didn't contact each other. When Qin Feng received the call, he thought she was about to return to H City from the Lin family, so he said, "Of course I'm free." "Oh, I'll go home and see you tomorrow," said Lin Mengyao. "Good." Qin Feng agreed. During the 2 days he was an instructor, he had a dormitory on campus to stay in. Because he was unsure when Lin Mengyao would return, Qin Feng had already agreed with the chief instructor before coming to the National Defense University to remain as an instructor, so that he could make flexible arrangements. After listening to Qin Feng finish the call, Xu Jingzhong asked, "Are you going back?" Qin Feng nodded. "Yeah, but it doesn't sound like you're going back to work. It just means you might have something to do tomorrow. I'll go talk to the chief instructor and ask him to replace your original partner tomorrow." After saying that, Qin Feng left. Asking for leave wouldn't be a problem, of course. Qin Feng returned to Lin Mengyao's villa after finishing training that evening. After 2 days as an instructor, it was certainly impossible for him to take a break while the students trained. Most of the time, the instructors were basking in the sun alongside the students, and they also had to issue instructions. Their burden was no less than that of the students. Qin Feng took a shower and changed into his own clothes before he felt a little more relaxed. As a result, just as I sat down on the sofa, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Qin Feng scratched his head and thought. It was said that no one in the company knew where Lin Mengyao lived, so there was no reason for anyone to come looking for her. As for looking for me, that was even less likely. Qin Feng opened the door. Standing outside was the community security guard, a baton already drawn at his waist. Next to him stood a man in plain clothes. He looked sturdy, with a determined look in his eyes. It was clear that the security guard was wary of this man. Someone in the army. Qin Feng made a judgment in an instant. Only someone who had served in the military could stand with such momentum. "Hello, are you Mr. Qin Feng?" It was the security guard who spoke first. "Yes." Qin Feng nodded. "This gentleman said he had something to talk to you about and almost rushed in through the door. May I ask if you know each other?" The security guard spoke conservatively. In fact, this guy was stopped at the door and almost got into a fight. Considering that they might really be looking for someone, I didn't call the police directly. However, under normal circumstances, in such a high-end residential complex, even if someone was found, it would be unlikely to bring them directly to the master bedroom door. The security guard estimated that the two sides' force levels were not on the same level, so he had to compromise. Qin Feng didn't recognize the person who came, but since he was from the army, of course he wouldn't turn him down directly, so he nodded and said, "I'm here to see me, thank you for your help." The security guard breathed a sigh of relief and then reminded Qin Feng, "Sir, if you have guests in the future, it's best to greet the doorman first, or go out to meet them, so as to avoid similar misunderstandings and offend guests." "I see," Qin Feng said helplessly. He had no idea that someone would come to see him. The security guard left, looking back every few steps, but Qin Feng did not let the person into their house directly. Even if they are from the army, it's okay for him to see them, but the house is not his own, and it is inappropriate to bring people in without permission. "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Qin Feng went straight to the point. "Are you Qin Feng, the former lawyer?" The visitor was more straightforward. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly tightened. Dragon Fang is a special title. In China, there exists a mysterious vanguard group called the Hidden Dragons. Its members serve only at the highest levels of the military, a first-rate military force. Among this army, the person with the highest martial power is called Dragon Tooth, which means the most offensive point on the hidden dragon's body. Qin Feng was once a Dragon Fang, which was no secret within the organization. However, it was also a top secret to the outside world, and Qin Feng was deeply surprised that someone could casually reveal it. More importantly, he knew nothing about the visitor. This information asymmetry made Qin Feng feel uncomfortable instinctively, and he couldn't help but be on guard. "Who are you?" "New Dragon's Fang." The man replied. As a Dragon Fang, it's certainly not difficult for him to find Qin Feng. But besides Yin Long, there are also his opponents who can find Qin Feng. Qin Feng will not be careless. He didn't believe it immediately, but instead used a code commonly used in Hidden Dragon to say, KJAHDAKDIWXQWXF. It probably means asking your name. This password is not complicated. It just represents Chinese characters using a specific code. However, for those who do not know this code, it is naturally impossible to crack it. The man laughed, Alsiendoane. Luo Kun. Being able to use the password so skillfully, there was no need to doubt the identity of the person who came. Qin Feng relaxed a little. Even if he was not a member of Wang Yan now, this organization certainly would not have any ill will towards him. Even if they really had malicious intentions, they would not send such a person. What do you want from me? Qin Feng asked. I want to challenge you, Luo Kun said seriously. Qin Feng was a little surprised. He looked straight into Luo Kun's eyes and saw no hostility in them, but there was not much respect in them either. I'm no longer a member of Wang Yan. Why are you challenging me? There is no restriction on mutual challenges within Wang Yan, so the title of Longyer is always held by the strongest person. But for Qin Feng, who had already left Wang Yan, this title certainly had nothing to do with him, and he could not find any reason for Luo Kun to challenge him. Luo Kun said, although you are no longer in Wang Yan, the people of Wang Yan have never forgotten you. I am already Longyer, but I always hear people say that if Qin Feng were here, things would not be like this. So I want to challenge you, defeat you, and become the real Longyer that is recognized by others. Qin Feng suddenly realized that this reason was quite sufficient, but looking at Luo Kun's expression, he seemed to be certain that he would lose to him, which was a bit too arrogant. The title of Dragon Fang in Wang Yan is constantly changing. Each Dragon Fang's status always fluctuates. Even if it is always in good condition, it will be affected by time. However, Qin Feng is the one who has held this title the longest so far. Even if Luo Kun is the new Longyer, to challenge him with such an attitude, what else could it be but arrogance? What if I don't accept it? Qin Feng smiled. He was really past the age and mentality where he needed these glories to enrich his heart. Then I'll just have to do it directly, Luo Kun said with a smile, not wanting to lose his composure. Chapter 15, Being Tricked. Arrogant. Qin Feng almost forgot how long it had been since anyone had challenged him in Hidden Dragon. It had only been less than a year since he left Dragon Hidden. Even if everyone's skills had improved, they wouldn't have improved to any significant degree in a year. Besides, Luo Kun looked like a newcomer. Arrogance is not a good habit. Didn't Yinlong teach you to stay calm at all times? Qin Feng's tone of voice was somewhat regretful, as he felt sorry for Yinlong's lack of psychological quality as the current Longyer. But in Luo Kun's eyes, Qin Feng was just acting like a senior to him. Will Luo Kun show weakness just because his opponent is a senior? Of course not. As a newcomer who quickly became a member of Longyer after entering Wang Yan, everyone who fell on Luo Kun's way can be regarded as his predecessor. At this moment, facing Qin Feng's attitude of regarding himself as a senior, Luo Kun felt that it was quite normal and asked, Senior, don't you dare. Don't dare? Qin Feng didn't comment, and only said, let me ask the commander. Yinlong does not prohibit challenges, and the commander is very busy, said Luo Kun. The implication is that there is no need for Qin Feng to use the excuse of asking for instructions from his superiors to shirk responsibility. Besides, the commander is not only in charge of Yinlong. He has a lot of things to do all day long. It is hard to say when Qin Feng will get a reply to his request. Qin Feng shook his head, you misunderstood. I mean, I'm no longer in Hidden Dragon. If you challenge me, I have to ask you whether I should let you win or teach you a lesson. What if I lose so badly that it undermines new Dragon Fang's confidence? Commander, won't you skin me alive? I hope you can really do it, Luo Kun sneered. Qin Feng's words were no longer just pretentious, they clearly showed no respect at all. Even though Luo Kun wanted to maintain his composure, he couldn't help but get angry at what Qin Feng said. He was Dragon Fang, the sharpest blade among the hidden dragons, yet this man before him actually said he wanted to let them win. In Luo Kun's opinion, this was not a sign of confidence, it was foolish to underestimate the enemy. However, he seemed to have forgotten that his contempt for Qin Feng was also underestimation of the enemy. If you don't want to compete here, just leave your phone number and I'll contact you after asking the commander. Qin Feng said this, which meant he had already agreed to the challenge. Luo Kun certainly had no reason to pester him anymore, so he left his phone number and left decisively. As for Qin Feng, he scratched his head and actually went back to their house to call the commander. Old man, what are you doing? The voice on the other end of the line sounded both frightened and delighted, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Taking a shower. You really know how to pick the right time. Aren't military phones waterproof? What are you afraid of? Qin Feng said bluntly, Luo-kun came to see me today. As the commander, he knew most of the members of Hidden Dragon. Especially since Luo-kun was the current Dragon Fang, it was natural for him not to know them. The commander immediately asked, "Why are you here?" "You said you wanted to challenge me," Qin Feng said without hiding anything. "I'm already retired, do you think you'd dare to do that?" "Oh, that kid is very energetic. If he comes to you, just fight him. It's okay." The commander seemed to understand Luo-kun's character. "Har har, I'm afraid of hurting him. Do I need to go easy on him?" Qin Feng laughed. The commander was silent for a moment. "Well, let's go a little easy. This kid hasn't lost since he joined Hidden Dragon. Losing too badly doesn't seem good either." Qin Feng said he understood, and then the two of them stopped talking, but they didn't hang up. After a while, the commander asked again, "How have you been lately?" "I think you know this, right?" Qin Feng did not answer, but asked back. As a member of the Hidden Dragon, he knew a lot. Even though he had escaped now, he was still a target of national strategic surveillance. If Qin Feng leaked what he knew to other countries, it would cause a lot of trouble. The fact that Luo-kun was able to find Qin Feng so easily shows that Yinlong was paying close attention to Qin Feng. The commander was blocked again. This time, he didn't think of any other topic. He simply said, "Don't blame me. I know there are some things that the organization has let you down. I remember them. If you have any questions, just tell me." He, that's what I want you to say." Qin Feng didn't care whether this was a benefit offered to him to keep it a secret or it came from their heart, he agreed first. After chatting for a few more minutes, the commander went to rest. Lin Mengyao came back very early the next day, but she looked very listless. Qin Feng didn't understand what was going on and jokingly asked, "Boss Lin, what's wrong? Are you still asleep?" Lin Mengyao glanced at him unhappily, and only then did Qin Feng see that Lin Mengyao's eyes were red. Were you bullied?" Qin Feng immediately stood up aggressively. "Well, it's nothing serious," Lin Mengyao said. But what this meant was, of course, that there was something going on. Qin Feng followed up with an inquiry, "What is that?" "My family wants me to get married," Lin Mengyao said, with mist in her eyes. Qin Feng immediately regretted asking this question. The Lin family was marrying off their daughter, which was no small matter. Lin Mengyao had already cried, and her attitude was obviously very firm. Could asking about this matter change anything? Qin Feng didn't think he had that much face. "Well, women always have to get married." Qin Feng looked at Lin Mengyao with red eyes and didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. The topic is very ambiguous, and this development seems a bit strange. Lin Mengyao felt very aggrieved, "But I don't want to marry that man." "Well, why don't you talk to your family?" Qin Feng suggested. Lin Mengyao shook her head and said, "If it had worked, I wouldn't have sneaked out." Qin Feng was shocked. "You ran away secretly. No one found you. Is someone following you?" "This person is from the Lin family, a martial arts family. He actually secretly ran out to see him when the family was arranging a marriage." Qin Feng felt cold sweat on his back. "Are you scared?" Lin Mengyao looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression, and her tone was even more resentful. "Alas, I knew that even you wouldn't help me." Lin Mengyao seemed disappointed, lowered her head and said nothing. Qin Feng certainly couldn't sit idly by and watch such a beautiful woman complain, but he really couldn't think of a solution, so he could only say dryly, "I can't help with this." "It's good that you're willing to help. I have a way." Lin Mengyao became excited when she heard it. Qin Feng felt like he was being cheated. "What method?" "Just pretend to be my boyfriend," Lin Mengyao said excitedly. However, after hearing this answer, Qin Feng was really in tears. Although I don't know what Lin Mengyao's status is in the Lin family, but it has reached the point where she is interfering in marriage, so at least she is not a marginal position. Pretending to be her boyfriend, not to mention whether this can really solve the problem, just the fact that I am her boyfriend, it is unknown whether the Lin family can let me go. Qin Feng looked embarrassed, but Lin Mengyao seemed determined to let him take the blame, and suddenly pounced on Qin Feng. A soft and warm body suddenly pressed against him. Qin Feng's first thought was that it was not good, but Lin Mengyao's lips actually pressed against him. Damn, was I kissed forcibly? Qin Feng frowned as he looked at Lin Mengyao's delicate face so close to him. This was the first time in his life that a woman dared to be so presumptuous to him. But Lin Mengyao's body was soft and boneless, and there was a smell from time to time, which was not sure whether it was body fragrance or perfume. Qin Feng's brain short-circuited for a moment, and he did not push her away in time. Bang! The door of the villa opened and several men in suits rushed in, just seeing this scene. Horrified, angry, and confused expressions appeared on these people's faces, and the way they looked at Qin Feng seemed as if they wanted to kill someone. Lin Mengyao succeeded and bit Qin Feng lightly, blinked her eyes cunningly, and then looked back at the people who suddenly broke in as if very surprised. Why are you here? Lin Mengyao seemed completely unaware that there were people outside. Miss, who is this person? The man in a suit leading the team said with a dark face. That was Lin Mengyao, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, and she was actually hanging out with this guy who appeared out of nowhere. Even if he was good-looking, how could he possibly be worthy of Lin Mengyao based on his looks? My boyfriend. Lin Mengyao said with her head down, looking a little shy. It was quite a drama. Qin Feng stared at her on the side, his heart pounding with excitement. I never expected that I would be tricked by this girl. This time, things are really bad. As for the martial arts Lin family, even Qin Feng did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of such a family with a background of military leaders. What's more, it sounds like Lin Mengyao is a young lady, so her status must be high. This time, he was badly hurt by Lin Mengyao. He took great pains to protect her, but in the end his kindness was not rewarded. Qin Feng looked at Lin Mengyao fiercely. However, he knew that since what happened just now had been seen, no one would believe him even if he explained it. So Qin Feng simply didn't say anything and waited to see what Lin Mengyao was going to do. Miss, please come back with us immediately. Although the man in the suit was very angry and disheveled, he was still very respectful to Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao hugged Qin Feng's arm and said, I don't want it. Qin Feng heard her whispering to him, don't let them catch you, or you'll be in trouble. Chapter 16 Hate Being Used. Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He knew that being caught would definitely not be a good thing, but he had to think twice before going against the Lin family just for Lin Mengyao, a CEO he had just met. The Lin family is not the Sun family, they are not opponents of the same rhythm at all. Apart from anything else, before Qin Feng, that Long Ya was a member of the Lin family. If the lady doesn't cooperate, then we can only offend her. The man in the suit obviously received a strict order from his superiors. He had a tough attitude and did not give Lin Mengyao any room to maneuver. And this guy must be taken back as well. Another person stared at Qin Feng and said with undisguised hostility in his eyes. She is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, who has been raised in the love of her family since she was a child. For servants like them, let alone being able to be with Lin Mengyao, even if they just meet her and say a few words to her, it would be enough to brag about for several days. But when they came in just now, they saw Lin Mengyao leaning intimately in Qin Feng's arms. This stark contrast made people feel very uncomfortable. The men in suits thought that Qin Feng must have taken advantage of Lin Mengyao's inexperience and deceived her feelings. This scumbag should not only be captured and brought back to the family for punishment, but also be given a hard time on the way. No, Mr. Lin, you guys take her back. I'll leave now, okay. Qin Feng decisively betrayed Lin Mengyao. Seeing that the attitude of the man in the suit was quite respectful, she knew that even if Lin Mengyao had done something like running away from her marriage, she was still the eldest daughter of the Lin family after all, and it would not have any impact if she was taken back. But it was not certain for her, so she had to make this clear. As a result, the man in the suit despised him for betraying Lin Mengyao, and Lin Mengyao widened her eyes in surprise, looking at Qin Feng with a very aggrieved look. Don't you want me anymore? However, Qin Feng had already seen the threat in her eyes. Could it be that he wants to deduct his salary? Qin Feng was a little surprised by the sudden idea that came to his mind. But the situation did not allow him to continue to think about it, because those people had already surrounded Qin Feng and the others. Lin Mengyao was obviously a decoration with zero fighting power, so the people from the Lin family were only trying to prevent her from escaping in the chaos, and most of them were targeting Qin Feng. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was hesitating whether he should just follow them to the Lin family. After all, if he made things clear, the Lin family shouldn't be so hostile to him, their ex-boyfriend Long Ya. But at this moment, Lin Mengyao unexpectedly used another powerful move. Her aggrieved eyes flickered twice, and suddenly 2 huge tears fell. "You took my body, and now you regret it." Qin Feng, who had just stood up and wanted to explain, was startled and staggered, looking at Lin Mengyao with a ghostly look on his face. "When did this happen? Their most intimate moment was just now, okay? It was Lin Mengyao who threw herself at him." Qin Feng felt completely devastated, but at this point, after hearing what Lin Mengyao said, he knew that explaining to the people who came here wouldn't work. Even if they weren't sure, they definitely wouldn't let him leave. Helplessly, Qin Feng glared at Lin Mengyao fiercely and said, "Follow me. If you don't run away, I won't care about you." Lin Mengyao was overjoyed. From what Qin Feng said, she knew he was planning to take action. Only by looking at her expression did Qin Feng realize that he had underestimated Lin Mengyao before. After all, this girl was from the Lin family and had an extraordinary vision. She knew from the beginning that she was fully capable of dealing with the people sent by the Lin family. Qin Feng's direct statement that he wanted to run away undoubtedly alerted the men in suits who came to look for Lin Mengyao, and they all became alert. However, facing Qin Feng, these are characters who are only slightly more powerful than ordinary bodyguards. Will it really be useful whether they are vigilant or not? Qin Feng didn't even bother warming up and rushed forward with his bare hands. Although he said he didn't care about Lin Mengyao, Qin Feng still held back these people, allowing Lin Mengyao to run out of the door. Estimating that the time was about right, Qin Feng kicked away the person who was entangled with him, and the trajectory of the person's flight just happened to knock over all the people chasing him. Qin Feng didn't delay at all, and rushed out of the door directly, slamming it shut with his backhand. The door of this villa has built-in anti-theft features. Once closed, it requires the owner's fingerprint to open it. These people undoubtedly don't have it, so they were stopped for a moment. Qin Feng knew that they would jump out of the window to chase him soon, so he went straight to the parking lot without any delay. Lin Mengyao was very smart and was already waiting in the car. She had already started the car, but knowingly sat in the passenger seat. Tang Lei jumped in and stepped on the accelerator without saying a word. "When did you change the car?" Qin Feng drove out for a while and found no one following him, so he turned around and asked Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao's face turned pale. She had changed to a more powerful Maserati, but she never thought that someone could drive a car so fast. "Well, weren't you planning to run away? That's why I drove this car back to find you." Lin Mengyao grabbed the handle of the car door tightly and refused to let go no matter what. Fortunately, the villa was not in the city and there were not many vehicles on the road. Qin Feng asked Lin Mengyao to find an electronic map and quickly determined the escape route. Lin Mengyao expressed her strong disapproval of his behavior of looking at the map while driving, but they escaped danger and sped along the road. H City is a national transportation hub. If you want to avoid the Lin family's pursuit, you certainly can't go through the densely populated urban area. If there is a traffic jam, you will have nowhere to cry. Qin Feng took a roundabout way and first found a place to remove the GPS from the car and threw it into the trash can before driving back on the road. "You actually know how to dismantle the locator." Lin Mengyao was surprised. She came to Qin Feng simply because she thought Qin Feng's skills were good enough to buy her some time. Even if she was eventually caught, she could still use her relationship with Qin Feng to delay the matter for a while. If all else failed, she would make things a fait accompli and never marry him off like that. What no one expected was that Qin Feng was actually very good at escaping. Lin Mengyao thought of the removed GPS and looked at the current speed of the car, and knew that the Lin family could not catch up. At least the people sent today can't catch up. Qin Feng finally parked the car near the train station and asked Lin Mengyao to buy tickets. Then the two of them entered the station on time, but did not get on the train. After the train started, they walked out of the station along the passage. Then he immediately took a taxi and left the station. By the time the two got off the car again in the suburbs, Lin Mengyao's face was already full of admiration. "You are so awesome." Looking at her expression, she almost wanted to hug Qin Feng and kiss him twice. Of course Qin Feng was looking forward to her pounce on him, but it turned out that he was overthinking it. "Okay, now they can't find you for the time being, what do you want to do?" Qin Feng asked. It is obviously unrealistic to escape with Lin Mengyao. The power of the Lin family is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if they had just taken an illegal taxi, it would only be a matter of time for the Lin family to find them. Besides, if he keeps taking Lin Mengyao around, then when the Lin family comes looking for him, he will be in the wrong even if there is nothing wrong. If there is no special relationship, why would he keep protecting her? Now Qin Feng wants to hear what Lin Mengyao's plan is. When she said this, Lin Mengyao looked embarrassed. Qin Feng immediately understood what she meant. This girl had no intention of running away. She came to him prepared to be caught and taken home together. Thinking about how he had protected her before, he didn't expect that this girl had no conscience at all. Qin Feng walked forward with a stiff face and didn't say anything. Hey! That! I didn't mean it. I really can't marry him. I'm sorry. Lin Mengyao caught up and grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Your family is wealthy and powerful, but I'm just an ordinary person. What are you going to do if I get caught? Qin Feng asked back. If Lin Mengyao hadn't thought about helping him escape at all and was just using him to buy time, then that would be really heartless. Qin Feng hated being used for no reason. If you're caught, I'll find a way to ask my father to let you go. Even if it means agreeing to marry me, Lin Mengyao said sincerely. She noticed that Qin Feng was a little angry, but if there was any other way, why would she put her hope on a bodyguard she just met? Qin Feng didn't know the situation of the Lin family, but looking at Lin Mengyao's current situation, agreeing to marry her should be her last bargaining chip. Being able to do this for him, there really wasn't much to ask for. However, Qin Feng also knew that if the Lin family really thought that there was something wrong between him and Lin Mengyao, even if she agreed to get married, the Lin family would not really let him go. This girl is quite smart, but unfortunately she has seen too little and is still a little too naive. Forget it, there's a place to stay ahead, let's go together. Qin Feng shook his head, not knowing whether helping Lin Mengyao this time was a good thing or a bad thing. When Lin Mengyao heard about the place to stay, she hesitated for a moment. If she stayed in a hotel or something, it would only take a few minutes for the Lin family to find out. However, she hesitated for a long time and finally did not remind Qin Feng. A person who knows to dismantle the GPS will of course expect that most hotels will have check-in records. Even if it wasn't the Lin family, if it was an ordinary person, they might be able to find it by calling the police. Qin Feng shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. What she didn't know, of course, was Qin Feng's origins. The place Qin Feng took her to was not a hotel, but an abandoned villa. To say it was deserted was a bit of an exaggeration. The truth was, it looked like no one had lived in the villa for a while. Fortunately, it didn't look too dirty. Qin Feng climbed in through the window and opened the door from the inside. What is this place? Lin Mengyao asked curiously as she walked in. A friend's house. Qin Feng said. What about your friends? Lin Mengyao asked again. It was hard to believe that Qin Feng, who cared so much about his salary, would have such friends. He's dead. Chapter 17 Lineal Status. Oh, I'm sorry. Lin Mengyao covered her mouth and apologized. She really didn't expect that the topic would be rather sad. Qin Feng didn't say much, just shook his head and said, it's okay. It looks like someone cleans here regularly. Lin Mengyao touched the table, picked it up and looked at it, but didn't find any dust. Sometimes other friends would come over to stay overnight. Anyway, their house will be inherited after he passed away. Qin Feng walked around the kitchen, found the kettle, boiled a pot of water, and then sat down casually on the sofa. Will we be caught? Lin Mengyao was now a little nervous. Qin Feng seemed to be stunned for a moment, and answered absent-mindedly, the people I can run into are all abroad now. Then who cleans this place? Lin Mengyao felt a little confused. Hourly worker. Qin Feng was speechless. Boss Lin, if you're not tired, why don't you go to the room and see if there's anything missing? I'll go out and buy it later. Lin Mengyao nodded, oh, and then seemed to think of something, but there are no shops nearby. In order to prevent the Lin family from finding out their taxi route, Qin Feng had chosen to get off at a fork in the road some distance from the villa. The distance they had walked was quite long, and they didn't even see a small shop, let alone a shopping mall. There is a gas station 10 kilometers away, and there is a convenience store there, Qin Feng said. Lin Mengyao was surprised. 10 kilometers? That's so far. How about we just not go there for now? As long as there's water or something. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Mengyao grew up in luxury. It was indeed rare for her to take the initiative to say something like, make do with it. However, 10 kilometers is not a particularly far distance for Qin Feng. I have to go over and swipe your card so that people will think we left the gas station. Qin Feng changed his words. Hearing this, Lin Mengyao no longer insisted. She went upstairs to take a look, and when she came back, she made a list for Qin Feng. In order to prevent him from getting tired from carrying too many things, most of the items were toiletries. Qin Feng told her to stay at home and not run around, then took the card and list and went to the toll station. 10 kilometers was just a basic in Qin Feng's previous daily training. Now that he didn't even have to carry any weights, he ran all the way happily. After buying the things, Qin Feng even waited for a while. When a car passed by, he swiped a card to help someone pay, and then slowly walked back from the gas station. When he returned to the villa, he found that Lin Mengyao was a little sad. What's wrong? Qin Feng threw the things on the coffee table. I forgot to ask you to bring food. I found that there is nothing to eat here. Lin Mengyao's meeting place was full of people, but seeing Qin Feng sweating, she really couldn't bring herself to ask him to make another trip. Oh, I bought some snacks, and the food here is not in the kitchen. Qin Feng said, and took out a key from the drawer. Under Lin Mengyao's surprised gaze, he brought back a lot of canned food, compressed biscuits and other things from the garage. There's nothing else, just these things that are easy to store, so I'll make do with it. Qin Feng took out a piece of compressed biscuit and started to eat it with boiling water. This is the second time today I've said, make do, Qin Feng sighed. He finally managed to escape back home, but he didn't expect to have to continue fleeing back home. What a twist of fate. Lin Mengyao looked around while holding the compressed biscuits. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? You don't know how to open it. No, Lin Mengyao replied. If you can't finish this, eat the snacks I brought back. Anyway, you can buy more after you finish eating. You can stay here until you are found. Qin Feng took out a potato chip from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mengyao. He had the impression that girls should like to eat this. Lin Mengyao took it, unwrapped it and started to eat it slowly, occasionally passing 1 or 2 pieces to Qin Feng. Of course, Qin Feng took it without hesitation, and occasionally his lips touched Lin Mengyao's little hand, making Lin Mengyao blush again. Hey, why are you helping me? The two of them finished their meal, but unfortunately there was no internet in the villa, so they could only sit together and chat. You are the boss, how can I not be obedient? Qin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Mengyao glared at him, you're lying. You're so talented, how can you not earn a salary? Qin Feng spread his hands and said, I have powerful enemies, so I can't be too prominent. Isn't this just going to work as a security guard in your company? Lin Mengyao seemed to believe this and said in a panic, what enemies? Today's matter is not a small matter. If Qin Feng is discovered by his enemies, he will feel extremely guilty. Well, anyway, it's very powerful. Qin Feng did not intend to elaborate. Although the Lin family was also in the military, Qin Feng's contact with the Lin family was not deep, so of course he didn't know what to say. Lin Mengyao glanced at him with disdain, clearly feeling that his vague explanation was a fabrication. However, she didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she said, if we're discovered, you'll have to leave immediately. In Lin Mengyao's mind, it should be no problem for Qin Feng to escape alone. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Why, have you changed your mind and want to get married? Go to hell, Lin Mengyao said unhappily, if there's any way, I don't want to marry that guy. How hateful is he? Why do you hate him so much? Qin Feng asked, but he wasn't very curious. In his opinion, Lin Mengyao was just a spoiled young lady throwing a tantrum. With the Lin family's background, if the candidate was really too poor, not only would Lin Mengyao disagree, but the Lin family would not agree either. The most likely scenario is that Lin Mengyao simply dislikes arranged marriages. He's just a particularly arrogant guy. Lin Mengyao thought for a long time but couldn't find any suitable words to describe him. Qin Feng laughed, you have to be strong to be arrogant. Of course not, he's not as good as you. Lin Mengyao was a little dissatisfied with Qin Feng's attitude. This guy didn't even stand on her side. Well, there are many people who are not as good as me. If you want to marry someone who is better than me, it will be really not easy. Qin Feng joked. Lin Mengyao rolled her eyes at him fiercely. Although judging from her perspective, Qin Feng's strength was probably at the level of a special forces soldier, but to say that no one was better than him was more like bragging. Later in the evening, Xu Jingzhong called and asked Qin Feng when he would return to school. Qin Feng said that he had some things to do and was afraid that he would not be able to return for a while. Xu Jingzhong was so perceptive that he immediately noticed something was wrong. What could possibly keep you busy back home? Are you in trouble? Qin Feng silently glanced at the closed door of Lin Mengyao's room across the corridor. Well, strictly speaking, our boss is in some trouble. Xu Jingzhong was stunned for a moment. Your boss? The girl from the Lin family. Yes, Tang Lei replied. No way, what kind of trouble could she be in? Even if there are people in this world who are willing to provoke the Lin family, it is impossible for them to be in China. Xu Jingzhong was surprised. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Then I am one now. The more Xu Jingzhong listened, the more he felt something was wrong. What's wrong with you? How did you get into trouble with the Lin family? Anyway, Lin Mengyao probably had some conflicts with her family and ran away, so I was covering her strategic retreat. Qin Feng half-jokingly told the story. Xu Jingzhong was amazed. That's not bad. Even the Lin family will give Yinlong some face and won't really do anything to you. Qin Feng laughed. If I didn't know this, I wouldn't dare to follow her and make trouble. Nonsense, you are attracted to that girl, right? Otherwise, with your personality, would you take the initiative to provoke the Lin family? Xu Jingzhong was not polite at all and would never miss the opportunity to insult Qin Feng. Qin Feng coughed. No way, how could I fall in love with someone I just met? Besides, she's the daughter of the Lin family. If I fall in love with her, how could I dare to do anything to her? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Xu Jingzhong changed his tone to a more serious one. I advise you not to do anything to her. This girl is not from a side branch, but a direct descendant of the Lin family. And her family has no male heirs this generation. I think she might find someone in the family with a more distant blood relationship to marry. Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really wouldn't do that. Who do you take me for? Pervert, Xu Jingzhong said bluntly, citing examples as evidence. That guy in the organization is still speaking up for you. Don't you know that? When this was mentioned, Qin Feng fell silent. Xu Jingzhong realized that this example was not very appropriate, so he began to laugh it off. Anyway, Lin Mengyao is different from her. The power behind Lin Mengyao is too great. You are just an outsider. Even if you can really marry her, your future life will definitely not be easy. I know. Why do you think I'm stupid? Qin Feng was a little impatient. Of course, Xu Jingzhong said this for his own good, but he really didn't have any bad intentions towards Lin Mengyao. It was she who was the one who dressed sexy and beautifully all day long and wandered around in front of him. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Xu Jingzhong hung up the phone. Qin Feng thought about Xu Jingzhong's words very seriously. Lin Mengyao was a direct descendant of the Lin family. This news was beyond Qin Feng's expectations. He hadn't originally thought that Lin Mengyao held such a high position in the Lin family. After all, she had almost fallen into Sun Hao's trap, which showed that the security forces around Lin Mengyao were not strong. But for a direct descendant, and the only child at that, isn't this too abnormal? What's even more strange is that, normally, even if she is a girl, she would be trained and sent to the army for experience from a young age, but Lin Mengyao doesn't look like she has received any training at all. There must be something wrong here. Qin Feng was a little confused, but since it was an internal matter of the Lin family, he didn't intend to ask more. In this way, the two of them lived peacefully for some time. Qin Feng really enjoyed the opportunity to be alone with the beautiful Lin. He would go out to buy some things every 2 or 3 days, and usually he would stay at home to tease and flirt with Lin Mengyao, living a very comfortable life. On this day, Qin Feng bought some snacks as usual and knocked on the door, but Lin Mengyao did not come to open the door. Chapter 18. You are not my match. What are you doing? Qin Feng asked himself in confusion and chose to climb into their house through the window. The biggest trouble with living in a villa is that it is not easy to find people even if you live under the same roof. Qin Feng put down the snacks and walked around the first floor, but he didn't see Lin Mengyao. Something was wrong. Qin Feng frowned and sped up his search. But just as he was about to go to the second floor, he saw someone coming down the stairs. Who? Qin Feng's vigilance was instantly raised. The pace and actions of the newcomers seemed to have obvious traces of military service. Qin Feng saw this, but he was not very worried about Lin Mengyao's safety. Since they were military personnel, they would not have any ill will towards Lin Mengyao of the Lin family, at least they would not dare to threaten her life. But he was still a little surprised. This place could be said to be very hidden, but it was found. Are you Qin Feng? The visitor did not answer but asked instead. It happens again. Qin Feng frowned. The people who had found him recently all acted as if they knew him inside and out, but he didn't know any of them. This feeling was not good at all. In the military, rank means authority. Qin Feng, once a Dragon Fang, had almost the highest authority. It had been a long time since he had experienced a situation where others knew him while he knew nothing about them. Now, I have just returned to China and have encountered it several times. Who are you? Qin Feng asked back, but whether the other party was willing to admit his identity depended entirely on his mood. Lin Yihai. Someone from the Lin family. So, Lin Mengyao has been taken back by you. Qin Feng was not surprised. Lin Mengyao might not recognize him, but seeing her with a strange man would make the Lin family check his background. Even though he had kept his whereabouts relatively secret after returning to China, it certainly wasn't so secretive that even the Lin family couldn't find out. The Lin family didn't want to confront him head-on, so they secretly took Lin Mengyao away. This should be a normal practice. Even if it was the Lin family, they would have to think twice before touching Qin Feng. Lin Yihai denied Qin Feng's speculation. Oh, not yet, she's on the second floor. Oh. Qin Feng was a little surprised. Since the Lin family had found Lin Mengyao, why couldn't they just take her away? Why did they stay and wait for him? I heard that you are very close to her. Lin Yihai narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of danger. It seems that it was because Lin Mengyao lied that she was his boyfriend. Qin Feng felt helpless when he thought that she actually said in front of those men in suits that he wanted her body. Qin Feng had wanted to explain himself to Lin Yihai, but seeing how hostile he was, he wouldn't back down. As Dragon Fang, he represented the pinnacle of Chinese power. Even though he no longer held that title, his pride remained undiminished. So what? He was indeed wary of and respected the Lin family, but that didn't mean that anyone from the Lin family could be so presumptuous in front of him. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and Qin Feng's whole body revealed a bit of sharpness. This is not a feeling, but a real sharpness. Sometimes, when masters fight, they don't need to resort to direct swords and guns. For someone of Qin Feng's level, his stance and movements can both be the source of his attack, and if there is a loophole in his opponent's stance, it is a good opportunity for him to strike. Lin Yihai actually understood this very well. He stood on the stairs and looked down from above, taking advantage of the terrain. As expected of Dragon Fang, he is quite capable. Lin Yihai still had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of hostility in that smile. Originally, he thought that Lin Mengyao ran away just to avoid getting married, and just found someone and said he was her boyfriend. But after the Lin family's investigation, he found that this was not the case. At Han Tianfeng's birthday party, Lin Mengyao brought Qin Feng to attend and publicly stated that this person was her boyfriend. If this person was really a bodyguard, that would be fine, but after a closer look, it turned out that this person was actually the retired Long Ya. If such a person was not interested in Lin Mengyao, how could he be willing to be her bodyguard? When Lin Yihai learned this, he had already judged that Lin Mengyao might be seriously having an affair with this person. How could a proud Lin Yihai allow his newlywed wife to have an affair with another man? That's why he came here in person today. First, to take Lin Mengyao home, and second, to kill Qin Feng himself. No matter how far he and Lin Mengyao have progressed. So you are the marriage partner arranged by the Lin family. Qin Feng had no idea what Lin Yihai was thinking. He just looked him up and down and didn't think anything was wrong. However, Qin Feng had already experienced Lin Mengyao's willfulness in the past few days. Since she didn't like Lin Yihai, she was going to make a scene. Lin Yihai snorted coldly. Exactly. There was undisguised hostility towards Qin Feng in his eyes. Qin Feng was a little confused. Normally, the Lin family wouldn't be so stupid as to believe Lin Mengyao's obvious excuse. Why did Lin Yihai's attitude seem like he really considered himself a love rival? I know that Meng Yao may just be a playful little girl, but you were wrong to get involved with the daughter of the Lin family. So, you have to pay the price for your stupid mistake. Lin Yihai was already speaking with the attitude of a winner. He does have some confidence. Who doesn't know that most of China's cutting-edge military strength comes from the Lin family? And since Lin Yihai was chosen by the Lin family to be Lin Mengyao's marriage partner, his strength is certainly not weak. So even facing the former Longyear, he didn't think he would lose at all. Where is Qin Feng? Hearing this, he did not express anything. Over the years, many people have provoked him, and he can't get angry every time. Qin Feng didn't respond, but took another step forward. There is no flaw in the opponent's position, but that is when neither side takes action. Qin Feng does not have to wait for the opponent to reveal a flaw, he can take the initiative to create a flaw. One step is nothing considering the distance between the two of them, but seeing through the purpose of this step, Lin Yihai also took a step to the side. If Qin Feng was allowed to get this close, he would appear at an angle that Lin Yihai could not easily guard against. This is a duel between masters, and even the slightest movement is full of danger. Qin Feng watched Lin Yihai take a step back, but he did not stop and took another step forward. But at this step, Lin Yihai found that he could no longer avoid Qin Feng by moving sideways. Unless, step back. But after all these years, no one has ever forced me to retreat in just 2 steps. Lin Yihai discovered how terrifying Qin Feng was. Dragon Fan was indeed worthy of its reputation, but he did not retreat. Instead, he rushed towards Qin Feng. To establish a big advantage by relying solely on positioning, it requires a process of accumulation. Now Qin Feng's positioning is obviously sharper than his own, so there is no need to continue to let him magnify this advantage. Lin Yihai took the initiative to attack. You're really confident. Do you think you can just charge at me and resolve this? When Qin Feng saw Lin Yihai rushing towards him, he knew that his move was not enough to scare him. Instead, it aroused Lin Yihai's fighting spirit. This battle today was inevitable. But he still had the energy to ask this question, which meant that Lin Yihai's route of rushing over was not perfect, and he was unable to resolve the advantage Qin Feng had at the moment. However, this advantage was not big. Lin Yihai rushed down the stairs, which was also Lin Yihai's advantage. For a while, both sides were equal, and neither side took advantage of the other. But, is it really just the same? Seeing Lin Yihai getting closer and closer, Qin Feng suddenly took a step diagonally upwards, and at the same time he took this step, the center of gravity of his body had dropped to an extremely low position. Lin Yihai's forward momentum suddenly stopped, and even his pupils shrank. He originally rushed down from a high place, but Qin Feng's move lowered his center of gravity, which seemed to widen the gap between the two sides. However, Lin Yihai still had 1 step to go before he could enter the range where he could attack. Qin Feng's sudden squat brought himself back to a safe range. Qin Feng, who was squatting like this, was able to attack Lin Yihai, who was right above him. The two sides did not fight directly, but Qin Feng had already taken the initiative. Without any pause, Qin Feng launched a sweeping attack while Lin Yihai was stunned, directly hitting Lin Yihai's lower body. This was certainly not some obscene trick, but was intended to disrupt Lin Yihai's focus. Lin Yihai saw it clearly and jumped on the spot, avoiding Qin Feng's sweep. This move was extremely powerful, and Qin Feng would not be able to stop in time, so he would turn sideways to face Lin Yihai. That would be the time for Lin Yihai to take the initiative to attack. But will Qin Feng do as he wishes? Instead of retracting his leg, he turned his head. Qin Feng did not face Lin Yihai sideways, but with his back to him. Lin Yihai was overjoyed. Before he even landed on the ground, he had already swung his fists. In the air, his legs had no leverage, but he could swing his fists freely. This is the natural response. But just when his fist was about to hit Qin Feng, a leg suddenly swept over from the side of Lin Yihai. Qin Feng actually turned around on the spot, and then followed up with another sweep. This is undoubtedly a very risky move, because it will expose his back to the enemy, but Qin Feng did it anyway. And the benefit was huge. There was no place to gain leverage in the air, and Lin Yihai, who had no time to defend himself after swinging his fists, was hit by the kick and flew to the side. Quick reaction, but too straightforward. Qin Feng praised and followed closely. Quick reaction, naturally, means that Lin Yihai was able to punch back while in mid-air. Too straightforward, however, means that Qin Feng had already seen through his response. Chapter 19, The Shattered Hero's Dream. Lin Yihai, who was kicked away, had a look of anger on his face. Of course, this kick did not cause him much harm. What made him angry was Qin Feng's words. Although he just said it bluntly, what Qin Feng meant was that his response seemed stupid. Lin Yihai didn't wait for himself to land naturally. He rotated his body in the air, touched the ground with his feet, and turned around to meet the oncoming Qin Feng. In close combat, if you wait until you fall freely, you will probably never have the chance to fight back. Qin Feng was not too surprised when he saw Lin Yihai turning around to attack him, nor did he block it. Instead, he went up close and gave him another knee strike. Will it work? In a normal fight, a knee strike, which is a short distance and low height attack, would certainly not be easy to hit, but don't forget that Lin Yihai only received the force from the ground and had no time to adjust his center of gravity. He seemed to be fighting back strongly, but in fact his feet were weak and it was difficult for him to gain leverage. Qin Feng, having seen this clearly, refused to give in, and this knee strike completely hit the target. However, the effect was completely different from the back sweep just now. The back sweep was inconvenient and only sent Lin Yihai flying. However, since the knee strike was not easy to hit, it naturally had a correspondingly powerful destructive force when it hit. Lin Yihai, who was hit hard in the lower abdomen, had to bend down to absorb the huge force of the collision. But Qin Feng did not give him such an opportunity. While he was bending down, he clenched his right fist and hit Lin Yihai on the head. He did hold back some force, otherwise this punch alone would easily be enough to give Lin Yihai a concussion. If Lin Yihai had little training, he might even be killed by this punch. Of course, Qin Feng would not gamble whether Lin Yihai had practiced it before, so he naturally did not take any ruthless action. But Lin Yihai's head was still tilted by the blow, and when he looked up again, he could only see Qin Feng twice. "You are no match for me, just give up," Qin Feng said as he took a few steps back, while of course maintaining a position that allowed him to attack or defend. Just as Qin Feng said just now, Lin Yihai's skills and responses were both top-notch, but unfortunately his responses were too simple and were easily predicted by himself. However, Qin Feng could probably guess why this was the case. Qin Feng had never heard of the name Lin Yihai in places like Yinlong, which meant that Lin Yihai had always stayed within the Lin family. This was understandable, otherwise the Lin family would not have grown to where it is today. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the Lin family is, it is impossible to provide a real special forces environment within the family. Qin Feng and everyone in Yinlong were forged in the hail of bullets. Victory or defeat, to them, was a matter of life and death. It was in such an environment that Lin Yihai's response, which was too natural, seemed too easy to be seen through. If it were an ordinary person, even if he saw through Lin Yihai's next move, he would probably not be able to keep up with Lin Yihai's reaction speed. That's why he was able to stand out in the Lin family and become the young generation that the Lin family valued. Unfortunately, the person he met was Qin Feng, who was the longest holder of the title of Dragon Fang so far. Qin Feng's response speed is definitely not slow. Lin Yihai stopped, but of course not because he wanted to, but because he was dizzy. Even though he held back on that punch, it wasn't something he could take lightly. But Qin Feng's words made him feel unwilling and even more angry. It had been a long time since anyone had said to him, "You are no match for me." Lin Yihai didn't think he had lost at all. Lin Yihai is not like Qin Feng, who has been fighting with real swords and guns for many years. In his eyes, the difference between winning and losing in this battle is not as big as Qin Feng said. It was just that he was caught off guard at the beginning and his focus was disturbed. That was what Lin Yihai felt. Unfortunately, he never thought that this unstable center of gravity was the result of Qin Feng's plan. "You didn't come here alone, did you? Then you won't be able to take Lin Mengyao away," Qin Feng asked again. With Xu Jingzhong's malicious complaints, Qin Feng faced up to his relationship with Lin Mengyao. After spending these few days together, he found that he didn't hate this girl. Qin Feng had spent half his life in the military, with countless missions to complete. He had never done anything according to his own mood, but now it was different. He had left the military and represented himself, so of course he didn't mind being willful for once. So Qin Feng is now quite willing to help Lin Mengyao a little. After all, she is also a good boss. If the Lin family really sent someone to take her back, that would be fine. Even Qin Feng had never thought of confronting the Lin family head-on. But now the Lin family has only sent out such a person. Does that mean their intention to bring Lin Mengyao home is not very firm? Qin Feng felt that he could wait and see. Seeing that Lin Yihai was silent and looked like he would not be able to recover for a while, Qin Feng was too lazy to wait any longer and went upstairs directly. He seemed to have said that Lin Mengyao was upstairs, right? Qin Feng simply didn't wait any longer and slowly retreated upstairs. Lin Yihai was extremely angry when he saw his action. This was exactly the scene from a dark fairy tale where the prince saves the princess but is defeated by the villain. Absolutely cannot tolerate it. But Lin Yihai did not rush up to cause trouble for Qin Feng again. He was still dizzy. It would be really stupid to think of defeating the former Long Ya at this time. Lin Yihai turned around and went downstairs, leaving through the main door without hesitation, without even saying a harsh word. Seeing his actions, Qin Feng frowned. Judging from Lin Yihai's actions just now, he doesn't seem like someone who can tolerate this. What are you planning to do? Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little confused, but no matter what Lin Yihai was going to do, it was more important to find Lin Mengyao now. Arriving on the second floor, Qin Feng found the room where Lin Mengyao usually stayed. The door was not closed, so Qin Feng pushed it open and walked in. He expected to see Lin Mengyao tied up in the room or the door locked, but after walking in, Qin Feng realized that he was wrong. There's no one in the room. Qin Feng quickly checked the other rooms on the second floor again and was shocked to find that Lin Mengyao was no longer in the villa. Lin Yihai is lying. Qin Feng was deeply surprised by this result, because when Lin Yihai spoke to him just now, he had a posture of being sure of victory, and usually people who think they have a sure win rarely leave any tricks up their sleeves. This is exactly why Qin Feng believed that Lin Yihai was not lying. But the reality is that Lin Mengyao is not on the second floor. Why did he lie? Qin Feng was thinking about this problem. Since he lied, there must be a purpose. And the only purpose of Lin Yihai's lie was to make him go upstairs to look for Lin Mengyao. Qin Feng prepared to leave without saying anything. If you are unsure of the other person's intentions, then it is usually best not to give him or her what he or she wants. But it's too late. Qin Feng had just thought of this when he discovered a miniature bomb at the stairs. The reason why he discovered this bomb, which was only half the size of a palm, was naturally because it was about to explode. Boom! Flames and thick smoke suddenly emerged from the villa. Lin Yihai stood in front of the car and sneered. Of course, he didn't expect that he would lose to Qin Feng, but Lin Yihai was not that kind of straightforward young man. On the contrary, in order to climb to this position in the Lin family, he relied on more than just force. So what if it was Longyear? So what if he defeated me? Everything is over. Lin Yihai glanced at the car behind him. Lin Mengyao was tied up in the back seat at the moment. She also saw the thick smoke coming out of the villa and even the glass windows shattered by the shock wave of the explosion. The raging fire enveloped the villa, burning it red. Lin Yihai waited in front of the villa for a long time, but no one escaped. Even if it was Dragon Fang, it would definitely not be able to survive if it was hit by a bomb at close range like that, right? Lin Yihai thought to himself. What do you think? Your lover has died in the villa, and you can't refuse to marry me. Lin Yihai turned and looked at Lin Mengyao. But at this moment, Lin Mengyao had no intention of paying any attention to him. She just stared blankly at the burning villa, with big tears rolling out of her eyes. Even though she was born in the Lin family, she had never witnessed the separation of life and death. Moreover, she knew clearly that the reason why Qin Feng ended up like this was because she wanted to use him as a shield. She really didn't expect that she would kill him. If she had known this would be the result, Lin Mengyao would never have wanted to delay time in this way. She looked at the villa engulfed in flames and couldn't help but think of the guy who had been trudging 10 kilometers to buy her snacks these days. She thought of him shamelessly catching the potato chips she handed him with his mouth, of him remembering her favorite snacks, of him choosing to protect her and escape from marriage without even asking about her background. And this person actually died because of this? Lin Menyao's gaze finally moved from the villa back to Lin Yihai. She used to think that Lin Yihai was arrogant and annoying, but she had never hated him as much as she did today. And what about Lin Yihai who saw this gaze? But he laughed, a very cruel laugh. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you hate me for killing your beloved? Lin Yihai walked closer to the car window and lifted Lin Menyao's chin with one hand. Don't think I really like you. I want to marry you only because you are the direct heir of this generation of the Lin family. In the days to come, I will take good care of you and make you forget this person. Even if he was once Longyear, it's all over now. You, what did you say? Lin Mengyao was shocked. Dragon Tooth. As a member of the Lin family, she certainly knew what Dragon Fang was. She had even said as a child that she would marry Dragon Fang in her lifetime, but that was of course just a young girl's heroic dream, and it wasn't something she could take seriously. Lin Yihai also knew about this, and he told it to Lin Mengyao on purpose, just to make her feel desperate, in revenge for her cheating before marriage. But Lin Mengyao never imagined that one day she would be so close to her dream of being a hero. But in the end, I couldn't reach it. Chapter 20, Climbing High and Falling Hard. Lin Mengyao stared at Lin Yihai, who was pinching her chin, and there was an inexplicable chill in her eyes. Of course, she knew how big the gap was between herself and the man in front of her in terms of fighting power, but at this moment, she didn't want to see Lin Yihai's smug face at all. So, she smiled, without any warning. Why are you laughing? Lin Yihai frowned and applied a little force on his hands. Lin Mengyao felt a little pain from being pinched and frowned subconsciously. Do you think you can succeed just by taking me back? Do you think that just because you are a side branch, you can really force me to marry you if I really refuse to obey? Lin Mengyao sneered. She was absolutely certain that even her father wanted her to marry Lin Yihai only because he was the most outstanding of the younger generation of the Lin family. He chose Lin Yihai in order to maintain the purity of the Lin family's bloodline. However, he would never ignore the fact that Lin Mengyao was the only direct descendant of the Lin family. Lin Mengyao refused to obey, so using her life in exchange for this marriage would be a loss for the Lin family no matter what. Moreover, although the Lin family was still a whole, the power within the family was not solely held by the head of the family. If anything happened to Lin Mengyao, it would be equivalent to the head of the family losing power, with no room for recovery. Will they accept it? Of course not. So it seems that Lin Mengyao ran away from home and rejected the engagement out of spite, but Lin Mengyao knew that her attitude might not bring about much change. But what if she was stronger and more resolute? Then, it will never be ignored. Lin Yihai was stunned for a moment, then his expression turned somewhat malicious. He had never imagined that Lin Mengyao would say such cruel words. As a member of the Lin family, Lin Mengyao should have known from a young age that her marriage might not be exactly what she wanted. This concept had been forcefully instilled into her mind by her family long before she even understood what love was. But now Lin Mengyao actually said that she would die to resist the marriage. Because of that Qin Feng. Lin Yihai's face almost turned green. If he lost the fight to Qin Feng, he didn't think it was a problem, because in the end Qin Feng also died under the bomb, and the final victory still belonged to him. But what Lin Mengyao said was what really embarrassed Lin Yihai. Even if he killed Qin Feng, Lin Mengyao would not marry him. Naturally, Lin Yihai, a descendant of the Lin family, would never be able to approach the pinnacle of power in the Lin family. He absolutely could not accept such a result. Should we kill Lin Mengyao now? In his rage, Lin Yihai had considered this, but even if he did so, it would not have undone the situation. Because if Lin Mengyao died, then he, the one who came out to look for her, would have the most direct responsibility. She must arrive at the Lin family safely, otherwise Lin Yihai will lose more than he gains. Indeed, if you die, I'll never be able to get close to the Lin family's inner circle again. Lin Yihai actually agreed with Lin Mengyao's words. He ran his fingertips across Lin Mengyao's cheek, but don't forget, without any military power, you're just a tool for marriage. The Lin family only wants your direct bloodline, not you. Lin Yihai suddenly leaned over and approached Lin Mengyao. What if you have my child and the birth goes smoothly? Then even if you die, your child will be the heir to the Lin family. What use will you be to me, Lin Mengyao? He was so close that Lin Mengyao could feel his intense breathing due to his excitement. But thinking of what he said, Lin Mengyao was finally moved. That's right, she didn't join the army, so for the Lin family, her special status was limited to bloodline. In addition, she had no support from the military, and she didn't have any direct subordinates of her own in the family. Lin Mengyao was horrified to find that what Lin Yihai said would most likely come true if he could do it. You? Lin Yihai pinched the back of Lin Mengyao's neck with one hand, but his face kept getting closer. What is he going to do? Lin Mengyao's eyes finally revealed fear. Hey, you dare to touch my boss in front of me? A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Not only Lin Yihai, but even Lin Mengyao was shocked. Lin Mengyao's words irritated Lin Yihai's nerves. He was too excited and didn't notice that someone was approaching behind him. And this voice, damn it, is so familiar. Qin Feng. He's not dead. This was the first thought that flashed through Lin Yihai's mind. The next moment, he made the only reaction he could and dodged to the side. He didn't think that Qin Feng's sudden voice, which exposed his position, was just for the purpose of talking nonsense, otherwise he wouldn't have had to get behind him first. Bang! The sound of fists hitting muscles was heard. I told you, your response is too easy to see through. Qin Feng's voice still came from behind Lin Yihai. If someone saw it, they would find that Lin Yihai's quick sideways step was completely synchronized with Qin Feng's sideways move. At that time, Qin Feng's fist had already been thrown. The reason why he was able to maintain such synchronization was entirely because Qin Feng had fully anticipated Lin Yihai's reaction. How could it be? Lin Yihai was hit by the punch and felt a dull pain in his back. Just now in the villa, Qin Feng's punches and kicks were not completely inferior to Lin Yihai's, but there had never been any attack that made him feel so difficult to resist. This punch clearly injured his internal organs. Lin Yihai was shocked. My ability to withstand blows is quite outstanding, but Qin Feng was able to injure me. Does that mean that he held back in the villa just now and didn't use his full strength? But Qin Feng didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense, and immediately followed up with another knee strike, directly hitting Lin Yihai's lower back. This is the spine. From a neurological perspective, it can be considered the second most important part of the body besides the brain. Qin Feng's blow was merciless. He felt a sharp pain, and just as he was about to exert force, his leg softened, and he fell to his knees, losing his strength. This is. Lin Yihai was panicked. Just now, he felt that his internal organs were injured by Qin Feng, and he just thought that Qin Feng's sneak attack was too unexpected, and it was only natural that he suffered a little loss. But after this knee strike, his legs were paralyzed to the point that he couldn't use any strength. Could it be that Qin Feng actually injured his spine? This is definitely not an internal injury, it is an injury that will cause paralysis for life. Lin Yihai roared, but he could do nothing at the moment. Qin Feng had already let him go, letting Lin Yihai fall to the ground. Only then did I have time to check on Lin Mengyao's condition. Lin Mengyao was tied to the car with ropes. While she couldn't be said to be immobile, her space for movement was limited. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes, as she looked at Qin Feng, were filled with worry and surprise. Tear marks still lingered on her cheeks, and 2 new lines of tears, as if she were crying with joy, were added. What are you doing? I won't die that easily, Qin Feng smiled. But in fact, everything that happened just now was far from as easy as Qin Feng appeared. By the time he discovered the bomb, it was already too late. It was on the verge of exploding. If Qin Feng had simply found a place to hide, even if he hadn't been hit directly by the explosion, he would have been hit by various objects flying around in the villa. If he was lucky, he would have only suffered minor injuries, but he would have been trapped in the villa by the fire. If he was unlucky, he would have been hit directly by a larger object and died on the spot. So at that critical moment, Qin Feng didn't hide at all, but jumped up as fast as he could. He had already seen that there was a window behind him. The shock wave of the explosion came and Qin Feng was blown out of the window directly, but fortunately it was only on the 2nd floor. Even with the force of the explosion, Qin Feng could still achieve a soft landing. If these were made into a movie, it would definitely be very cool. But at the moment, his condition looked so cool. Qin Feng was blown out of the glass window, his body covered with wounds of varying sizes, blood constantly flowing down, staining most of the t-shirt he was wearing on his upper body blood red. But at least he survived, so there was no need to take these superficial injuries seriously. After confirming that Lin Mengyao was fine, Qin Feng turned back to look at Lin Yihai, who was kneeling on the ground. The injury to the spine most likely means that Lin Yihai is already useless. The lightest consequence of spinal damage is hemiplegia. Being paralyzed on one side of his body meant that Lin Yihai, who came from the Lin family, would never have any chance to make a name for himself again in the rest of his life. The Lin family was not the kind of place that would keep a disabled person. Especially since Lin Yihai was a young man who had risen to a high position in the Lin family due to his own strength. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you will fall. But there wasn't a trace of pity in Qin Feng's eyes. It was not just because Lin Yihai wanted to kill him, but also because of the villa that was now engulfed in flames. Lin Mengyao also saw the anger in Qin Feng's eyes when he looked back at the villa. However, Qin Feng's anger was very calm. He did not shout loudly. Instead, he taught Lin Yihai a lesson in the most straightforward way. He didn't even try to kill him, because Qin Feng knew that such a result would be more terrifying than death for Lin Yihai. Qin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Lin Yihai's eyes were about to spit fire, but as he knelt on the ground, his provocation seemed so pale and powerless. Chapter 21 The Storm is Coming. Qin Feng didn't even pay attention to him. He found his cell phone in the car and threw it in front of Lin Yihai. Call for help, I'm waiting for you to kill me, Qin Feng said with a smile. But at this moment, his smile was completely cruel to Lin Yihai. Calling for help was such a humiliation for Lin Yihai. Moreover, when he finished the call, the people who came to rescue him saw a man kneeling on the ground, powerless to resist. Such a strong contrast, and thinking about Lin Yihai, who usually behaves in a strong manner in the Lin family, even Qin Feng could probably imagine the visitor's expression. Furthermore, if the rescuers had arrived a little later, would Lin Yihai, whose lower body was already numb, have lost control of his bowels and bladder? Thinking of that scene, Lin Yihai even hoped to die here. However, Qin Feng did not wait for him to make a decision. He just threw the phone to him, then Qin Feng untied the rope that tied Lin Mengyao, and even removed the GPS in the car in front of Lin Yihai, and then drove away calmly. Although it dealt a heavy blow to Lin Yihai mentally, Qin Feng's current condition was not optimistic. The shards of glass from the explosion were flying at extremely high speeds, and their destructive power could not be underestimated. Qin Feng was only able to protect key parts like his eyes, and there was no telling how much glass had penetrated his body. Just the wound on his shoulder alone was a palm-sized piece of glass that had penetrated directly into him. This injury was the reason why he chose to attack Lin Yihai from behind. His condition was not suitable for close combat. The first problem Qin Feng faced now was to find a place to clean up the glass shards on his body. Of course, he needed to find a hospital as soon as possible. As for Lin Mengyao, compared to the Lin family who had already sent Lin Yihai to act alone, they would not send people to catch up so quickly. Hey, stop crying. You are the boss. Qin Feng was driving and could still check Lin Mengyao's situation through the rearview mirror. Lin Mengyao wiped away her tears and said, "Who is crying? There is sand in your eyes." Qin Feng laughed, "Got sand in both eyes. When did the sandstorm start in H City?" "Hey, you, I'm worried about you," Lin Mengyao said angrily, unable to hold it in any longer. "Isn't everything fine now?" Qin Feng said in a nonchalant tone again, "How are you? I've already beaten up the man you're going to marry. You don't have to hide anymore, right?" The main reason why Lin Mengyao ran away from home was because of this engagement. But now Lin Yihai is already disabled, Qin Feng doesn't believe that the Lin family will marry Lin Mengyao to a disabled man. After he reminded her, Lin Mengyao suddenly realized what Qin Feng had just done. He actually beat Lin Yihai to a pulp. Lin Menyao's face was full of shock, but she became even more worried about Qin Feng. Others don't know Lin Yihai's identity, but Lin Mengyao knows. Although she could confidently say that Lin Yihai was a branch of the Lin family when facing him, that was relative to Lin Mengyao. If he was really a fringe member with no connection at all, then no matter how powerful he was, he would never have the chance to marry Lin Mengyao. The Lin family, as China's #1 martial arts family, has inevitably encountered a problem as it has developed to this day. The family line represented by Lin Mengyao had maintained a close cooperative relationship with the military from a very early stage and was highly regarded by the military. However, with great power, it was inevitable that some people would have more expectations. Among the branches of the Lin family, some members had never joined the army, but gradually there emerged a group that wanted to compete with the military and get involved in the political power. And Lin Yihai just happens to be from this group of people. The main reason for Lin Mengyao and Lin Yihai's engagement this time was that Lin Mengyao did not join the army. This led to the branch lineage gaining some advantages among the new generation, forcing the head of the family to compromise and prepare to marry Lin Mengyao. Of course, this does not mean that the Lin family's position has changed. It's just that the boundary between the direct line and the branch line has been blurred. For the branch line, this means that they have a stronger say in the core circle of the Lin family. For the direct line, it also eases the embarrassing situation of no one in Lin Mengyao's generation joining the army. This is a reconciliation between the two factions. But until today, knowing that Qin Feng had beaten Lin Yihai seriously, I am afraid that the compromise that was finally negotiated will be broken again. There is no need to mention the direct line, but as for the branch line, they have lost the opportunity to get close to the core circle of the Lin family, and I am afraid they hate Qin Feng to death now. You attacked Lin Yihai, be careful of their revenge, Lin Mengyao said hesitantly. She already knew that Qin Feng was referring to Longyear. She shouldn't have worried about him so much, but Lin Mengyao, who grew up in the Lin family, was well aware of the Lin family's terrifying power. No matter how powerful Qin Feng was, he was just one person. Don't you trust me? Qin Feng said half-jokingly. Lin Mengyao shook her head desperately, but, since you are Longyear, you must know the Lin family. If you provoke them, you will be in big trouble. For me, it's not worth it. Qin Feng paused. It seemed that Lin Yihai had revealed his identity, but he did not agree with Lin Mengyao's statement. This is not the point. Qin Feng said. Lin Mengyao was stunned. Then what's the point? The point is that he shouldn't have destroyed the house, Qin Feng said in a firm tone. Lin Mengyao was stunned again. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to give such an answer. So it wasn't for her? Sure enough, she was overthinking it. That house is very important to you, right? Lin Menyao's eyes darkened and she changed the subject. Qin Feng nodded, yes, it's very important. After that, the two of them didn't say anything more. Qin Feng found a hospital to clean and bandage the wound. As he expected, no one said anything about taking Lin Mengyao home. Qin Feng still lived in Lin Mengyao's house and served as her bodyguard. Everything was as calm as if nothing had happened, except for Lin Mengyao, who seemed extremely anxious. She knew the Lin family's branches well, and it was not difficult to imagine that wanting to break away from the military's control was an act of disloyalty in itself, not to mention provoking family infighting to break away from the military, which was even more unfilial and unrighteous. To Lin Mengyao, the people from the branch were all guys with bad intentions. Qin Feng ruined the plans of these guys, so it is absolutely impossible that they really did not take any action at all. The recent days have been so peaceful that Lin Mengyao feels uneasy and has a sense of crisis that a storm is about to come. Mr. Lin, the pen fell. Qin Feng coughed and reminded him. Lin Mengyao hasn't been paying much attention to her work lately, and she gets distracted from time to time. Not only did he notice it, but even the secretary Hua Xining could see it. However, what is even more obvious is that Lin Mengyao's attitude towards Qin Feng is completely different from before. If she just trusted this bodyguard a little too much before, the current situation is a bit too wrong. Hua Xining extremely suspects that Qin Feng and Lin Mengyao have some improper relationship. That guy is really not a good person. Hua Xining was firm in his judgment and waited until Lin Mengyao picked up the pen before continuing to report on today's itinerary. There was a meeting in the afternoon and a dinner in the evening, both about an advertising project. If it could be taken on, it would be a lucrative one. Under normal circumstances, Lin Mengyao would have been fully focused and wouldn't have been like this, distracted by the itinerary. You should know that this itinerary is not just about reporting what time to go where to meet whom. For Hua Xining, her job goes far beyond this. Lin Mengyao's Tianfeng group primarily operates in the entertainment industry. In this industry, personal connections are crucial, not just for company strength. Therefore, whether it's a dinner or a meeting, it's crucial to be familiar with the preferences and habits of key attendees. Even if you can't cater to their preferences, you must avoid offending them. Generally speaking, Lin Mengyao would take note of these contents carefully, but why is she so absent-minded today? If it was just ordinary absent-mindedness, it would be nothing, but Hua Xining noticed that Lin Mengyao's eyes were on Qin Feng for 7 or 8 seconds out of 10. This was a bit too much. What happened to the clear distinction between public and private? Hua Xining regards the strong woman Lin Mengyao as his idol. It was all the fault of the villain Qin Feng, Hua Xining thought. Therefore, after finally reporting the itinerary, Hua Xining had no way of knowing how much Lin Mengyao had heard, so he could only stop Qin Feng outside the meeting room. What's wrong? Qin Feng looked at the girl who was a little too arrogant. He didn't like such women, especially those whose own strength did not match their arrogance. Hua Xining stared at Qin Feng. What did you do to Mr. Lin? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh a little. What can I do to her? Besides, even if I do something, what does it have to do with you? Humph, Hua Xining looked at Qin Feng with disdain. I'm President Lin's secretary, so of course I have to be on guard against villains like you. Qin Feng was speechless. He was truly ignorant and fearless. However, he and Lin Mengyao were not in the same world as Huasai Ning. This girl may really not know that the huge and unshakable Tianfeng group in her eyes is not that important to Lin Mengyao. Compared with the Lin family, the Tianfeng group, which cannot even match the financial resources of the Sun family, is really nothing. Then you continue to be on guard, but it's best not to block my way all the time. I have a bad temper, Qin Feng said perfunctorily and passed directly in front of Huasai Ning. Chapter 22 A Great Opportunity. Who's blocking your way? Huasai Ning jumped up and down. Although it was clearly her who stopped Qin Feng, the phrase, blocking the road, whether intentional or not, reminded people of the saying that a good dog does not block the road, and therefore sounded particularly ironic. Huasai Ning rushed to chase him, but she immediately found that she could not catch up with Qin Feng at all. He was clearly walking, but at that speed, Huasai Ning couldn't catch up at all unless he tried his best. Watching Qin Feng slip away from him, Huasai Ning felt even more frustrated. Even she herself didn't know why she treated Qin Feng so badly. Perhaps it was because he was just a security guard, but he had more say than a professional secretary like her in front of Lin Mengyao. How could she swallow this? But she was not the one who just knew how to make trouble. On the contrary, after the experience of being strangled by Qin Feng last time, Huasai Ning had learned not to confront Qin Feng head-on. He is just a security guard. No matter how much trust he has from the president, it cannot cover up his shortcomings in ability. Lin Mengyao always gives decision-making power to this kind of person, and sooner or later he will reveal his flaws. And this gathering tonight is a perfect opportunity. Tianfeng Group is about to take over the advertising planning and production of an ice cream company, but coincidentally, the boss of this company is also a woman, and a young woman at that. Bringing a bodyguard to such an occasion would be a bit inappropriate. Especially with a bodyguard like Qin Feng present, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the distance between the two women. But when it was proposed just now, it was directly refuted by Qin Feng. The reason was ridiculous. Lin Mengyao's safety should be the most important thing under any circumstances. The importance of this contract could not be compared with Lin Mengyao's safety, so Qin Feng had to be present. Of course, Huasai Ning would not think that Lin Mengyao's safety was less important than the contract. The problem was, it was just a business gathering. Where was the danger? In Huasai Ning's opinion, Qin Feng's words were just a self-aggrandizement without considering the actual situation, as if Lin Mengyao could not leave him at all. Therefore, Huasai Ning refuted it without hesitation. But in the end, Lin Mengyao listened to Qin Feng and decided to take him with her. Why is this happening? Huasai Ning simply can't figure it out. But now Qin Feng has left. As the president's secretary, Huasai Ning will certainly not miss the party tonight. Now she just wants to prepare well for the party tonight. Then just wait and see how Qin Feng, this unpopular guy, offends the other boss. If there were any mistakes in his work, Mr. Lin's trust in him would have been reduced. Huasai Ning was full of confidence, and suddenly he didn't care so much about Qin Feng's behavior of slipping away just now. Go ahead and let us see what you'll do tonight, Huasai Ning complained in his heart. With this major event in the evening, it is of course impossible to arrange any overly heavy work during the day. Lin Mengyao just finished processing the company's daily documents in the office, and then she and Qin Feng changed into their evening party clothes and went to attend the party. Because the other person was also a woman, Lin Mengyao did not dress very conspicuously. Lin Mengyao was wearing a white, strapless tulle dress. While the cut was conventional, the hem was delicately embroidered with a circle of silver thread, making the dress appear less plain. Her long hair was braided in a European style, pulled back simply and tied with a white ribbon. But this simple hairstyle, combined with Lin Mengyao's temperament, actually looks very delicate and layered. Her every frown and smile always echoes with this outfit without any abruptness. She is as beautiful as any star tonight. This outfit wasn't ostentatious at all, but it was precisely because of this unassuming look that Lin Mengyao's inherent beauty was revealed. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be calm. Because of calmness, there is no need to deliberately submit, so the beauty is the same from any angle. Qin Feng circled Lin Mengyao twice and said, "Very beautiful." It was a very objective evaluation. Lin Mengyao didn't say anything, but turned around secretly, pursed her lips, and showed a slightly shy smile. This detail did not escape the eyes of Huasai Ning, who was also a woman. She did not expect that even a woman like Lin Mengyao would be attracted by male beauty. Wasai Ning hated her for not fighting back. However, the party was about to begin, and Wasai Ning would not do anything outside the rules at this time. Lin Mengyao took the lead, followed by Qin Feng, and Wasai Ning entered the party hall third. Of course, this gathering is not just for the contract of Tianfeng Group. In fact, today this is the home ground of Zunyin Group. Zunyin Group is one of the top entertainment giants in China. Today's gathering is actually to announce the launch of a project of Zunyin Group. This project seems to be very large and involves many entertainment companies, so many companies with some status and strength in the industry were invited. Today, the Tianfeng Group was looking to collaborate with another leader in the food industry, the Master Group. They had been invited to visit the Zunyin Group for a gift and to find a commercial producer for their new ice cream product. The Master Group came here at the invitation of the Zunyin Group and was a guest of honor. The reason why Tianfeng Group came here was only because Master Group had the intention to cooperate with their company, but they could not spare a special schedule to deal with this intention, so they simply asked Zunyin Group for a quota for Tianfeng Group, allowing them to come to watch the ceremony and discuss cooperation. After all, Tianfeng Group is too insignificant in this gathering of leading national enterprises, so insignificant that it can be ignored. However, Lin Mengyao's entrance could not be ignored at all. The announcer seemed to have never seen the name of this company before. Tianfeng Group, is it some new company? He wondered in his mind, but still read out the name of the visitor in a clear and articulate tone: Chairman and General Manager of Tianfeng Group, Lin Mengyao. This is a somewhat unfamiliar name and company in the top business circle. Therefore, only a few people looked up to see who was coming in. However, those who saw it immediately exclaimed in amazement, and then others began to look for the source of the exclamation, and more people saw the white figure standing at the door. Exquisite and beautiful. The banquet had not started yet, but since it was a ceremony to launch a project, it could not be low-key in any way. In the bright lights, Lin Mengyao walked in from the night outside. She was clearly not wearing heavy makeup, but she instantly caught everyone's attention. Even under the gazes of so many people, Lin Mengyao still did not lose her composure. She calmly followed the instructions of the waiter in front of her and went to the seat assigned to her. Everyone's eyes did not move away for a while, but when they saw that seat, everyone was surprised again. Damn, those marginal seats. Why would such a celestial being be assigned to a place like that? Surely the organizers must have made a mistake. But Lin Mengyao sat down. It was such a natural action she didn't think there was anything wrong. Although the Lin family was a top power in China, the Tianfeng Group founded by Lin Mengyao had never relied on the Lin family's power. Given the strength of the Tianfeng Group, it was only natural for it to sit on the edge. Who is that? Someone began to whisper. It seems that the name just read was Lin Mengyao. Who is this person? Obviously no one had heard of this name. Most of the representatives here are from the top groups in China's business circle. It is normal that they have never heard of a local company in H city. I don't know. Since we didn't come to a conclusion, fewer people asked questions in the end. Anyway, we already knew the name, and if we really wanted to know, we could always look it up after the meeting. Only Lin Mengyao was sitting in her seat, looking around, as if she was looking for something. Are you looking for someone from the Master Group? Qin Feng asked. Lin Mengyao nodded. I think you don't need to look for one. Although Qin Feng was just a bodyguard, the venue of Zunyin Group was very grandly decorated and not many people were invited, so he still had a seat next to Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao was puzzled. Why? Your appearance is so high profile, I think they should have noticed you. If they are interested, they will come over. Qin Feng said. However, his reason for this judgment was actually stronger, because he had seen several people walking towards this side. It's impossible to tell the person's identity, but anyone who comes here now is either from the Master Group, or is amazed by Lin Mengyao's appearance and comes over to talk to her. Qin Feng is more inclined to the latter, because everyone present is a successful businessman. Lin Mengyao's appearance is indeed very eye-catching, but it is just eye-catching. Here, no one would rashly approach a stranger. Qin Feng's guess turned out to be correct. One of the people who came over was dressed in bold clothes with dark eyebrows and red lips. She looked sexy yet steady. She was wearing a black long skirt with a very smooth texture. As she walked over, just a slight breath of air made her skirt roll and fly, and a graceful curve could be vaguely seen in it. Slender figure, majestic aura. These two things that sound a bit contradictory are perfectly unified in this woman. Does this look like a CEO style? Qin Feng smiled. Two beauties with completely different styles appeared beside him. It was really pleasing to the eyes. Although Lin Mengyao is also the president, there is always a softer side to her character. But the one coming over now seemed more charming and powerful. Chapter 23: The Secret That Cannot Be Told. Is this Mr. Lin? The man stopped in front of Lin Mengyao. This was the first time Lin Mengyao met her, but just by looking at her appearance, she knew that the person was Jenny, the president of Master Group. Hello, is this Jenny? Lin Mengyao certainly couldn't respond while sitting down, so she stood up as well. Jenny smiled and sat down next to her. I didn't expect that President Lin would be so eye-catching. Lin Mengyao wasn't sure what the other party meant, so she smiled modestly and didn't respond. Jenny seemed to be quite outgoing, so she didn't need Lin Mengyao to start a conversation. She just said, I remember Mr. Lin came here today to discuss the ice cream advertising plan, right? Yeah, Lin Mengyao was a little confused about this rhythm for a moment. Logically speaking, the two parties had no previous cooperation and would not talk about the contract at the beginning. But what was going on with Jenny's pattern of getting straight to the point? Lin Mengyao was a little confused. The situation did not allow Lin Mengyao to remain confused. Jenny had already started the conversation. If Lin Mengyao continued to respond conservatively, it would make people think she was too slow. But it's thanks to you that I have the opportunity to see the scene here. Jenny smiled nonchalantly and said, that's not a big deal. What she meant was that giving Tianfeng Group a seat was just a piece of cake. Hua Xining felt that Jenny's words were somewhat disparaging of the Tianfeng Group, but Qin Feng and Lin Mengyao didn't think so. Jenny's words were actually a way of showing off her ability to give Tianfeng Group a seat. In other words, Lin Mengyao's flattery was spot on, but Jenny didn't act complacent. Instead, she treated it with a feigned disdain. This was just pretense at a higher level, but Lin Mengyao had already mastered the rhythm of the conversation. Since Jenny fell for it, the next thing would be easy. Tianfeng Group has a lot to brag about when it comes to their master group. Lin Mengyao did not hesitate to praise it. After all, she was telling the truth and she was not lying at all. Jenny, on the other hand, was having a great time chatting and even sat there when the ceremony started. She accepted all of Lin Mengyao's compliments, but apart from the very beginning, she never mentioned any further collaboration. Lin Mengyao was not unaware of this, but she continued to flatter Jenny about all sorts of things. This was just a necessary tactic in the business world, and Qin Feng didn't see anything wrong with this humble flattery. For Lin Mengyao, there is no problem at all. Ever since Tianfeng Group decided not to rely on the Lin family, Lin Mengyao has never been so arrogant in the business world. However, this kind of meaningless topic is certainly not attractive to Qin Feng. His eyes wandered around the room aimlessly, and finally he spotted Sun Hao's figure not far ahead. Why is this guy here? Qin Feng instantly became alert. But then he thought, given the Sun family's status in H City, it's not surprising that they have a position here. Sun Hao's appearance here is very reasonable, but Qin Feng has no intention of letting down his guard. Sun Bing is very upright, but Sun Hao is very different. Qin Feng's caution paid off not long after. The project launching ceremony of Zunyan Group was quite grand, and there were even some talent shows in the middle. It was during the interval of these performances that Sun Hao found an opportunity to come over here. Not only Qin Feng noticed it, but Lin Mengyao also noticed it. But with Jenny by my side, it would be hard to just turn around and leave. Oh, Mr. Lin, I'm surprised to see you here, Sun Hao said carelessly as he sat down on a stool in front of Lin Mengyao. However, his words were meant to criticize Lin Mengyao, saying that Tianfeng Group was not qualified to be listed here. Jenny looked Sun Hao up and down, not having much impression of him. However, since he was here, his status must be not much different, so she smiled politely. Sun Hao turned his gaze to Qin Feng again, making a rather surprised expression. Ms. Lin brought her boyfriend with her. At Han Tianfeng's birthday party, Lin Mengyao said in person that Qin Feng was her boyfriend. Almost everyone in the H City business circle knew about this, and there was no denying it. Lin Mengyao was a little embarrassed. It's not that she felt embarrassed because Sun Hao said Qin Feng was her boyfriend. The embarrassing thing was that she brought her boyfriend to such an occasion, which was a bit too amateurish. Even though it's a party, it's also a business setting, so attending a party is work. Bringing your boyfriend to work is not only inappropriate, but also unprofessional. Lin Mengyao and Jenny have just met and are in the initial stage of contact. This unprofessional and amateur attitude will have a huge impact on their cooperative relationship. Sure enough, Jenny's expression changed immediately. Although it was not as exaggerated as her facial expression, the sense of distance before and after was completely different. Huasai Ning secretly glared at Qin Feng, thinking that this guy really shouldn't have come here. For a moment, she didn't even have time to think about where the rumor that Qin Feng was Lin Mengyao's boyfriend came from, but instead put all the blame on Qin Feng. If this guy hadn't come, he wouldn't have been mistaken for Ms. Lin's boyfriend, and he wouldn't have been pointed out. Huasai Ning could sense the change in Jenny's attitude. Was this contract, which was of milestone significance to the Tianfeng group, going to fail because of this impression point? Huasai Ning would not allow this to happen. So she quickly explained, "You must have misunderstood. This man is our company's security guard. He was recently promoted to be Mr. Lin's bodyguard. He was just a bodyguard. Anyway, the two of them hadn't had any close contact since the party. Everyone should believe this statement." Huasai Ning was firm in his thoughts. But the moment she finished speaking, Lin Mengyao's face really darkened. Jenny glanced at Qin Feng and said, "This bodyguard looks very powerful." The compliment was meaningless, but Qin Feng didn't have the slightest intention to flatter. I really wanted to pick up Huasai Ning and throw him out of the door. This response couldn't be more stupid. Qin Feng was originally thinking about playing the role of Lin Mengyao's boyfriend. Anyway, he didn't do anything out of line after he came. Even if it seemed that Lin Mengyao was not very professional, it was just a personal issue. Whether Jenny minded or not, it didn't matter. In any case, the impact would not be as big as it is now. Huasai Ning explained that Qin Feng was a bodyguard, but Sun Hao said that Qin Feng was Lin Mengyao's boyfriend. Whose words are more credible between these two people? Jenny chose Sun Hao without any hesitation. The entire upper-class circle of H-City knew that Qin Feng attended Han Tianfeng's birthday party as Lin Mengyao's boyfriend, and he also taught a lesson to Chu Jinghuan, the wretched guy who tried to touch Lin Mengyao. These are not secrets to Jenny at all, she will find out once she checks. Originally, Lin Mengyao's image was just a little amateurish, but isn't Huaxining's explanation a complete deception and concealment? If we can still sign the contract in this situation, that would be crazy. Lin Mengyao was in a daze, but Qin Feng reacted quickly and put his arm around Lin Mengyao's waist. "Har har, it seems that you haven't told anyone that I came to your company specifically to be a bodyguard," Qin Feng said to Lin Mengyao with a doting smile on his face. Lin Mengyao and him had been together for the past few days, so they must have developed a tacit understanding. So she just smiled and said, "Do you, a bodyguard, need a special introduction?" The expression was spot on, and it looked like they were just a couple arguing and teasing each other. But anyway, we have to admit that we are a couple. If Jenny finds out first, then we will be doomed. Huasai Ning was surprised, while Jenny took another look at Qin Feng. Isn't this just Lin Mengyao's boyfriend? A seasoned eye. Qin Feng made an evaluation in his heart. Jenny realized in an instant that what Qin Feng and Huasai Ning said were probably true, but it was Qin Feng who reacted the fastest and saved the situation. Lin Mengyao hesitated for a moment. He used to. What should she make up? She couldn't just say he was Hidden Dragon, could she? Ahem, dear, Qin Feng decisively interrupted Lin Mengyao, "That's a state secret, you can't tell me." What he said was indeed true, but unfortunately there was another person sitting next to him, Sun Hao. He laughed without hiding his laughter, and his laughter was very exaggerated, attracting many people's attention. The Sun family seemed to have a good relationship with Zunyan Group. Sun Hao said to their leader half-jokingly, "Someone here says their work is a state secret. When did you get involved with such a great person?" Anyway, it was entertainment time, and no one questioned his strange topic. Everyone looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned. It is true that he is no longer a hidden dragon, but he is definitely not so high profile as to attract onlookers. Furthermore, Sun Hao's words directly implied that he was bragging. Although Jenny didn't show any obvious suspicion, who knew what these business-experienced guys were thinking? "Oh, state secrets, what does that have to do with anything? I do have a nephew who is researching missiles," someone said at the table. "You can't say this, right? Who says their work is a state secret? Looks like a bodyguard." Har har har. Everyone burst into laughter, and someone asked who the bodyguard was. Someone sitting closer to the guest registration desk asked, and someone immediately answered, Lin Mengyao. Perhaps because of her stunning appearance, many people still remembered Lin Mengyao's name. This led to a heated discussion. Har, this bodyguard has quite a background. It seems Lin Mengyao is no ordinary person, either. Everyone joked, but that wasn't what they meant. A guy who can carry out state-secret missions comes to be a bodyguard. It's not that he is crazy, but that his employer is crazy. This was clearly a liar, yet she was brought to such an occasion. It was clear that Lin Mengyao's brain wasn't working very well, as most people had labeled this beauty of ours. If it's about picking up girls, you can try approaching them, but for business cooperation, forget it, that's what most people think. Lin Mengyao's situation is not good. Chapter 24, Chilling the Old Man's Heart. Qin Feng frowned. The reason why he said it was a secret was just to let Jenny know not to ask any more questions, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big discussion. Although what he said was true, it was obvious that the businessmen present were too far away from the army and felt that this was completely unrealistic. It seems that your low profile is useless. Lin Mengyao turned around and looked at Qin Feng half-jokingly. However, Qin Feng knew that she was not joking, but came back to ask for his opinion. Even though the atmosphere at the scene was not friendly to Lin Mengyao, and even the business people present would more or less have a certain impact on Lin Mengyao did not hastily expose Qin Feng's identity in order to explain. Is that because Lin Mengyao doesn't care about her own company? Of course not. Tianfeng Group was the product of Lin Mengyao's years of hard work, and she would never watch the company fall into such an embarrassing situation. But she gave the right to explain to Qin Feng, which was a trust and even more of a respect. Because Lin Mengyao's eyes did not convey the meaning that she must ask Qin Feng to speak up for her. Qin Feng smiled and was about to say something. But then he heard Sun Hao continue to talk without giving in. I wonder what your job is, little brother. I can't tell you about state secrets, but you can give a general idea, right? There are still a few people paying attention to the topic here, but they are just there to watch the fun. Military aspects, Qin Feng said lightly. This Sun Hao, the content of what he said sounded like just a normal chat, but his tone was so sarcastic that people could hear more sarcasm than just chatting. Oh, then being a bodyguard is such a waste of talent. Sun Hao said again. Qin Feng smiled, take advantage of the holiday to protect your girlfriend. Young Master Sun seems to be very free. He was not going to let Sun Hao lead the topic to him anymore. In a normal conversation, asking someone directly if they were free would be like telling them to leave. Most people would be tactful, but Sun Hao had a knack for breaking that bar. He smiled and said, oh, I didn't have anything to do today. I just came to catch up with an old friend at the Zuniying group party. Oh? I wonder where Mr. Sun's old friend is. I hope he is the same character as the one who appeared at Mr. Han's birthday party last time. Qin Feng also mocked. Chu Jingquan, who had behaved disgracefully at Chairman Han's birthday party, had been dismissed by the company's board of directors. This incident was considered a moderately significant event in H City. Some of the people present had heard of it, while others had not. But there is no doubt that after Qin Feng said this, those who had not heard of it now heard of it. Sun Hao's face darkened. When Qin Feng mentioned Chu Jingquan at this time, people who were interested would of course know that they had a feud before. They might even find out that Qin Feng and Lin Mengyao were a couple at Han Tianfeng's birthday party. Sun Hao's overt and covert sarcasm just now was no longer valid in an instant. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. You are so humorous. Someone like Chu Jingquan doesn't seem qualified to be my friend. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and tried to distance himself from the matter. Har, the effect Qin Feng wanted has been achieved. He only replied 2 words to Sun Hao and said no more. Sun Hao didn't ask for anything in return and sat directly in the front row. Jenny, who had been listening for a while, had almost understood what was going on and gave Sun Hao, who was sitting in front of her, a look of disdain. I became a little interested in Qin Feng. It's not easy to be a bodyguard just to protect your girlfriend. Jenny's praise was directed at Qin Feng. Huasai Ning wanted to say something, but of course he was stopped by Lin Mengyao with a serious look. The party went smoothly. Lin Mengyao and Jenny got along quite well in the back row. As for the contract, Jenny agreed without any objection. At the end of the party, many people came forward to exchange business cards with Lin Mengyao. Many of them wanted to get close to Lin Mengyao, and some even expressed their desire to strengthen private contact with Lin Mengyao and then promote cooperation between the two sides. They put it mildly, but if you look at their eyes, you can probably tell what dirty thoughts are going on in their minds. Qin Feng consciously put himself in the role of boyfriend, blocking all the business card exchanges, and his attitude was just right. As a result, this time the contract was secured without any trouble. From beginning to end, Qin Feng's performance was impeccable. But after the three of them returned to the company, Lin Mengyao still had an attack. "Sai Ning, what's wrong with you tonight?" Lin Mengyao has a gentle personality, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have a strong side. Otherwise, how could the Tianfeng group be run to this point? Sai Ning felt very aggrieved, but what she said was all true. If you pretend to be a couple, won't he be seen through soon? Why not just admit that he is a security guard? Sai Ning couldn't understand what the two were doing. Lin Mengyao laughed in anger. "When will it be your turn to have the final say over the Tianfeng group?" Sai Ning was very confused. Lin Mengyao rarely got angry like this. Even in the eyes of the company's employees, this beautiful CEO was not the type to get angry easily. Isn't he just a security guard? Why do you, Mr. Lin, have to protect him so much? Sai Ning's grievances had accumulated to a certain extent, and he finally couldn't help it. "I asked the HR department, and Wang Yan told me that he just joined our company a month ago. He has been late, left early, and absent from work all the time in his first month as a security guard. The first time he met you, Mr. Lin, was just 2 weeks ago when he temporarily worked as a driver. Why do you trust him more than me? I've been working at Tianfeng for 4 years." Sai Ning wasn't hired from outside. After Lin Mengyao's disloyal secretary was fired, Sai Ning was directly promoted from within the company. In terms of seniority, Qin Feng was indeed a newcomer in front of her. And he's a very humble newcomer. Lin Mengyao's expression turned even uglier. Although Qin Feng was a newcomer, he was once a dragon fang. How could she treat such a person as an ordinary security guard? But at this moment, she also realized that her over-reliance on the newcomer Qin Feng had affected the mood of the old employees. Sai Ning was just a representative of the old employees. If things continue to develop like this, Lin Mengyao might lose the support of the people, which she did not want to see. "I understand," Lin Mengyao said to Xining, patting her on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm not doing this because I have any special relationship with him. It's because his ability is indeed enough to bear the trust one have placed in him." But Sai Ning continued to refute. "Sure." Lin Mengyao interrupted her directly. "I know you're not convinced. But at tonight's party, it was you who made the mistake, not him. And it was him who smoothed things over in the end, not you. This doesn't explain everything, but I hope that from now on, you will no longer have any prejudice against him. I will let him prove his worth with his own strength." Sai Ning had a strange expression on his face. What kind of abilities did a security guard have? But seeing Lin Mengyao's serious look, Sai Ning found it difficult to continue refutation. After all, Lin Mengyao was the company's president. She was willing to explain so much to her, and even agreed to let Qin Feng, whom she favored, accept the test. This was already a concession. If she still held on to it, it would be too inappropriate. Xining nodded and left. Only then did Lin Mengyao turn around and look at Qin Feng, who had been silent from the beginning, and said, "I'm sorry, although I believe in your ability." Qin Feng knew what she meant, so he smiled and joked, "From what you said, you're planning to give me a promotion. A raise." What Lin Mengyao cares about is not the salary, but whether Qin Feng is willing to accept any challenge in order to prove his ability to his employees. She didn't think that these things in her company would be a challenge for a dragon fang. "Salary is not a problem, I'm just afraid you won't agree," Lin Mengyao said half jokingly and half seriously. Qin Feng said seriously, "Salary is my most important thing now. As long as I have a salary, there is nothing I can't do." Lin Mengyao was amused by his seriousness. She said, "Okay," 3 times in a row and then ordered, "I have decided to appoint you as the new deputy director of the planning department. You will be in charge of this master ice cream advertisement. I will personally greet the people in the planning department tomorrow and ask them to fully cooperate with you. As you say." Qin Feng subconsciously stood at attention. When he realized what was happening, he smiled helplessly. Why haven't he changed these habits yet? Lin Mengyao's decision swept the entire Tianfeng group the next morning. Everyone has some doubt in their hearts. Qin Feng's identity is not a secret at all in the group. Most people can ask Wang Yan about Qin Feng's background. He is just a small security guard who can't even meet the attendance requirements. In addition, recently when I went to the president's office, I always ran into this guy playing games at the door. It was so unsightly. Even when business partners came to visit, he didn't know how to restrain himself. Who would have confidence in such a person? If anything, he was more hostile than anything else. After working in the company for so long, we are still not as good as a new security guard. Few people would accept it. Qin Feng soon felt this hostility. Lin Mengyao personally took him to the planning department and announced that the planning department had to fully cooperate. But once Lin Mengyao left, everyone in the planning department quickly went back to their respective tasks. Qin Feng was left alone, without even an office space. As for it, Qin Feng complained silently in his heart. However, he also understood that this job was to help Lin Mengyao win back people's hearts, so he couldn't be careless. Advertising case, where is the best place to start? Qin Feng looked around and suddenly had an idea. Chapter 25. A terrible smile. Where is the planning manager's office? Qin Feng asked someone at random. It doesn't matter if everyone is cold to him, but if they have to face Qin Feng alone, few people have the courage to show him a cold look. That, over there. The young man who was caught by Qin Feng had obviously never met someone as sharp as Qin Feng in the workplace. He was so scared that his voice trembled a little. It wasn't until Qin Feng had already left in that direction that the young man looked at him strangely. What the hell was that look? Was this guy a terrorist? As for Qin Feng, he had already arrived outside the planning department manager's office. He knocked on the door politely while observing the person inside. He was a middle-aged man in his late 20s, undoubtedly someone Lin Mengyao had poached from another company. He had a square face, an oily Mediterranean hairstyle, and was rather well-fed. He was working on his computer, but Qin Feng could tell from his constantly shifting gaze that his attention was mostly on him. The name tag on the seat showed that his name was Fan Xiao. Not sure if it was intentional ignorance, but Fan Xiao ignored Qin Feng's knock on the door. Manager Fan, Qin Feng simply called him. Fan Xiao couldn't pretend anymore, so he pushed the heavy glasses on his face and said, "Please come in." "Oh, the rack with the long ends." Qin Feng stepped in and closed the door again. The planning department is still a department after all, with both new and old employees. But when Qin Feng came in the morning, he found that everyone seemed to be very cold to him. This was not a natural phenomenon. Even if the veterans were hostile to him, the newcomers wouldn't necessarily have such ulterior motives. Such collective and concerted action must be guided by someone. And within a department, the only person with such power is the head of department. If you want to get the cooperation of the department, going to those external staff one by one to hand over the work is too inefficient. To catch the thief first, catch the leader. Qin Feng is not unfamiliar with this tactic. Fan Xiao called out for Qin Feng to come in, and Qin Feng also came in. However, Fan Xiao continued to pretend to operate the computer, leaving Qin Feng aside. Qin Feng was too lazy to see what he was pretending to be, and sat down on the sofa carelessly. "Manager Fan, don't you know why I came to see you?" "It's not polite to just keep silent," Qin Feng said. Fan Xiao finally turned around and let go of the mouse. "You're only the deputy director of the planning department. Why should I delay my work to solve your problem? There are plenty of staff outside. If you're short on manpower, you can contact them." Qin Feng showed a surprised expression. "Manager Fan, are you treating me like an outsider, or do you yourself not understand? I just arrived at the planning department. I don't need you to introduce who was in charge of the original planning and who will take over later, but you should at least give me a list, right? Also, who wrote the plan that President Lin used when he went to discuss cooperation? I need a backup. And as for the office space, oh, my requirements are not high, just something similar to yours will do." When Fan Xiao heard Qin Feng's request, he seemed to have been prepared. He took out a thick document from the drawer and handed it to Qin Feng. "Here it is, and the personnel list is also on it. As for the office, there's no office like mine. The planning department has a relatively fixed staff, so there's no suitable one for the time being. I'll have to ask you to stay there." The blinds in the minister's office were not closed. Fan Xiao pointed casually, and Qin Feng followed the direction and saw the seat he had arranged. At first glance, there really is nothing wrong with it. It's right next to the window, with a wide view, and there's a separate large desk. From a regulatory perspective alone, it's indeed worthy of the title of deputy minister. But a chill flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. There is clearly a water dispenser next to the table. This is a very unique position in the workplace. Most of the people who will be assigned to this place are interns who know nothing and can only help out. The interns also have some more important work, such as serving tea, cleaning, etc., so their seats are always closest to the water dispenser. This position did not pose any difficulties for Qin Feng in terms of facilities, but it indirectly conveyed a message: this new deputy minister was just a small role serving tea and water. If you really sit there, it will undoubtedly be very cheap. Har har, you're so polite. Qin Feng pretended not to understand and picked up the thick document from the table. I casually opened the title page. What he saw was not a catalogue, but an introduction to Tianfeng Company. He flipped through a few more pages and found the positioning of the advertising value and some specific plans. Qin Feng read very quickly and discovered the trick after just 2 pages. The fact that Tianfeng Group was able to secure the Master Group's cooperation intention clearly had no personal connection to the issue. In other words, the advertising planning must have been exceptional to have been chosen by the Master Group. But this document couldn't possibly be the one presented to the Master Group. If such a thick and complex document were actually submitted, it would probably be thrown directly into the trash. This one is more likely to be a previous draft. While Qin Feng could certainly use this to create a new advertising plan, advertising effectiveness is a subjective matter. No one knows how much variation there is. It's possible that Qin Feng's changes would eliminate the content that Master Group wants. One could even tell from Fan Xiao's expression that this draft might not even contain the content that Master Group wants. It's really thorough. Qin Feng frowned. He knew where the old employee's hostility came from. But if it was just a harassment, then the current situation was already excessive. Even Hua Xining was just repeatedly trying to prove his superior ability, but he wouldn't deliberately set a trap at work to make me make a mistake. Especially for such an important project as the collaboration with Master, it was even more impossible. Manager Fan, I'm afraid there are some problems with this information. Qin Feng threw the information back on the table. Oh. Fan Xiao seemed a little confused, but he didn't believe that Qin Feng could see the problem with just 2 glances. With such a thick plan, the partners will have no interest in reading it at all. And this plan is written in an extremely amateurish way, to the point where there is not even a table of contents. If this is the level of the planning department, I think I really need to have a good talk with General Manager Lin, Qin Feng said. Fan Xiao smiled. Young man, you've just started planning, and you're already trying to convince CEO Lin that the planning department's capabilities are insufficient. Aren't you a bit too confident? Manager Fan, do you think President Lin can't understand the plan? This thing is right in front of me. Qin Feng pointed to the garbage on the table. Fan Xiao also glanced at it. He had originally thought that Qin Feng would use this piece of garbage to try to sort out his thoughts. That would undoubtedly greatly consume Qin Feng's energy, and the final result would only be the opposite of what Master wanted. But Qin Feng was not fooled at all, and Fan Xiao began to take this security guard seriously. This is indeed not the final draft, but it is the most comprehensive one. The entire advertising planning ideas are all in it. I think it will be very suitable for the new person to take over, Fan Xiaoqiang explained. No need, just give me the final draft, Qin Feng directly interrupted his excuse. Fan Xiao frowned. I think you need to understand. Although President Lin said she'd take care of you, I'm the department manager here. I want you to clearly understand the entire advertising plan, rather than just starting with a general idea. Of course, you can go to President Lin to complain about such a small matter. Everyone knows you're her boyfriend. The fact that Qin Feng was Lin Mingya's boyfriend had already spread through Hua Xining's mouth. For the sake of Master's contract, the two did not come out to clarify. When Fan Xiao said this, he was implying that even though Qin Feng had joined the planning department, he was just relying on Lin Mingyao's relationship to get by. Without Lin Mengyao, he, Qin Feng, was nothing. Har har, Manager Fan is really amazing. He can help me clarify my ideas with a plan that looks like a draft, and he can also explain it so eloquently. Qin Feng seemed to be smiling. but the smile only stayed on his lips and did not even reach his eyes. Fan Xiao's expression changed. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm deliberately making things difficult for you? If you feel you can't do it, then go back to Mr. Lin and be his bodyguard. Don't come to my planning department and get in the way. Qin Feng smiled even more brightly. I stood up from the sofa and walked to Fan Xiao. I think you may have misunderstood something. Qin Feng said, you think I came to the planning department to see your face? How ridiculous, it's just because General Manager Lin needs me to do something for her to see, and I'm too lazy to take care of too many things, so I'm the deputy director. If I want, I can take your position now and let you go. Do you understand what I mean? Fan Xiao was a little confused. This situation is a little different from what he expected. Didn't Qin Feng come to the planning department to prove he wasn't just some gigolo? Why on his first day did he brazenly claim he was going to fire me for nepotism? Did he get the wrong script? No matter how you look at it, if Qin Feng really asked Lin Mengyao to fire him, wouldn't that completely confirm that he would only use Mr. Lin's power as a protective umbrella to kick away the obstacles in front of him? But this doubt didn't stop Fan Xiao from arguing with Qin Feng. In the end, it still depends on President Lin's power. Har har, if President Lin really wants to fire me because you refuse to take over the work I assigned to me, then I can really hand in my resignation. A president who casually fires department managers for security reasons is not someone worth following. Fan Xiao actually vaguely guessed Lin Mengye's purpose of sending Qin Feng to the planning department. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. So, if President Lin doesn't interfere in the affairs of the planning department at all, it means that I stayed here based on my own abilities, right? Qin Feng said. But this time, Fan Xiao unexpectedly discovered that Qin Feng's smile looked so feeling cold in the heart. Chapter 26 Water Cooler Seat. However, what Qin Feng said, that Mr. Lin should not interfere in the affairs of the planning department at all, was exactly what Fan Xiao wanted to achieve by doing so many things this morning. He could only nod his head. Very good, Qin Feng was also very satisfied, so satisfied that he turned around and left the manager's office. Of course, he didn't bring the draft design plan with him. Fan Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Qin Feng leave. He didn't think a small security guard was capable of handling the planning department's work, but Qin Feng's confident performance did surprise him. Without thinking too much, Fan Xiao picked up the phone on the table and prepared to report Qin Feng's situation this morning to that person. Qin Feng came out of the manager's office and first glanced at the situation in the planning department. The planning department is a core department of the company. Most business contracts and letters of intent are issued from here. Although the cooperation of the design department, publicity department and other departments is indispensable, it is still undisputed that the planning department is the brain of the company. To have a place here, most people are indeed very capable and are working hard at the moment. Of course, Qin Feng would not go to the water dispenser seat assigned to him. After looking around, Qin Feng picked a seat in the middle of the office that looked more pleasing to the eye, then walked up to the man and patted him on the shoulder. You, go sit in that seat. I requisitioned this seat while I was in the planning department. Qin Feng's words were not polite, but they were not harsh either. The man looked up at Qin Feng, but became a little hesitant. Seeing no one responding, Qin Feng asked, why, didn't you hear clearly? The seat he chose was not the best in the planning department. After all, if he forced the core elite of the planning department to move to the water dispenser, he might really lose the support of the people. Currently, this seat was located in the central area of the planning department, and most of the people working there were of medium status, so naturally, they wouldn't feel embarrassed to move to the water dispenser. Qin Feng was already quite considerate, but the man glanced in the direction of the manager's office and suddenly turned his head back to stare at his computer screen. Sorry, the seats in the planning department are arranged by the manager. If you need to change seats, please talk to Manager Fan. His little action did not escape Qin Feng's eyes. It seemed that Fan Xiao had already informed these people in advance and would not give him face. Of course, Qin Feng would not really go to Fan Xiao to discuss it. Wouldn't that make him seem too respectful to Fan Xiao? So Qin Feng simply picked up the person who was sitting there with one hand, but his expression was still very polite. I'm really sorry, it's just a small matter like changing seats, I don't want to make another trip in person. Now, quickly pack up the things on your desk and move them over. If Manager Fan needs to report, you can tell him later. If he makes things difficult for you, tell him to come to me, understand? The young employee was not a prominent leader in the company. When Qin Feng picked him up like that, his face turned red, but he didn't dare to do anything to Qin Feng. Even though Fan Xiao told him not to give him face, Qin Feng was the new deputy director of the planning department after all. He was just a nobody and really didn't dare to do anything to Qin Feng. This is probably the case of the fire in the city gate affecting the fish in the pond. The clerk thought so in his mind, but a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Even if he lost face, he did not have the courage to confront Qin Feng head on. What's more, Qin Feng said that if Fan Xiao made things difficult for him, he should come to him, so of course he was happy to pass the blame. So the clerk packed up his things dejectedly and went into the manager's office dejectedly. Qin Feng watched him go in and sat down on his seat. He had brought his own computer with him, but Lin Mengyao had already sent him a copy of the plan. Although it wasn't as detailed as the draft, Lin Mengyao's copy was the final draft submitted to the master group and was therefore the most valuable. I asked Fan Xiao for it again just now, but that was just to test his attitude. Qin Feng had already carefully read it last night and was familiar with it. Now he took it out to look at it again to confirm who the participants were and prepare to get to know them one by one. Qin Feng expected that Fan Xiao would not hold onto such a small matter. After all, even if this was reported to Lin Mengyao in the end, no one would think that Qin Feng's request was excessive. But just 3 or 2 minutes later, Fan Xiao came out of the office with the clerk and walked straight towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng. What's wrong? Qin Feng turned around but did not get up from his seat. Fan Xiao said, "It seems that you are not very satisfied with the position assigned to you by the planning department. This position is more central, so it's more convenient for me to work." Qin Feng didn't directly point out any issues with the position, so naturally, he didn't give Fan Xiao any reason to criticize him. He knew that if he said there was something wrong with the position, Fan Xiao would immediately say that he had forced a position he didn't want to give to a veteran employee. That would only intensify the conflict between himself and the old employees, and Qin Feng was prepared for it. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiao changed the subject and said, "Even if that's the case, Xiao Ju is also a veteran employee of the planning department. If you want to trade positions with him, you should still speak nicely." "I'm so sorry. Changing seats is within my purview, and I don't think there was anything wrong with my initial attitude." Comrade Xiao Ju, however, pretended not to hear me at first, which makes me question whether seniority or position is the guiding principle in the planning department. Can veteran employees ignore the new deputy director? Why don't you, Manager Fan, explain to me, who has the final say in the planning department, Xiao Ju or me? Qin Feng was spinning a pen in his hand, speaking carelessly, but every word was heart-piercing. Fan Xiao was speechless for a moment. "Even so, you shouldn't just do it directly." Fan Xiao gritted his teeth and pointed out another mistake made by Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled again. "Xiao Ju, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? If you feel uncomfortable, please tell me. Do you need me to accompany you to the hospital?" Accusing him of violent behavior is something only a brainless person would say. As a Dragon Fang, Qin Feng is not only good at fighting, but also has a strong control over the strength of his attacks. When Xiao Ju was lifted up, Qin Feng only touched his clothes. Xiao Ju was no match for Qin Feng. Thinking of the situation where he was picked up just now, he suddenly lost his temper and shook his head repeatedly. "I'm not feeling uncomfortable." Fan Xiao was furious that he didn't fight back, so he could only snort coldly. "It's best if no one is hurt. This is the planning department, not a bodyguard department where you have to rely on your limbs to solve problems. I hope Deputy Minister Qin will pay more attention." The word Deputy Minister was emphasized very strongly, as if to emphasize that he was still the head of the planning department. Qin Feng just laughed it off and didn't dwell on it. Fan Xiao was speechless. He patted Xiao Ju's shoulder symbolically and said, "Then I'll have to bear with you for a while. I think you can sit back in your original seat soon." Xiao Ju didn't want to get involved anymore, so he immediately slipped back to his new seat, the water dispenser. Qin Feng has passed the first hurdle, and the next step is where he will really have a headache. He had already seen this plan. As a giant in China's food industry, the Master Group had a very generous budget for funding, but it was hard to say whether they could achieve the desired effect. This new ice cream should be on the market this summer. According to the Master Group, it is probably more about cooperating with popular stars who appear more frequently in summer hit dramas to shoot the product. After all, celebrities themselves are a guarantee of traffic. Therefore, the casting of this advertisement was taken very seriously. This is obviously a key point. It's only spring now, and many summer TV shows are still in post-production or filming, so the quality of their summer broadcasts remains uncertain. To determine which celebrities are suitable, it's crucial to stay informed about the entertainment industry. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then walked to the window and made a phone call. "Hello, who is this?" The person on the other end spoke in a rough voice. "Qin Feng. Why the hell is it you?" The man was surprised. Qin Feng heard a clanging sound coming from the microphone. "Why can't it be me? Where are you?" "Me? I'm filming in the capital," the person replied. Actually, in the imperial capital, Qin Feng was a little hesitant again. This man's name is Wang Yan, and when it comes to popular stars, he's probably the one who helped bring them to fame. Especially with popular female stars, Wang Yan is like a weather vane, whoever he films becomes a star. But those who knew Wang Yan well would know that he was also a soldier in his youth. Unfortunately, he was sent home in the barracks. He then used his family's vast wealth to invest in several TV series. Fortunately, the results were very good, and within 2 years he became a new popular director in the circle. Originally, Qin Feng called him to ask if there were any suitable actors, or even candidates who Jinxia was sure would become popular, but Master Yuan was still in the imperial capital, so it was not convenient for him to go there in person. No matter what, Lin Mingyao's safety was the top priority. Especially since he had just defeated Lin Yihai, it was not difficult to imagine that even Lin Mingyao's situation in the Lin family would not be too good recently. "When will you have time to go back to H City?" Qin Feng asked. Wang Yan was very surprised. "If you have anything to say, just call me. I don't have time to go back right now. We're almost done filming. Then I'll call you in the evening." Qin Feng felt that it was not appropriate to say it on the phone after all, but since the other party didn't have time, he had to ask Lin Mengyao how to make arrangements first. "Oh, okay." Wang Yan agreed readily, and before she even hung up the phone, she heard someone yelling again. "Have you all rested well? Hurry up and put on your makeup. Try again and try to pass it on the first try." Chapter 27: Taking Root and Sprouting. Qin Feng certainly wouldn't listen to any of this. He put his phone back in his pocket and returned to his seat. There was no need to rush to ask about Lin Mingyao's affairs. He could deal with other issues first. Choosing actors is one thing, planning the advertising content is another. If anything, the advertising plan in hand seems to be entirely in line with the master group's thinking by choosing popular celebrities. But the content itself is quite lacking. Qin Feng looked up the person in charge, and coincidentally, the content planning was done by Xiao Ju. "TSK, I should have been nicer to him earlier." Qin Feng touched his nose. But Qin Feng was not the kind of person who would be embarrassed to go up and talk to Xiao Ju because of such a small matter. After carefully reading Xiao Ju's thoughts several times, Qin Feng still went over with certainty. Xiao Ju was pouring water over there, when he suddenly saw Qin Feng coming over again. His hands trembled and he was so scared that he dropped the cup. Qin Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Xiao Ju didn't even see what he did, but the cup was already placed safely on the table. "Well, thank you, Deputy Minister." Xiao Ju quickly straightened the things on his desk. "I just saw that you were the one who made the content of this plan." Qin Feng placed the computer in his hand directly in front of Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Could it be that because he had been a little cold to Qin Feng earlier, he had been considered Minister Fan's accomplice? Had he set his sights on him so quickly? This was not a good sign. What should he do? But there was no way to deny this, so Xiao Ju could only nod and admit it. Qin Feng tapped the content and tried to make himself appear more amiable. "I want to ask you, why do you think this plan was chosen by the master group?" Xiao Ju was stunned for a moment. He was a little confused as to why Qin Feng changed the subject so quickly, but as long as it was not related to Fan Xiao, he could answer it easily. "I heard that it's because the idea is correct. But I don't know what the specific idea is. I made this content. Although I referred to some of their company's previous advertising copy and creativity, it's actually not very outstanding," Xiao Ju said very objectively. Qin Feng said, "You are right. So based on this copy, I need to make a bigger improvement." Xiao Ju scratched his head with a painful expression on his face. He knew the creative plan wasn't perfect, and he certainly considered improving it. However, there was a significant difficulty: the copywriter usually required some level of interaction with the spokesperson. For example, if an actor is famous for his role in a period drama, then when he is doing a commercial, he might be given a more classic look. If he is famous for his role in a modern drama, he could even be put into a scene from the drama. But the cast for this hasn't been finalized yet, so coming up with an idea that would suit all the actors' characteristics is incredibly difficult. This kind of inspiration is something you only come across once in a while. But, if the candidate is not decided, Xiao Ju unknowingly forgot about the things between manager Fan and Qin Feng, and started talking about work seriously. Seeing that he fully understood the problem, Qin Feng showed a hint of appreciation. I know what you're worried about. I'll finalize the advertising candidate as soon as possible. Since you already know the problem, you can also think about whether there are any more suitable candidates. Give me a list of your desired candidates and I'll contact them. Xiao Ju felt relatively relieved after hearing the first part of the story. At least this wasn't a clueless superior. But after hearing the rest, he felt uneasy again. Did this new security chief even know that celebrities in the entertainment industry couldn't be hired just by asking for money? Their agencies always have intricate relationships with major companies that need spokespersons, and the wishes of the stars themselves will also play a significant role when accepting advertisements. Qin Feng's casual words about contacting them are not really a reassuring solution. But Xiao Ju was not stupid enough to question Qin Feng in person, so he nodded and agreed, I understand. Well, thank you for your help, Qin Feng said. Qin Feng left without saying a word about the seat. But Xiao Ju's heart was as clear as a mirror. Qin Feng was willing to come to his seat to talk about the matter, which was already a humble attitude. Judging from the current situation between manager Fan and Qin Feng, there was absolutely no way he would apologize to him in person. However, Qin Feng's initiative to talk to Xiao Ju did have some effect. Although Xiao Ju was from the planning department, he was still a relatively new employee. He didn't have much hostility towards Qin Feng. He was only targeting Qin Feng because Fan Xiao had ordered him to do so. He hadn't originally expected a security guard to be able to do their job well. Now it seems. Xiao Ju glanced at Qin Feng, who was sitting in his seat from behind. This security guard was not as simple as he imagined. The day passed quickly. Qin Feng solved several problems on the plan, and it was time to get off work in a blink of an eye. Of course, he would not take the initiative to work overtime, and even went to the president's office a few minutes early. Picking up Lin Mengyao from get off work was also his job as a bodyguard. Now he didn't just have to take care of the planning department, but had to do both. Are you off work? How do you feel? Lin Mengyao immediately put down their work in her hands, walked out of the office and directly took Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng felt the softness against him with great pleasure, and said comfortably, not bad. Lin Mengyao blinked. They'll give you a hard time, right? Not bad, huh? He, who do you think I am? So easily embarrassed. Qin Feng simply put his arm around Lin Mengyao's waist and walked out. After all, they are boyfriend and girlfriend now, so it is normal to be intimate with each other. But Lin Mengyao seemed not to be used to it. She hesitated for a while before obediently letting Qin Feng hug her and go out. After getting on the elevator, Lin Mengyao pressed the floor button and immediately slipped out of Qin Feng's arms with a whoosh. Qin Feng looked at her rosy face and couldn't help but feel a little interested in teasing her. Is Mr. Lin shy? He deliberately took 2 steps forward. There was not much room for movement in the narrow elevator, and the two of them seemed to be stuck together. Lin Mengyao seemed frightened and almost jumped up. Hey, what are you doing? She clenched her fist and pretended to hit Qin Feng. But Qin Feng just smiled at her, and Lin Mengyao put her fist down dejectedly. Knowing that Qin Feng was Longyear, even if it was only once, Lin Mengyao no longer felt that her fists had any killing power. We are just pretending to be a couple, so we should act more like one. As the elevator door was about to open, Qin Feng unconsciously put his arms around Lin Mengyao's waist. Lin Mengyao turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Don't you want your salary anymore? Qin Feng's hand froze. Ahem, just kidding. Mr. Lin, please go ahead. He. This humble and submissive look made it impossible for anyone to connect him with the legendary dragon Fang. Lin Mengyao had an expression as if she was idle destroying, but after all, she and Qin Feng were already familiar with each other, so she simply walked away. Qin Feng. Lin Mengyao sat in the passenger seat and watched Qin Feng start the engine with ease. I may have to go back to my family for a while, Lin Mengyao said a little worriedly. Qin Feng is now the deputy director of the planning department in the company. If she is not there, any problems will have to be solved by Qin Feng himself, which is definitely not what Lin Mengyao wants to see. However, she didn't expect that what she said would play exactly into Qin Feng's hands. He was planning to go on a business trip to the imperial capital to meet Wang Yan and listen to his opinions, but Lin Mengyao's safety was an issue that had to be considered. Where else could be safer than the Lin family? Lin Mengyao is going home, which is good news. Well, let's go back. Qin Feng asked. Lin Mengyao said, this time I went back, it should be because of Lin Yihai's matter. Well, since I did it, it won't be too difficult for you, right? Just push it onto me, Qin Feng didn't care. The Lin family couldn't possibly become hostile to him just for a branch disciple. Even if the Lin family's power was absolutely superior to Qin Feng's, they couldn't afford to go against Qin Feng. Qin Feng has never been an opponent that can be easily defeated. Lin Mengyao was very sorry, you were doing it for me at that time. I'm really sorry, I will try my best to persuade my father to stand on your side. Even though Qin Feng said it was because of their house, Lin Mengyao really couldn't pretend that it had nothing to do with her. Qin Feng smiled and said, it's better not to. After all, you are a member of the Lin family. If you stand on my side now, how will you survive in the family in the future? Even if it's your father, he will be in an awkward situation. There's no need to do this. I can handle it. She seemed to want to say something, but Qin Feng had already stepped on the accelerator and the car roared away. Lin Mengyao was so frightened that she grabbed the door handle tightly and suddenly had no time to speak. Looking back at Qin Feng, who seemed to be driving seriously, Lin Mengyao bit her lip. It was obvious that he was in such danger just to protect himself, but this man was still unwilling to let him share anything? Is this Longyear's pride, or is it because Qin Feng simply doesn't want to have anything to do with him? At this moment, Lin Mengyao really thought too much. The dream from my youth that I would marry no one but Longyear began to take root again, but the Longyear in front of me didn't seem to have any interest in me. How can this sprout grow? Chapter 28: The Naive Trap. Qin Feng didn't know what Lin Mengyao was thinking. When he got home, he took a shower and found something to eat. He also got something to eat for Lin Mengyao. Lin Menyao's family has no servants, so she has to do everything by herself. Qin Feng was a little surprised at first, but now he is used to it. What do you want to eat? Lin Mengyao walked towards the dining table while wiping her hair. Over the past few days, she has become accustomed to Qin Feng cooking for her. But the so-called cooking is just heating up the lunchbox in the refrigerator, and the lunchbox is bought from the supermarket on their way home from get-off work. Qin Feng took his portion and pointed at the table, yours is barbecue rice, freshly heated. But what he saw when he turned around almost made him throw away the food. Lin Mengyao emerged from the shower wearing only a towel. Her fair skin was shrouded in moisture, as if a gentle squeeze would produce water. Although Lin Mengyao was easily shy, her figure was absolutely stunning. Above the towel, her towering breasts flared, and beneath them, her long, straight legs were accentuated by a pair of adorable flip-flops, which accentuated her delicate, jade-like feet. Boss Lin, you're not letting me eat. Qin Feng swallowed the rice with great difficulty into his dry throat, then took a big gulp from the water cup. However, the familiar heat rising in his lower abdomen still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Mengyao had already moved to the opposite side of Qin Feng with the food in her hands. With her arms clasped together, the snow-white cleavage was even more shocking. This scene before him could be said to be a fatal temptation for any man. Qin Feng hated it so much. It didn't matter if he just looked at it, he wasn't a gentleman, but if he looked at it again, he couldn't help it. If someone else had seduced him like this, Qin Feng wouldn't mind killing her immediately. But this was the only heir to the Lin family, so Qin Feng was really unsure. Lin Mengyao was sitting opposite, lowering her head to eat from time to time. Qin Feng could see it more clearly and even vaguely felt that the bath towel was about to slide off under their weight. Mr. Lin, why don't you go put on your clothes first? Qin Feng suggested seriously. What is this little devil trying to do by challenging my bottom line? Lin Mengyao opened her mouth and took a bite of rice. Oh, I thought you didn't like women. What? Qin Feng was a bit confused. Was his dignity as a man being questioned by Lin Mengyao? Should he teach her a lesson? Qin Feng's mind was full of evil thoughts. Lin Mengyao, however, knew when to stop, threw down her chopsticks, and went back to her room to change clothes. She even blushed a little, and Qin Feng's sight did not escape her at all. Qin Feng stared at the figure with a deep sense of pity, and he felt something was wrong. Lin Mengyao was not the kind of woman who would deliberately seduce him, and she certainly should not be unaware of her own attraction to men. This sudden move couldn't possibly be meant to provoke me, right? Qin Feng continued to daydream, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Mengyao had already changed her clothes and came out. Qin Feng, who was unlikely to ask directly, chose to eat seriously and ate unusually quickly. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Feng left the bowl on the table and went upstairs to his room. The beautiful Lin Mengyao came to him on her own initiative, and he didn't mind taking advantage of her. However, if he knew he couldn't touch her, he still had to avoid making trouble for himself. Qin Feng fell on the bed, his mind full of Lin Mengyao's soft breasts and long legs. He tossed and turned for a while, unable to fall asleep. At this moment, just outside his door, Lin Mengyao, who had washed the dishes and returned to her room, stopped and looked at the locked door with a puzzled look on her face. This guy treated me like that in the company, but I didn't expect him to run away. Lin Mengyao smiled and went back to her room cunningly. Lin Mengyao also couldn't sleep that night. Judging from Qin Feng's appearance, he was obviously interested in her, but why did he go back to his room and sleep without saying anything? Lin Mengyao began to reflect on whether there was something wrong with her seduction. The next morning, Qin Feng got up at the usual time, but did not see Lin Mengyao. After searching everywhere, I only saw a note left by Lin Mengyao on the table, which said that she had gone back to the Lin family first. Qin Feng was even more confused. She was so tempting to him yesterday, but now she is hiding. Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly called Lin Mengyao, and the call was quickly connected. After confirming that she was safe, Qin Feng felt relieved. Thinking that Lin Mengyao was not there anyway, he sent a text message to Fan Xiao telling him that he was on a business trip today and did not plan to go to the company. Fan Xiao called immediately. What's wrong with you? The planning department is not the security department. You work here and you can't come or not as you please. Fan Xiao said in a very harsh tone, and brought up Qin Feng's dark history when he was in the security department, obviously trying to put pressure on him. Qin Feng chuckled. I discussed this with Xiao Zhu yesterday. The plan is now very mature. If we want to make any changes, we have to choose the spokesperson first. I plan to go to the capital on a business trip today to finalize this matter. Har har har, Fan Xiao laughed wildly on the phone. Who do you think you are? A security guard, and you want to decide on a spokesperson? Do you know how complicated it is to choose someone? Do you even know the schedules of the agency and the celebrity themselves? You just flew straight to the capital and planned to choose someone. Do you think this is like buying vegetables at the market or hiring security guards? Fan Xiao's words were indeed harsh, but Qin Feng's psychological quality was such that he wouldn't be bothered by such a small ridicule. Manager Fan, what you mean is that you can't do this? Nonsense, no one can say that I selected the person just by flying to the capital, Fan Xiao said confidently. Qin Feng smiled and said, since you can't do it, just shut up and watch carefully. After he finished speaking, the phone was disconnected. Fan Xiao was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that Qin Feng had hung up on him. He was so angry that he almost threw the phone away. Good job, Qin Feng, I want to see how you choose the person, Fan Xiao said and called an acquaintance in the entertainment industry. Du Jiwei. This is a very popular female star in China. Before she became famous, she had advertising cooperation with Tianfeng Group. However, at that time, Du Jiwei could almost be considered a newcomer, and a very transparent newcomer. Being selected as an advertising model for Tianfeng Group was also an opportunity for her to show her face. The advertisement was shot very well at that time, so Du Jiwei was noticed by Yuan Jin and recruited to the crew as the supporting actress. She became an instant hit. Fan Xiao was the one who chose Du Jiwei at that time. When the call was connected, Du Jiwei's voice came softly. It's Manager Fan, what's going on? Fan Xiao chuckled and exchanged a few pleasantries before changing the subject. Jiwei, I heard you're filming in the capital with director Yuan recently. Du Jiwei said, yes. But it's temporarily suspended today. It seems that the director has something to do. Har har, your status in the entertainment industry is no longer what it used to be. I have something to ask you, Fan Xiao said. Du Jiwei seemed a little hesitant. If it's not excessive, then of course there's no problem. This answer is very conservative. Of course, it is up to Du Jiwei to decide whether there is a problem or not. Tianfeng Group is just a medium-sized company, but Du Jiwei has become a first-line actress. If Fan Xiezhen asked her to come back to Tianfeng Group to shoot an advertisement, Du Jiwei would be extremely unwilling to do so. Fan Xiao's face darkened. Jiwei, I don't think you've forgotten how that advertisement ended up in your hands. Speaking of this, Du Jiwei clenched her fists tightly. The entertainment industry is really not a clean place. Du Jiwei has deeply experienced this since her debut. But she never expected that, just for an advertisement, she had to accompany Fan Xiao, that wretched old man, but now that she was famous, he was using this matter to blackmail her. What are you talking about? As long as it is something I, Du Jiwei, can do, just give me your orders. Du Jiwei's eyes were full of hatred, but her words were gentle and pleasant. It's like this. Our company has a deputy director of the planning department, named Qin Feng. He went to the capital to negotiate a spokesperson for an advertisement. It should be easy for Jiwei to fail in the negotiation, right? Fan Xiao had long known that Du Jiwei, who took the pure route, would definitely not disobey him. Du Jiwei frowned. This Qin Feng, haven't you heard of him? The relationships in the entertainment industry are complicated, and Du Jiwei doesn't want to get herself into trouble when she knows nothing. Fan Xiao laughed and said, of course you haven't heard. Our company's president's new gigolo is being forced to move him into the planning department. If he gets a foothold here, wouldn't I be embarrassed too? Besides, all the materials from the previous commercials are left in the planning department. I don't think you want them to fall into other people's hands, do you? It was this incident again. Du Jiwei was so angry that her whole body was shaking. After taking several deep breaths, she continued, yes. A pretty boy is not worthy of working by your side. I know about this matter and will make arrangements. Although she was angry, Du Jiwei was relieved when she heard that it was just a gigolo. With her current status in the entertainment industry, it would be difficult to stop a well-known guy, but if it was just a small fry like Qin Feng, then there would be no need to waste much effort. Du Jiwei put down her phone, glanced around the crew, and then walked over to her assistant with a smile, saying, summer is almost here, and the weather is getting hotter and hotter. I heard there's a great ice cream hot pot restaurant nearby, and I'd like to invite everyone over. Could you please ask around and see if anyone is free tonight? The assistant happily agreed and immediately went to count the number of people. Du Jiwei watched her busy, her eyes searching each actor one by one. Even if it was just a small figure, she didn't want to dirty her hands again. Chapter 29. Kneel down and apologize. Qin Feng flew to the imperial capital with light luggage, but he did not expect Yuan Jin to come to the airport to pick him up in person. Oh, Director Yuan, aren't you a little too polite? Qin Feng joked. Yuan Jin came over stealthily wearing sunglasses. When he heard Qin Feng call him Director Yuan, he quickly covered his mouth and said, sure. Keep a low profile. How can I not come to meet you if you come over? HMPH, how do you plan to arrange it? Qin Feng asked bluntly. Few other people knew that Yuan Jin had served in the army, but Qin Feng was one of those who knew. At that time, Qin Feng was still a soldier in the army. When Yuan Jin entered the recruit camp, Qin Feng happened to be his instructor. To be honest, it was Qin Feng who ordered Yuan Jin to be sent home. If it were someone else, they would definitely hate Qin Feng to the core, but Yuan Jin was not like that. He felt that Qin Feng had saved him from the harsh and arduous days of the military camp. He immediately prepared a generous gift for Qin Feng upon returning home, and he would call him every holiday to greet him. He was especially impressed by Qin Feng after learning about his later life. Director Yuan Da, who was considered a stuntman by others, was always as obedient as the student he once was in front of Qin Feng. After leaving the airport, Yuan Jin took Qin Feng to a restaurant to eat mutton hot pot. During the meal, they talked about what Qin Feng was going to do this time. So Qin Feng told them that he needed to find an actor to shoot a commercial. Yuan Jin could of course hear the trick, and asked with a smile, "Most people don't know about the relationship between you and me. Are they deliberately making things difficult for you?" Qin Feng chuckled, "It's not really a problem, it's just that I'm responsible for this matter. If I didn't know you, wouldn't I have to find some connections?" "What are you talking about?" Yuanjin deliberately revealed an unhappy expression. "Since you've already come to me, why would you bother looking for connections? I see you don't usually pay much attention to the entertainment industry. How about this, tomorrow, our schedule in the capital is just about to end, so you can come with me. There will be a lot of celebrities there, so if you like any of them, I'll help you negotiate." "That's great." Qin Feng did not refuse at all and followed Yuanjin to make the arrangements. The so-called end of the schedule means that the crew is going to move to another location to continue filming. Yuanjin arranged a dinner for everyone to relax. Although Qin Feng was not from the inner circle, he was brought in by Yuanjin, so naturally no one would stop him. However, Qin Feng felt that he wanted to see more, so he did not let Yuanjin introduce him and sat in the corner. The ice cream is pink, so of course the casting may have to be cute or pure. Qin Feng's eyes lingered on the female stars and he felt that Yuanjin's job was really comfortable. It is really hard to find a bad-looking actress among the actors in Yingying and Yangyang. Putting their looks aside, they were all circling around Yuanjin at this time. As Qin Feng watched, he felt that most people were surrounding Yuanjin, including the male actors, who frequently went up to toast him. However, more than 10 minutes later, this seemingly normal scene was broken by the arrival of a person. A voluptuous woman in a dark purple open-necked dress walked in, clutching a handbag, and sat down at the table. Despite everyone's eager attempts to get close to Yuanjin, she didn't seem to want to pay any attention. Qin Feng looked at it curiously and took a few more glances. At this time, Yuanjin had just finished a round of toasts and motioned him over, so Qin Feng leaned over and whispered teasingly, "Who is that woman? She doesn't seem to be buying your story." Yuanjin rolled his eyes. "That's Li Shuyao, the daughter of a prominent family in the capital. She came over today to discuss with me about getting her to be the female lead in my next drama. But she's just a pretty face. She's okay looking, but her acting is terrible. I don't really want to bother with her, so let her sit there." "So you are picky about acting?" Qin Feng pretended to be surprised. "Of course," Yuanjin replied unhappily. After joking back and forth like this, Qin Feng felt a little hungry, so he stood up and took the plate to get something to eat. On his way back, Qin Feng passed by Li Shuyao without giving her a second glance. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared from the side and pounced on him. He dodged, and the figure immediately fell on Li Shuyao. He also knocked over the spaghetti in front of Li Shuyao. Her beige dress was covered in red, sticky tomato sauce, making her look extremely disgusting. Li Shuyao's face immediately fell, and the little girl who fell hurriedly got up, and was also shocked when she saw the person she bumped into. "Ms. Le, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, this." The little girl was so anxious that sweat appeared on her face. She was obviously completely frightened and didn't know what to say. Qin Feng looked at the girl in front of him in confusion. She suddenly rushed out and should have bumped into him. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been the one to stain Li Shuyao's clothes. But looking at her like this, it really didn't seem like she was deliberately framing him. Was it really because she didn't walk carefully? "Who is this?" Qin Feng shouted at Yuanjin. Yuanjin ran over and, without saying anything, started scolding the girl, asking why she was so blind when she walked and why she had to bump into Miss Le. Qin Feng listened and learned that the girl's name was Qingqing. He could also tell that although Qingqing didn't seem very sensible, Yuanjin seemed to be very protective of her. Mingli was cursing, but after cursing for a long time, he just said he apologized to Li Shuyao, and then Yuanjin paid for the skirt out of his own pocket. Li Shuyao didn't seem to be buying it at all. Instead, she said sarcastically, "Director Yuan is really good at this. If you don't want to cooperate with me, why not just say so directly? What's the point of using these little tricks?" Yuanjin was also a little anxious. Not wanting to take the photo was one thing, but it really looked like he had bullied Li Shuyao, which was no small matter. "Miss Le, you are right. It's just a piece of clothing that Director Yuan can afford to pay for." Qin Feng stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. Yuanjin was also his friend. Would he let a woman bully him? Yuanjin, who always followed Qin Feng's lead, decisively hid behind Qin Feng at this time. Who are you? Le Shuyao frowned and looked at the stranger who suddenly appeared, her tone not polite at all. Qin Feng. I don't want to know your name. This is between Director Yuan and me. People who are not involved should stay away, Le Shuyao said clearly, showing that she was not going to give in. Yuanjun was really panicking. The Le family didn't really support Le Shuyao's plan to film a TV show, but if things got out of hand, Yuanjun would be the one who would suffer the most. And Yuanjun, who fully understood Qin Feng's temper, was immediately shocked when he heard Le Shuyao actually come up and tell Qin Feng to get out. You just want to film a TV show, don't you? If you're ugly, don't come out and embarrass the director, okay? You're just an act-up, but you insist on wearing an open collar. How can you afford to film a movie? Aren't you just asking for ridicule? Qin Feng's words were really vicious, and Yuanjun didn't have time to stop him. Le Shuya's figure was rather awkward, but no one had ever dared to call her an act-up. She blushed with anger, but couldn't come up with a nice retort. All she could do was say indifferently, Director Yuan is clearly trying to embarrass me. I'm sitting here eating, and why did his actor just pounce on my table? Qingqing, who originally thought that she was no longer in trouble, was suddenly shocked again. I didn't mean to do that. It has nothing to do with Director Yuan. But since Qin Feng had already spoken, there was no reason for him to stop halfway. Why don't you think about it? Why is it such a coincidence that you were there when someone fell? I think God can't stand you being in the way here, so he gave you bad luck. I think you should be careful when you go out. It's just a spilled dish. If you get hit by a car, that would be really troublesome. Qin Feng said with a smile, as if it was really a very sincere suggestion. Le Shuyao was no match for Qin Feng, so she simply pretended not to hear and turned to look at Yuanjun. Director Yuan, your friend is quite talkative. Is this your attitude? Yuanjun smiled bitterly. After all, he still had to do it himself. He quickly pulled Qin Feng down and said, this is indeed neglecting Miss Le. So, what do you want? That's more like it. Seeing Yuanjun give in, Le Shuyao was even more proud. She glanced at the trembling Qingqing and said, is this the actor in your hands? Yuanjun nodded, his new here, not very sensible. HMPH, she's quite pretty, Le Shuyao complimented sourly. This girl soiled my clothes. I'm not short of money, so there's no need to compensate. Let her kneel down and apologize to me so everyone can hear her, and then post it on Weibo. Yuanjun was a little stunned this time. He had discovered Qingqing from the film academy, and she was still a student. But she had a great acting talent and was quite pretty. This time, he was letting her find her voice, and he was planning to write a suitable script specifically for her in the next film. But if he really kneels down to apologize and posts on Weibo, it will be difficult for such an actor who has not yet made his debut to make any further progress in his career. What's the matter? This condition is not difficult. These actors often have to kneel down to act. How difficult is it to just apologize? Le Shuyao urged Yuanjun when she saw that he didn't say anything. Although Qingqing was still young, she knew how serious the consequences of doing so would be. However, she didn't know what to do, so she could only look at Yuanjun helplessly and wait for his final decision. Qin Feng heard this and looked at Yuanjun's hesitation, and of course he knew what he was thinking. He laughed contemptuously and said, you really think you're a nobody? Who the hell are you? Why should I kneel down and apologize? Chapter 30, Totally Bullying. Le Shuyao had never expected Qin Feng to suddenly stand up for Yuanjun, and even Yuanjun was startled. Who are you? Don't you know that if you offend the Le family, you will end up in trouble? Le Shuyao was furious. Qin Feng suddenly appeared and spoke, seemingly without any regard for the fact that she was the eldest daughter of the Le family. Such confidence really frightened her. But she really didn't know that the only reason Qin Feng dared to treat her like this was because he had never heard of the Le family in the imperial capital. The two people are at completely different levels. What Le Shuyao thought was a powerful force, in Qin Feng's eyes, was simply an unknown force. Qin Feng. Yuanjun hesitated and patted Qin Feng from behind, implying that he should not rush in. He knew that Qin Feng was a member of the special forces, but even with such a background, he might not have a say in a place like the imperial capital, right? Yuanjun was no longer thinking about his own situation. After all, his family had plenty of money, and he had no shortage of income from filming, so it was fine if he could get out of this unscathed. Le Shuya's face was filled with arrogance when she saw Yuan Jin's reaction. In her opinion, Qin Feng was just a friend of Yuan Jin. Even if he wanted to take the lead, Yuan Jin would have given in. What kind of trouble could Qin Feng cause? Just look at his suit, which he bought from somewhere, and you can tell that he is at most a working-class person. But everyone was wrong. Qin Feng's attitude didn't change at all despite Yuan Jin's persuasion. On the contrary, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Do you like asking people to kneel down and apologize?" Le Shuyao was stunned at first, then said arrogantly, "That's right, if you kneel down and apologize in front of me right now, I might be in a better mood and let you go." "Har har, then as you wish," Qin Feng sneered. The next moment, a breeze seemed to blow by, light and elusive. But Le Shuyao, who was standing in front of the table, suddenly disappeared. Oh no, it shouldn't be said that she disappeared, but when I looked at her level, I could no longer see her. At this moment, Le Shuyao knelt heavily on the ground. Although there was a blanket on the ground, there was hard marble underneath. Le Shuyao knelt down so suddenly that she didn't even have time to scream in pain before she collapsed to the ground. There was an uproar. Who is this person? How could he do this to the daughter of the Le family? Le Shuyao felt as if her knees were about to break, but what made her even more angry was the humiliation of kneeling in public. From childhood to adulthood, only others have knelt in front of her and begged for forgiveness. Has anyone ever dared to humiliate her in public like this? You? Le Shuyao completely ignored the pain in her leg and suddenly raised her head to glare at Qin Feng. Her face couldn't be described as pretty at that moment. Having to endure the pain while also expressing her anger, Le Shuyao's expression was rather ferocious. "Well, have you thought about it and are ready to apologize?" Qin Feng spoke again, his tone even being gentle. "Don't even think about it. If you treat me like this, I will definitely call on my family to cut you into pieces." Qin Feng laughed. "It seems you have done something like this before." Le Shuyao was stunned for a moment. Even if she had done such a thing, she could not admit it in public. But just as he was stunned for a moment, Qin Feng attacked again. He had already circled around Le Shuyao and kicked her in the waist. Not to mention Le Shuyao, who had never practiced martial arts, even an ordinary soldier would not be able to withstand Qin Feng's kick. Le Shuyao fell to the ground, but she had time to support herself with both hands to avoid hitting her head on the ground. But this posture coincidentally looked like Le Shuyao was prostrating herself on the ground and kowtowing. "Be nicer, my friend. It's not your turn as a woman to point fingers." Qin Feng was still smiling, but no one would think his smile was harmless anymore. To be fair, Qin Feng's appearance is not very special, he is just good looking, but if he were to be put in a crowd of people, he would definitely be the type that you can't find. Perhaps it was because most of his daily tasks required him to conceal his identity, so he was used to keeping a low profile. So before he took action, even though everyone saw that Yuan Jin brought a friend, after the banquet started, Qin Feng hid in a corner and no one paid attention to him anymore. But now it is completely different. Everyone looks at Qin Feng as if he is a madman. Even Qingqing, who had just been rescued by him, stepped back a distance. In the entire restaurant hall, Yuan Jin was the only one who was mentally prepared and stood in his original position. His expression at this moment was very hesitant. "I wanted to go up and persuade Qin Feng, but Qin Feng was fighting for me, so I couldn't go up and weaken his momentum. But if I didn't persuade him, I was afraid that it would be difficult to explain to the Le family." Yuan Jin weighed the pros and cons again and finally stood still without moving. He believed that Qin Feng would not create a situation that could not be resolved. Now that Yuan Jin has retreated, there will be no one in the restaurant who will speak for Le Shuyao. Le Shuyao, who was crawling on the ground and unable to get up, and the devil-like Qin Feng standing next to her, were so different in strength that people almost forgot Le Shuyao's arrogance and thought that Qin Feng was bullying them. Le Shuyao, who had somewhat understood the situation, gritted her teeth and planned to let go first. This Qin Feng, he just relies on his fighting ability. Judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem to have any backing. As long as I go home, I will get back at Qin Feng 1,000 times the humiliation I suffered today. Le Shuyao thought to herself, but her mouth moved, ready to give in temporarily. Just at this moment, a group of people rushed into the restaurant. "Miss." The leader wore glasses and saw Le Shuyao being stepped on the ground by Qin Feng at a glance, with a look of horror on his face. That was Le Shuyao, and she was actually stepped on. If she went back and complained to the masters and ladies about their negligence, how would that end? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go and pull that bastard away from me, the man with glasses shouted anxiously. The group of people behind him didn't dare to delay at all and stood in a circle around Qin Feng. Wang Yan was shocked. He didn't expect that the people from the Le family would come so quickly. But what he didn't know was that when the Shuyao first confronted Qin Feng, the follower who came with her had already called the Le family and asked them to send someone to help. Of course, they would never have thought that Qin Feng would dare to take direct action against Le Shuyao. The purpose of calling people over was to calm Le Shuyao down. But this decision now seems to be absolutely correct. The Le family came too quickly. Qin Feng didn't expect that someone would come to support him so quickly, but after thinking about it, he probably understood the reason. He smiled and kicked Le Shuyao away. But Le Shuyao struggled for a while but couldn't get up. Qin Feng controlled his strength very well and did not actually break Le Shuyao's knee, but it was not far from breaking it. Le Shuyao tried to get up, but staggered and fell down again. Are you addicted to kowtow? Qin Feng said with a smile as he stood aside. Le Shuyao actually called people in advance, which meant that she had no intention of holding back from the beginning. Qin Feng's eyes became even colder. If he were to really deal with a weak woman, he would be a little embarrassed to do so. But if this woman was ready to deal with him from the beginning, Qin Feng would not leave himself any hidden dangers because of such a soft-hearted excuse. You bastard, who are you? How dare you treat a lady like this? The man with glasses was a little panicked. How could this person not be panicked at all when seeing so many people coming towards him? He was even provoking them. This is a bluff, it must be so. This is the imperial capital, and the Le family's status in the imperial capital is definitely among the top. This kid actually dared to provoke the Le family, so he must pay the price. Qin Feng, however, didn't take these people seriously at all. After letting Le Shuyao go, he even found a stool to sit on and poured himself a glass of wine. He originally came here to get something to eat because he was hungry. But I don't seem to have time to eat now, so drinking something to fill my stomach will be fine. What are you still looking at? Go up and take him down for me, the man with glasses shouted. He actually started drinking in front of them. He totally doesn't take them seriously. A group of people rushed over, and Wang Yan quickly pulled the still-dazed Qing back away. Celebrities make their livings on their looks, and this girl was so stupid she didn't even know how to hide. If she got bumped into anything, her future would be ruined. As for Qin Feng, Wang Yan didn't even think about worrying about this guy. He was so anxious that he just wanted to eat, obviously not taking the Le family seriously at all. Wang Yan was shocked. He really knew too little about Qin Feng. He had been completely incomprehensible to him since he was in the recruit camp, and he still couldn't understand him now. Not many people could see Qin Feng's movements clearly, but the thug's movements were not very fast. Everyone stepped back a distance and watched the entire battle taking place in the field. The thug's fists hit Qin Feng's body, but it was just a lot of noise but little action. The thuds of fists hitting flesh now sounded like a background sound effect, without changing the situation. Qin Feng's movements would not stop because of such a blow. On the contrary, every time Qin Feng swung his fist, there was almost no sound, but the person who was hit was always knocked away immediately, or fell to the ground while covering the place where he was hit. In a multi-on-one fight, Qin Feng seemed to be at a complete disadvantage. However, no one present thought so. The only thing they could think of was that Qin Feng was bullying them. Chapter 31 Unexpected Reinforcements. No one will remember that it was actually the Le family's thugs who wanted to bully people in the first place. It didn't take long at all before Qin Feng knocked all the people down. The thugs hired by these families are not even as powerful as the thugs Xu Jingzhong encountered that day. At least those thugs always had a bit of a ruthless spirit when they attacked. And these thugs, although they rushed forward in a serious manner, after Qin Feng dealt with one or two people, the actions of the others who rushed forward seemed more like a performance. This kind of attack couldn't even cause any trouble to Qin Feng. You? Of course the man with glasses would not rush up with him. At this moment, his face was full of disbelief when he looked at Qin Feng. How could there be such a capable fighter in the world? This was the only thought in the man with glasses. The man with glasses had no way to deal with Qin Feng, so he looked at Le Shuyao for help. During the melee just now, someone with good eyesight, so that Qin Feng was completely unable to withstand it, and immediately went to help Le Shuyao up from the ground. Compared to being beaten to the ground by Qin Feng, this was a good job. Le Shuyao had just settled into her seat, rubbing her knees, when she hadn't expected the fight to stop in the blink of an eye. The bastard who had just publicly humiliated her had strolled back to the table in front, unharmed, and was eating a few pieces of cake. Le Shuyao was a little confused. Are the family's fighters weak? Actually, not really. The fact that Wang Yan attached so much importance to them showed that the Le family was indeed a strong force to be reckoned with in the imperial capital. The reason they appeared so weak was entirely because they had chosen the wrong opponent. Qin Feng, the former Dragon Fang of the Hidden Dragon organization. Even the chief instructor had to personally admit that he owed someone a debt. If these people could be easily dealt with, wouldn't China's national defense become a complete joke? But no one knows Qin Feng's identity. Le Shuyao just felt that Qin Feng was difficult to deal with, but she didn't think he was untouchable, so she almost screamed, "Call Luo-kun." Qin Feng was stunned for a moment and put down the cake in his hand. "Who are you talking about?" "Luo-kun," Le Shuyao shouted. The man with glasses immediately understood, was delighted, and stepped aside to make a phone call. He had long known that his young lady had a new boyfriend, someone named Luo-kun. He was told he had a very unusual background and was also very skilled. He hadn't expected him to be in the capital now. That was truly wonderful. But Qin Feng was a little surprised. He continued to stuff a piece of cake in his mouth, thinking that this name was not very common. Could it be that Luo-kun? With such doubts, Qin Feng did not think of stopping the man with glasses from making the call. However, the man with glasses was a little afraid of him, so he slipped out of the restaurant hall first, and then called Luo-kun. Qin Feng was leisurely eating cake here, waiting to see if the new Long Ya would really come to the rescue for the Shuyao. If it really comes, it will be quite interesting. And the Shuyao looked at him from the side with eyes as if she wanted to eat him. "Just eat first, this may be your last meal." Le Shuyao cursed viciously. Qin Feng glanced at her and said, "You haven't learned your lesson yet, have you? If you don't shut up, what you just said might be the last thing you say." It's always a bit of a letdown to be interrupted while eating. The clapping of stiff necks could be heard in the restaurant hall. Qin Feng ate his food slowly and silently, while the others looked at each other, but no one spoke. Wang Yan was in a dilemma. He didn't expect that just spilling a dish would lead to such a situation. I wanted to talk to Qin Feng about it, but Qin Feng has the absolute upper hand now, so there should be nothing to worry about. However, Wang Yan didn't have enough time to hesitate. He didn't know where Luo-kun was, but he arrived at the restaurant in no time. If Qin Feng hadn't heard Le Shuyao calling Luo-kun, he would have thought that this was a premeditated act by Luo-kun. Luo-kun. It turned out to be that Luo-kun. He came in from the restaurant door wearing sunglasses. Qin Feng confirmed at a glance that it was Luo-kun who came to challenge him a few days ago. Luo-kun also recognized Qin Feng and paused. "It's you?" Luo-kun said, clenching his fists slightly. However, Le Shuyao completely understood that the two of them had a conflict before. Seeing Luo-kun's aggressive look, she thought that Luo-kun must have said something cruel like, "I will beat you every time I see you," before, so she was particularly excited when she saw Qin Feng. It seems that I don't have to feel sorry for myself anymore. Le Shuyao thought so and felt very happy. Others only knew that she was the daughter of the Le family and had a boyfriend who was a good fighter. But Le Shuyao herself had completely different thoughts. Her boyfriend, if he was just a fighter, would never pass muster with her family. But after Le Shuyao nervously told her family about her relationship, she surprisingly encountered no resistance at all. Le Shuyao, who was very perceptive in this area, immediately realized that Luo-kun was definitely not just a fighter. He probably had a very complicated background. Especially after taking Luo-kun to a friend's party and seeing that her parents were very polite to Luo-kun, Le Shuyao knew that she had found a very remarkable boyfriend. In their daily interactions, she became even more obedient to Luo-kun. Today she called Luo-kun to the rescue, and she was thinking of pretending to be badly bullied. But Luo-kun himself had a grudge against Qin Feng, so that would save her a lot of trouble. "Yeah, it's really unexpected that it's you who came." Qin Feng sat in his seat without moving, still eating slowly, and his movements were even slower than before. But Luo-kun, who could understand his movements, would not let down his guard at all, because Qin Feng ate slowly, which meant he was adjusting his state. If both sides attacked, who knew what the result would be? Le Shuyao stood up and wanted to walk towards Luo Kun, but her legs went weak and she fell to her knees again. Luo Kun's brows seemed to wrinkle slightly. What's wrong with you? Him. Le Shuyao looked at Qin Feng with tears in her eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved. Just from this one glance, Qin Feng began to doubt Yuan Zhen's judgment of Le Shuyao's acting skills. This woman's acting skills should still be okay. Luo Kun didn't care about the possibility of revealing his weakness to Qin Feng, and stepped forward to help Le Shuyao up. Of course, he didn't know that according to Qin Feng's character, he would not attack him at this time. What's going on? Luo Kun asked again, obviously not wanting to hear such a vague description. Le Shuyao also bit her lip. This was Luo Kun's bad point. If she was not in the right, he would not help her even if she was really at a disadvantage. Look at my clothes. The girl next to Director Yuan accidentally spilled noodles on me. I originally wanted her to apologize, but who would have thought that they had this person's backing and didn't give me any face at all, and Le Shuyao couldn't really say anything more. She was also born into a wealthy family. She was kicked to her knees in public and even forced to kowtow. Normally, she couldn't bring herself to say such words. The man with glasses, who had excellent eyesight, quickly leaned over to Luo Kun's ear and told him everything he knew. Luo Kun took off his sunglasses and put them on the table, looking at Qin Feng with some contempt. I really didn't expect that you would still be interested in bullying women. After all, it is the dragon Fang of the hidden dragon. Doing such a thing is really embarrassing. Qin Feng didn't look embarrassed at all. Of course, you can't touch ordinary women. But if you take the initiative to provoke me, that's another matter. I just want an apology. How can that be considered a provocation? You didn't spill the noodles. Luo Kun frowned after listening to Le Shuyao's description. He didn't believe that Qin Feng would be so uncultured. However, he also heard that Qin Feng was expelled from Yinlong because of violating discipline. This meant that Qin Feng's character itself had some problems. No. A weak-sounding voice suddenly interrupted. Luo Kun looked up and saw a young-looking girl in the crowd talking nervously. It's not like that, I spilled the noodles. Qingqing glanced at Luo Kun stealthily, looking very uneasy. Although she was naive, she could sense that Qin Feng's attitude towards Luo Kun had changed, which meant that Luo Kun was no longer an opponent that could be easily dealt with by Qin Feng. Qingqing didn't know that Qin Feng stood up for Yuan Zhen, but thought it was for herself. This simple girl just didn't want Qin Feng to get into any trouble for her. Luo Kun glanced in Qingqing's direction and asked Qin Feng with some confusion, "Is this your girlfriend?" Didn't I expect Qin Feng to come forward for his girlfriend? This could be considered a pretty good explanation. Who knew that Qin Feng also had a strange look on his face? I don't know him. What are you doing? Just stand up for your girlfriend, but don't drag me into this jealousy. The only one who hadn't lost her composure was Le Shuyao. She excitedly hugged Luo Kun's arm and said, "Don't listen to that little girl. She was the one who spilled the noodles, but when I asked her to apologize, this guy named Qin Feng suddenly jumped out to stop me. It's just an apology. I didn't ask her to compensate for anything. This is a limited edition piece of clothing." Le Shuyao continued to pester Luo Kun. What? Are you ready to take action? Qin Feng stretched lazily after finishing his meal, and finally looked at the new longyear with a more serious attitude. No matter what, he was also a hidden dragon after all. Although he didn't want to act like a senior, he was always working for the organization. Will this newcomer fight with his comrades for a woman? At this moment, Qin Feng had some thoughtful thoughts. Chapter 32 Senior's Attitude. Luo Kun was able to enter Hidden Dragon, so he wasn't completely clueless. After a brief thought, he said, "It just so happens that I was planning to challenge you. Since we bumped into each other today, how about we just spice things up a bit? If you lose, have the little girl apologize to Shu Yao. If I lose, we'll let this matter go and we won't pursue each other." Originally, Le Shuyao had called people over with no intention of challenging them to a competition, but as soon as Luo Kun said this, the atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became reasonable. But before we talk about reason, we still have to fight first. If you lose, then you should listen to my reason more. Of course Qin Feng knew all this, but but the newcomer was quite arrogant. "It seems like you didn't lose anything by losing," Qin Feng said with a smile. "There are not many people who can be so confident in front of him now." Luo Kun heard Qin Feng's question, but he didn't argue much. He just said, "If you feel you've lost, then you decide." This was certainly not a sign of weakness, but rather a sign of indifference. He didn't care what kind of bet Qin Feng made, because he felt he would never lose. This is a strong self-confidence. Qin Feng didn't answer, but turned back to look at Qingqing and said, "Do you believe me?" It is Qingqing who should apologize, which is equivalent to saying that if Qin Feng loses, it is Qingqing who will pay the price. He asked this question to seek Qingqing's opinion. But it was also this question that made Qingqing look at Qin Feng differently. If Li Shuyao had insisted on this apology, even Yuan Jin wouldn't have been able to stop her. Qin Feng had not only helped her several times, but now he was even asking for her opinion. Qingqing looked at Qin Feng with a strange look in her eyes, but she nodded resolutely. Qin Feng turned around and said to Luo Kun, "I won't take advantage of you anymore. If you lose, Li Shuyao will avoid Director Yuan whenever she sees him. Don't pester him all the time. Isn't that too much?" Of course it wasn't excessive. Li Shuyao had no reason to insist on pestering Yuan Jin. Luo Kun stood up from his seat and said, "Then take action." But Li Shuyao pouted, seeming a little unhappy. Even Qin Feng didn't pay attention to this tiny detail. Although he didn't know Luo Kun's strength, Qin Feng had been in Hidden Dragon for many years, so he must be aware of the other people's skills. To be able to become a Dragon Fang, there must be a bottom line in strength. This did not allow Qin Feng to underestimate it. Seeing Luo Kun stand up, Qin Feng also stood up to fight. Unlike the last fight with Lin Yihai, neither side was prepared to look for the other's flaws, but immediately attacked. For such a master, it is impossible to give the opponent the opportunity to reveal a flaw. If you want to find the opponent's weakness, you can only force the opponent to make inappropriate responses. Both Qin Feng and Luo Kun were well aware of this and rushed forward without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the two men had already exchanged fists. So fast. The onlookers stared at the scene in amazement. Yuan Jin, who was standing a little further away, grabbed the martial arts instructor from the crew and whispered, "Who do you think has a better chance of winning between these two?" He was quite confident in Qin Feng, but it was really shocking that Luo Kun's attack speed was comparable to Qin Feng's. What is the origin of this person? How can he fight on equal terms with Qin Feng, who comes from the special forces? The martial arts instructor was caught by Yuan Jin, and he felt bitter in his heart. He wanted to say that how could Yuan Jin see this, but seeing how nervous Yuan Jin was, he really couldn't say it out loud. "Well, Director Yuan, I see they are fighting so fiercely, the winner should be decided soon." The martial arts instructor hesitated for a long time and made such a judgment. But that's pretty much bullshit. Just by looking at the powerful punches of Qin Feng and Luo Kun, you can tell that the power and speed of each punch are extraordinary. In this situation, if you are hit 1 or 2 times by mistake, wouldn't it determine the outcome? Yuan Jin was nervous because he had no idea who would be hit first. However, Qin Feng and Luo Kun who were present did not think so at all. Although they seemed to be fighting fiercely, they were actually still in the testing stage. In the eyes of ordinary people, the offensive and defensive confrontation has almost reached its limit, but in fact both sides have left room for maneuver. Both sides were merely observing their opponent's responses, including their attacking habits and defensive weaknesses. Of course, if the opponent revealed any flaws at this time, neither Qin Feng nor Luo Kun would mind adding a little more lethality. This kind of attack did not last very long. It was as if both sides had some kind of tacit understanding. Suddenly, they both jumped back and separated, with the same movements, as if they had agreed on it in advance. Even Li Shuyao showed a look of doubt on her face, wondering if the two knew each other, so Luo Kun deliberately let him win. But if there were someone who could understand, they would find that Luo Kun's jump was to avoid the oncoming punch, while Qin Feng's jump left him in a posture of rushing back. The next moment, Qin Feng rushed back to attack. Luo Kun was forced to jump back, so naturally Qin Feng didn't have to be prepared for what would happen next. In this fight, the situation was no longer equal. Luo Kun retreated step by step and was forced into a corner in a blink of an eye. What's going on? Luo Kun suddenly started defending. Yuan Jin grabbed the martial arts instructor and asked. The martial arts instructor was quite knowledgeable, he's been forced into a corner and can't move freely. If it's a group fight, a corner is one of the few safe spots, but if it's a one-on-one fight between two people of equal strength, standing in a corner is extremely inappropriate. In order to maximize the attack, the range of motion is often increased to strengthen the force of the attack. However, Luo Kun's position was too close to the corner of the wall. In this place, any larger movement would only cause his hand to hit the wall. But Luo Kun was not completely powerless to resist. He retracted his fists, switched from offense to defense, closely guarding against Qin Feng's attack, while carefully looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Not lost yet, there is still a chance. Luo Kun was at a disadvantage, but he never gave up. But will Qin Feng give him this opportunity? The answer was soon revealed. As Qin Feng's punch, which was intended to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, circled around and stopped outside Luo Kun's temple, the outcome was already clear at this moment. You're still a little short of your strength. Qin Feng confidently withdrew his attack, but he did not forget to educate Luo Kun in the manner of a senior. This punch had already reached Luo Kun's head. Although the Hidden Dragon Society placed special emphasis on everyone's ability to withstand blows, no one dared to say that they could survive being hit on the head by Qin Feng's fist. He didn't really hit it, because Qin Feng had already felt from the previous competition that Luo Kun's fighting style did not contain any tricks or calculations, it was just an open and above-board attack. Such a head-on confrontation is enough for Qin Feng to understand what kind of person the other party is. He believed that Luo Kun would not take advantage of his retreat to launch a counterattack. As Qin Feng expected, Luo Kun just looked at him deeply and let out a long breath. Senior, your skills are indeed better than mine. For Luo Kun, being able to bravely admit that he is not as skilled as others is a rare quality. Har har, of course, Qin Feng said without any intention of showing off, as if it was very natural. But others didn't like this. They knew you won, but saying of course was a bit too much, right? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Luo Kun lost so quickly simply because he made a positioning mistake and was forced into a corner. If the fight continues, Qin Feng, who is no longer in his prime, will undoubtedly have a high chance of losing. But Qin Feng acted so naturally and without mercy that even Yuan Jin couldn't stand it. However, this kind of Qin Feng is the instructor who kicked him home on the second day of school. Ahem, winning and losing are common. Let's not ruin the relationship. Why don't we stay and have a meal together? Yuan Jin went up and laughed. It was not difficult to guess Luo Kun's identity since he could fight with Qin Feng on par with him and even called him senior. He wanted to make money through peace, but the other party did not agree. Le Shuyao was the first to explode. It's obvious that you cheated. Even Yuan Jin was stunned when these words were spoken. In front of everyone, how could he cheat? As for Luo Kun, he also frowned slightly. Shu Yao, don't talk nonsense. Har har, there's no need to have a meal. We're not on the same path. I think Yuan Jin, you should take some time to compensate her for the skirt, and let's just leave the rest of the matter at that. Qin Feng waved his hand casually. He had already seen that Le Shuyao seemed to be very tolerant towards Luo Kun. Otherwise, looking at Le Shuyao's sour face, I'm afraid what she would say is not that Qin Feng cheated, but that Luo Kun lost on purpose. My family has enough money for this dress. Unable to bear Qin Feng's bullying with her skirt, Le Shuyao said this harshly and turned around to leave the restaurant. Since he even lost to Luo Kun, there was absolutely no way he would get away with anything good from Qin Feng today. Le Shuyao saw this very clearly. Seeing her leave, Luo Kun first signaled to Qin Feng, and then chased after her. The scene was chaotic with all the people coming and going. Qin Feng and Luo Kun had been quite restrained when they were fighting, but when the La family's thugs came in earlier, they didn't care about the scene at all. After all this commotion, the only person who could sit down and eat calmly and freely was probably Qin Feng. Yuan Jin looked around and almost understood what everyone meant, so he shouted, "Let's have dinner another day. Let's go now." The director had spoken, and of course the crew agreed. So everyone dispersed in a mob. Yuan Jin was about to talk to Qin Feng about treating him to a different meal, when Du Jiwei suddenly appeared from nowhere. Director Yuan, Du Jiwei greeted with a smile. This is also a popular actress in the crew. Although she was supported by Yuan Jin, he still has to give her some face, so he stopped and listened to her. Du Jiwei smiled and said, "This handsome guy is so skilled, he must be Director Yuan's friend, right?" Would you like to introduce him to me? Chapter 33 New Drama Heroine. Yuan Jin narrowed his eyes. Du Juwei has been doing very well in the circle in the past 2 years, and her vision of people has also become much sharper. Did she actually notice Qin Feng's extraordinariness? But he never imagined that today's farce was actually planned by Du Juwei. She just didn't think of making such a big fuss at the beginning. She didn't know from where she heard that the customer Yuan Jin was going to receive today was called Qin Feng. With a rough guess, she knew that this Qin Feng might be the one Fan Xiao was talking about. I just don't understand how a security guard could become Director Yuan's guest of honor. Du Juwei suddenly changed her mind and pushed Qingqing out while no one was paying attention. She actually wanted Qingqing to bump into Qin Feng, which would then implicate Li Shuyao. Even if someone discovered it, the most they would blame would be Qingqing. And that Qingqing is so confused that she probably can't explain the relationship between them clearly. If Qin Feng, a small security guard, offended Li Shuyao, there would be no hope of finding a suitable candidate. Li Shuyao would naturally make trouble for him, which would be considered as fulfilling Fan Xiao's request. If Qin Feng was not someone to be trifled with, this matter would not fall on him in the end. I'd heard a long time ago that Li Shuyao and Qingqing were both candidates for the female lead in the next drama. Du Juwei was so happy to see them fighting against Qin Feng that they started a fight. A fight to the death would be their best. But she never expected that Qin Feng would be so powerful. In his heart, he was glad that he did not underestimate Qin Feng because of what Fan Xiao said. At the same time, in order to prevent Fan Xiao from revealing his dark history, he had to continue to carefully look for opportunities so that Qin Feng would not be able to find the actors he wanted when he came to the capital this time. Yuan Jin didn't see through Du Juwei's ulterior motives at all. He figured Qin Feng came here mainly to find an actor, so he casually introduced him. Well, this is a friend of mine, Qin Feng. He came back to the capital to find a suitable actor for a commercial. I think you'd be a good fit. If your schedule allows, you could give Qin Feng your phone number. When he said this, Qin Feng was actually standing next to Yuan Jin. When Yuan Jin said this, not only Du Juwei was paying attention, but Qin Feng was also paying attention to Du Juwei's situation. To be fair, as a first-line actress, Du Juwei looks and has a pretty good figure. However, Qin Feng carefully read the advertising copy and found that the style of the entire advertisement was more sweet and cute. If Du Juwei was chosen as the role, given that her image in the audience's mind has always been relatively sexy and cool, the advertising design might need to be changed. This is of course what Qin Feng doesn't want to see. If there are temporary changes and the master group is not satisfied, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? So he just nodded to indicate that he understood. Du Juwei is very popular now. When advertisers see her, they are afraid that she will not be available. It is the first time that they see Qin Feng looking so nonchalant. For a moment, they can't help but feel a little angry. She took Yuan Jin's arm and said, "Hey, Director Yuan, you're talking about your friend. How could you be free in that time? But Mr. Qin doesn't seem to want me to take his advertising job." Even though Yuan Jin had been hanging out with women for a long time, he still found these angry words a bit unbearable. He smiled and pulled Du Juwei away a little. "She just arrived, don't be so anxious. If you want to take on advertising, don't you have plenty of it?" Yuan Jin then said to Qin Feng, "The meal today wasn't good. I'm sorry for not hosting you well. How about we eat somewhere else?" It's okay. I just took some time to eat." Qin Feng was very obedient. "Please give me a few days to think about the advertising matter. I really don't know anything about the entertainment industry." Hearing him say that, Yuan Jin knew it was a polite refusal. However, she felt a little conflicted. To be honest, Du Juwei was already the most popular female star. If Du Juwei didn't want the role, who should she choose? Yuan Jin dismissed Du Juwei with a few words and pulled Qin Feng aside. "I say, Du Juwei is already very special. If you don't like this one, what do you want?" "Well, my commercial also has a sweet style." "The style is so different that I'm afraid it won't work," Qin Feng answered honestly. Yuan Jin is an expert in this area, so he still needs to wait for his guidance. Yuan Jin listened to Qin Feng's words and asked doubtfully, "Really? If we can invite Du Juwei, then wouldn't we just change the advertising plan? These popular stars now all have their own fans. Even if the ad isn't well shot, the publicity effect is still there. Do you know how many fans Du Juwei has on Weibo? How many? 4. Yuanjin held up for fingers seriously. 4 million. How much would that be if each person bought one bottle? When Qin Feng heard this number, he was not quite sure, but he knew that if Yuanjin could mention it so seriously, it must be something that cannot be ignored. So you mean to let Tu Jiwei come? Qin Feng couldn't hear anything else, but he could still guess what was going on. Yuanjin hesitated. Of course, it doesn't have to be her. Things in the entertainment industry are unpredictable. You never know when someone's popularity might drop. When will your commercial air? What do you think? When will the popsicle seller be broadcast? Qin Feng said. Yuanjin touched his chin. Summer, isn't that the summer vacation season? My next movie is going to be aired during the summer vacation. If you dare to take a chance, I can lend you the heroin. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Hadn't he made this special trip just to get some information about the summer movie season? Now that Yuanjin had brought it up, there was no reason to let it go. You have a play to star in during the summer vacation. What else can I say? Just keep the heroin role for me, Qin Feng said proudly. Yuanjin hurriedly grabbed him and said, Don't you understand? Is it already settled? If it's released during the summer, there's no telling whether the show will be a hit. What if it doesn't work? Won't your ad just go to waste? How could I not know what you have done? How dare you mention it in front of me without any confidence? Qin Feng said while winking at Yuanjin. Seeing him like this, Yuanjin smiled helplessly. As for the summer drama, he had read the script and thought it was indeed very good. With Yuanjin's reputation as an investor, there shouldn't be any trouble. After all this back and forth, Qin Feng had essentially dumped everything on Yuanjin. Given their friendship, Yuanjin felt bad for messing things up. He ultimately decided to contact Qin Feng again after the female lead was chosen. If he is not sure, Yuanjin will come forward to find a suitable celebrity to endorse the product for Qin Feng. At this point, Qin Feng's mission in the imperial capital was considered complete, and he was about to return to H City, but he could not resist Yuanjin's enthusiasm, so he decided to stay with the crew for 2 days. Because the director was very busy, Qin Feng was also running around with the crew. Coming from a military background, he had always been in good physical condition, and he didn't look tired at all, which made Yuanjin very envious. What Qin Feng hadn't expected was that Qingqing had been sending him food and drinks during the crew's free time. Privately, Yuanjin joked with him, saying that Qingqing treated Qin Feng better than the director and must have taken a liking to him. Qin Feng smiled indifferently, but for some reason he thought of Lin Mengyao from H City. She said she went back to the Lin family, but there was no news from her after that. What a heartless girl. Qin Feng, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, someone called out to him. Qin Feng looked up and saw Qingqing approaching with a bottle of mineral water. As soon as he looked up, the water was handed to him. Qingqing, dressed in ancient costume, had a particularly delicate and endearing aura, and her dimples made her smile even sweeter. Qin Feng took the water, secretly lamenting Yuanjin's sharp judgment. If it were him, he would never have imagined that the young girl at the banquet that day could look so charming in ancient costume. I didn't think anything, thanks. Qin Feng raised the water in his hand to greet Qingqing. You're welcome. Thanks for helping me that day. Otherwise, I don't know what I would have done. Qingqing smiled at him and ran back to the crowd. She plays the role of a maid, and she's always busy running around on set. If Du Jiwei needs to touch up her makeup, Qingqing has to carry her makeup bag, and if she needs to hold an umbrella, Qingqing is the one who does it. Now it's almost time to leave the set, and the crew is packing up the props, so Qingqing has to go up and help. This is a very realistic situation. Du Jiwei's worth is there, and even Yuanjin needs to give her some points. But looking at Qingqing, she seemed to be enjoying it. Qin Feng watched the small figure moving around the field, her clothes fluttering, her lips red and her teeth white. If it weren't for the cameras everywhere ruining the scenery, she really would have looked like a fairy from a traditional Chinese painting. Qin Feng took a look and Yuanjin just strolled over. How about this girl? Isn't she pretty? Heh, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Qin Feng looked at Yuanjin with disdain. Yuanjin was furious. What are you talking about? I was wondering if her temperament is perfect for a costume drama. How can someone with your background have such dirty thoughts? You've only been in the capital for a few days, and you've even picked up an accent. You have to add some accents when you speak. Qin Feng dismissed the fact that he had misunderstood Yuan Zhen's intentions with one sentence, "I think it's pretty good." I plan to let her try in the next drama. Do you think it's okay? Yuan Zhen said in a low voice. This is your business, take care of it yourself. Qin Feng didn't respond at all, but looked at Qingqing again, but I think her temperament is good enough for my commercial. Fuck you. Your commercial is not as important as my drama. Yuan Zhen cursed with a smile, but Qin Feng's next sentence meant that he thought Qingqing was not bad either. Yuan Zhen couldn't hide this attitude. The two of them were chatting and laughing, but they ignored the person standing not far away who was listening carefully to their words. Chapter 34 Unable to walk. Snap. The sound of glass being smashed rang out in the hotel room, but outside the well-insulated room, everything was calm. They are actually going to let that idiot play the leading lady in their next drama? I've heard that Yuan Zhen's next drama is a mature, top-tier IP. If they can get it, it will definitely help boost their fame. What kind of investor would actually agree to let him use a newcomer as the lead? This won't do. We have to stop him. Du Juwei looked at the glass thrown on the ground and gradually fell into deep thought. What should I do? It seems that Qin Feng is quite capable, and forcing him will definitely not work. Du Juwei pondered and suddenly remembered that Chen Yuanzhen seemed to be very close to a well-known film and television investor. Could it be that person? Grabbing the phone on the table, Du Juwei took a few deep breaths and dialed the other party's number. For Qin Feng, as long as Lin Mengyao didn't go back, he was almost on vacation. Although the advertising was handed over to him, once the casting was decided, the rest of the work was just to confirm the shooting schedule and do the post-production work after the shooting was completed. Even if many people in Tianfeng group are ready to laugh at Qin Feng, it is impossible for everyone to dislike him. No matter what, Qin Feng is also a favorite of the president, and some people are eager to curry favor with him. Qin Feng, who had figured all this out, knew that his recent work focus was to choose a spokesperson, so he was not in a hurry to return to H-City. Yuan Zhen was busy with work, but the locations where the crew filmed were mostly famous scenic spots. Qin Feng treated it as a tour, and it was a chartered tour, so he didn't have to worry about any problems such as crowding. This was great news. Qingqing didn't have any scenes to shoot today, so she followed Qin Feng out to climb the mountain. Qin Feng, I heard someone say that you must be from the army. Is that true? Qingqing, who had become familiar with Qin Feng in the past few days, gradually opened up and liked to ask Qin Feng all kinds of questions. Huh? Who told you? Qin Feng asked. It was no secret that he had been a soldier, but Yuan Zhen certainly wouldn't say anything without thinking. Anyone who had observed soldiers could tell from the way Qin Feng walked that he was a soldier. I think the person who told Qingqing these things must be a martial artist. It's the martial arts instructor of the crew. He said that the way you walk looks like a soldier. Qingqing turned around and winked at Qin Feng. Do you soldiers have very hard training? You can climb a mountain as high as this without even taking a breath. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, as if she was taller than the mountain. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing. You think I'm a god? I climbed such a high mountain, and I didn't even breathe. Having said that, Qingqing is a very pure person, and it really doesn't make you feel uncomfortable at all when you get along with her. Qin Feng led Qingqing up a little further. He himself was still barely breathing, but Qingqing was exhausted and kept saying she was tired and wanted to rest. There was no place to rest halfway up the mountain. Qin Feng looked around and couldn't find even a place to shelter from the sun. Aren't we supposed to rest here and bask in the sun? Take a few more steps. I think there seems to be a place up there where we can sit down and drink tea. Qin Feng gestured with his hand in the shape of a telescope. I can't walk anymore, Qingqing squatted on the side of the road and couldn't get up. Qin Feng was embarrassed and walked over to squat in front of her. Come up, I'll carry you up. Qingqing stood up this time, but most likely out of fear. Isn't this bad? Are you scared? Qin Feng turned around deliberately and said in a ferocious manner. Qingqing has always been susceptible to this kind of trick. She immediately raised her head and said, "Who's afraid?" and then she pounced on Qin Feng's back. She was petite, so Qin Feng felt lighter standing up than when he was on an armed cross-country race. However, this wasn't an armed cross-country race, so there was no need to run. Qin Feng carried Qingqing on his back and walked up step by step. It didn't seem strenuous, but the gentle touch on his back made Qin Feng understand the reason for Qingqing's hesitation. This posture didn't look very ambiguous, but because Qingqing was lying on his back, her warm breath kept blowing on Qin Feng's neck, and there was also the soft touch on his back. This is too much. There are so many little goblins around and I can't move any of them. This thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. TSK, you already have Lin Mengyao, why are you still thinking about others? Qin Feng despised himself again. Speaking of Lin Mengyao, what was the story behind her bath towel show that day? Although I don't know what she was trying to do, her figure is really good. I can't think about it anymore. I say, you are malnourished. You can't even feel it when you carry it on your back, Qin Feng said to divert his attention. Who would have thought that Qingqing, who was always lively and cheerful, had no reaction at all? What's wrong? Qin Feng thought she had a heat stroke, so he turned around to look. As a result, he almost kissed Qingqing's little lips. R. Qingqing leaned back suddenly, causing both of their centers of gravity to fall backwards. Qin Feng quickly used his waist to pull his center of gravity back. His mind was so distracted that he looked around and didn't know what to say. I don't know where your face is, sorry, Qin Feng explained. He really didn't mean it. Qingqing put her arms around his neck again, it's okay. Why didn't you speak just now? Qin Feng saw that she was not suffering from heat stroke, but was so quiet, which was a bit unlike Qingqing. Qingqing was silent for a moment, then said, I feel very, very comfortable having you carry me on your back. You feel comfortable, but I feel very uncomfortable. Qin Feng really wants to complain, but facing a little girl like Qingqing, there are some things that he really can't say. How comfortable is it? Qin Feng deliberately made his tone cold so as not to sound like he was teasing. Qingqing thought for a moment, just like an older brother. Qin Feng was silent. Everyone else was given the good guy card, but you were the only one who gave them the big brother card. Do you have any humanity at all? At this moment, they arrived at the resting place that Qin Feng had seen before. Qin Feng found a seat and put Qingqing down. They each had a bowl of tea. After drinking the tea, I immediately felt refreshed. Qin Feng praised, our traditional things are still the best. This bowl of tea is more thirst-quenching than 10 bowls of Coke. Qingqing smiled and lowered her head to continue drinking tea. Seeing that Qingqing was exhausted, Qin Feng took her to rest for a while and then returned the same way. It was obvious that Qingqing wanted to continue climbing, but when she couldn't walk anymore, she felt embarrassed to ask Qin Feng to carry her, so she had to follow Qin Feng down the mountain obediently. Going down the mountain was naturally much faster than going up. When Qin Feng and the others came back, the crew had just finished work for the day. Qingqing ran over and happily helped pack up, but Yuanjun went to Qin Feng first. You kid, have you kidnapped my actor again? Tell me the truth, what happened? Yuanjun was actually holding a prop sword in his hand, pointing at Qin Feng viciously. It's a pity that even if this sword is not a prop, Yuanjun would not be able to do anything to Qin Feng. Can you think of something serious every day? Qin Feng asked back. Yuanjun put away his sword with a smile, it was just a joke. But I think Qingqing is really good. It's just that in the entertainment industry, her personality is not so good. Qin Feng understood what he meant, but Qingqing's innocent personality was very good. It was innate. If he had to change it for the sake of filming, it would be a pity. They are all following you, Director Yuan, so can't you just keep an eye on them? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Yuanjun's face was bitter. Of course I know how to take care of you, but there are so many people on the crew, how can I be so thorough? That is indeed a problem. Qin Feng nodded and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why do you sound like you're entrusting someone with your child? Let me tell you, I'm not interested in her at all, Qin Feng said seriously. Yuanjun smiled, if I'm really not interested, can you take me out to play every day? Don't think I can't see that you are not interested, but what if others are interested in you? Qin Feng was stunned, you said she likes me. Isn't it? A little girl gives you things all day long, and only you can't notice anything, right? Yuanjun was very contentious. Well, that's a bit difficult to deal with, Qin Feng said. What's so difficult about it? Do you have a lover? Yuanjun was surprised. According to his understanding, Qin Feng was not the kind of person who was completely ignorant of romance. Although he was not a playboy, he was not so bad as to find it troublesome if someone liked him. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. As for the sweetheart, it's really hard to say. Director Yuanjun was an expert at reading people's expressions. He could tell at a glance that Qin Feng didn't seem to want to bring it up, so he just passed over the topic. Director Yuan, come and take a look, something happened over there. Someone in the crew suddenly shouted. Yuanjun's brain suddenly exploded. The crew was full of big stars, and they couldn't handle anything if something happened. He stood up and ran over quickly. Qin Feng, adhering to the principle of sticking by his friend's side when they are in trouble, immediately followed. What's wrong? What's wrong? Master Yuan had not arrived yet, but he was already shouting. Someone fell from the booth, someone inside answered. Who fell? Yuanjun asked. It seems to be that maid. That maid? Qin Feng paused. Isn't Qingqing just a maid in the play? A bad premonition immediately appeared in Qin Feng's heart. It can't be such a coincidence. How long has it been? Worried, Qin Feng quickened his pace. As expected, he saw Qingqing lying on the ground. She was lying on her side and seemed to be still awake, but for some reason she couldn't get up. Qin Feng hurried over to take a look, only to see that part of the stage had collapsed, crushing one of Qingqing's hands. Chapter 35. The enemy is dark, we are clear. Having one hand crushed by the stage is no small matter. With such a heavy stage, at the very least it would be a fracture. Qin Feng frowned and rushed forward to take a closer look. Qingqing's face turned pale with pain, but she didn't cry. Seeing Qin Feng coming over, she even smiled sheepishly. Anyone who sees such a scene will feel heartbroken. Qin Feng didn't care about the guest taking over the main position at this time, and directly called for help. Help! First, lift up the booth that is pressing her down. Everyone was stunned at first. Qin Feng behaved so aggressively at the last dinner that few people in the entire crew dared to approach him. When he suddenly gave orders, few people obeyed and most people subconsciously hid aside. Hey! Are you deaf and can't hear me? Help save people. Yuanjun was so angry that he started cursing. Everyone finally reacted and came forward to help. The thing that was holding Qingqing down was quickly moved away, and Qin Feng helped her out from underneath. The medical staff of the crew immediately rushed over, yelling at Qin Feng not to touch her hand. Qin Feng's experience in treating injuries was no less than that of these doctors, but at this moment he let go and handed Qingqing to the doctor, then turned back to where the booth collapsed. Why did the stage collapse? Qin Feng asked. Generally speaking, the crew took very careful safety measures, and things like the booth were made of steel structures for stability. Let alone Qingqing, even if a fat person fell from the booth, it would definitely not collapse. I didn't see anything, I just heard a bang, someone near the booth answered. Qin Feng frowned and looked down at the booth. The booth that had been moved away by everyone was casually lying aside and no one paid attention to it. But Qin Feng looked at it carefully for a while, and suddenly his brows moved. There was a screw missing from the edge of the booth. If this is true, then Qingqing's fall from the booth was not an accident? Even though she was a bit naive, she was very careful in her actions. So, wasn't it Qingqing who lost her balance and bumped into him that day in the restaurant, provoking Le Shuyao? So, it seems that someone in the crew is targeting Qingqing? But she is just playing a small supporting role like an insignificant girl, and Qin Feng can't think of any reason to harm her. He could only put it aside for the time being and Qin Feng returned to Qingqing's side. The place where her hand was hit was completely swollen. The crew did not have any X-ray equipment, so they could only simply fix her injured hand to avoid secondary injury and then transfer her urgently. Yuanjun looked at Qin Feng and opened his mouth to say something. Qin Feng said before him, I know, I'll take her there now. Yuanjun looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. The booth collapsed and the crew had too many things to arrange. Even if Yuanjun wanted to send Qingqing there personally, it would be unrealistic. But Yuanjun might not have sensed something about what happened today. He would not feel at ease if Qingqing went to the hospital alone. Fortunately, Qin Feng was there. After all, he had nothing to do, so it was very convenient for him to escort Qingqing. Qin Feng greeted Yuanjun and followed the crew's car to the hospital. Although Qingqing is usually a playful and cute person, she is very strong when she is injured. Although she is sweating from the pain, she never cries out in pain and never sheds a tear. Qin Feng was very surprised to see her like this. A girl with such a personality, even if she is still naive now, will eventually succeed in the future. He wanted to ask about what happened when Qing fell from the booth, but Qin Feng also knew that if there was really someone in the crew targeting Qing, the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light. If he asked like this, he might not be able to get anything out of it, but someone else would get the news first. There was no conversation along the way. When they arrived at the hospital, the people accompanying them did not have time to run around with them, so Qin Feng took the initiative to take over this task and help to run around. After taking an X-ray, it was found that there was indeed a serious fracture in the wrist. Fortunately, it was handled well on the spot and the fracture did not cause any other injuries. Qing was a little flustered when the bone was being set. As an actress, her only impression of bone setting was from martial arts movies where the bone was set by simply pulling it hard. She had already reached her limit in enduring this. If she was pulled like this again, she really didn't know if she could hold on any longer. It's okay, just bear with it, Qin Feng patted her shoulder to comfort her. Qin Feng had experienced bone setting before, but he was still a man after all and could not understand Qing's panic at the moment. Qing stretched out her uninjured hand and held Qin Feng's. Can you stay with me? Qing said timidly. Aren't you here to accompany me? Qin Feng asked. Qing was silent now, but the doctor noticed that she was a little scared. To ease her tension, he smiled and said, "Your boyfriend can't tell that you're scared. Don't worry, setting the bone won't be particularly painful." Qing seemed to understand, but she blushed when the doctor mentioned her boyfriend. Qin Feng also touched his nose, but there was no need to explain to the doctor now, so he just waited quietly for the bone to be set. Because the bones were severely dislocated, Qing's wrist was swollen and thicker than her arm. The doctor was very careful when setting the bone. He carefully confirmed the position on the X-ray, and then found a round wooden stick for Qing to bite. With a sudden movement of his hand, the bone was put back into place, but Qing was so scared that she almost jumped up. Fortunately, Qin Feng was very experienced and held her down tightly. The pain wasn't particularly severe, but the scene was indeed terrifying. Qing came to her senses and relaxed a little. She even raised her hand to look at it. "Is this okay?" The doctor shook his head. He said the pain wasn't there at the moment, but it was simply because the nerves in that area had become less sensitive due to the ongoing pain. It was still too early for the injury to heal. You need to bandage it again and get enough rest, otherwise it may have some bad effects in the future. The doctor took out the medicine, touched Qing's wound carefully with a bamboo stick, and then found some gauze to wrap it carefully. What impact? Qing was a little panicked, which was undoubtedly a sign of watching too many TV dramas. Oh, the bone may be dislocated again. If it is not discovered, it will grow crooked. If it is discovered, the second bone setting will be very painful, said the doctor. Qing shuddered and quickly said that she understood. After thinking about it, she was still a little worried, so she simply asked, "How about we just find something to tie it up like we did when I came here?" "That's enough," Qin Feng said speechlessly, "you're not a child anymore. As long as you don't do strenuous exercise, you won't miss it." Qin Feng had already spoken, so Qing stuck out her tongue and stopped worrying about it. The two went to the pharmacy and got some blood-activating and blood stasis-removing medicine before leaving the hospital. After that, you only need to bandage it once every 3 days and it will be fine. Qin Feng returned to the crew and sent Qing back to her room to rest first. This is a hotel, and a supporting character like Qing doesn't have her own room, so she lives with another girl. Qin Feng was a little worried, so he stood at the door and asked again, "Do you want to open a separate room for you? It would be more convenient for you to recuperate on your own, right?" "It's okay. There's someone here who will take care of me, right?" "Sister Yun is a very nice person," Qing smiled. Seeing her say that, Qin Feng was helpless. Indeed, if a hand is injured, it is not appropriate to have no one to take care of it. "Then you take care of yourself," Qin Feng said. "Yeah," Qing nodded vigorously, then opened the door and entered the room. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but still went to Yuanzhen's room to find him. "You're back. How is your injury?" Yuanzhen asked. "It's a serious fracture. I think it will take 1 or 2 months to heal," Qin Feng said. Yuanzhen's face suddenly turned bitter. Qing's role in this drama is not that important. Now we are halfway through filming. If we can't continue filming, we can arrange some plot points and just remove the role. But if I have to recuperate for 2 months, I won't be able to catch up with the next drama. In other words, because of her injury, Qing might miss an opportunity to play the leading female role. Such an opportunity is too important for an actor, and Yuanjun couldn't help but feel very sorry. I say, this matter is not that simple, Qin Feng said seriously. What did you say? Yuanjun asked. At that time, I went to check the collapsed booth and found that someone had tampered with it. This must have been intentional, Qin Feng said very confidently. He completely believed in his judgment. Yuanjun hesitated for a moment, but Qing is just an unimportant supporting role. We can just change the script without her. Who would target her? And last time in the restaurant, Qing also fell towards me and bumped into the Shuyao. No matter how careless a person is, they wouldn't fall down so many times in such a short period of time, right? I've taken her everywhere these past few days, hiking and swimming, and she hasn't fallen once. Yuanjun's expression turned serious. If that's the case, then it's indeed very problematic. Do you think this is Le Shuyao's revenge on her? Qin Feng was a little confused by this unconventional train of thought and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Didn't Qing spill noodles on her last time? She didn't get anything good out of it. Will she take revenge on Qing later? Yuanjun asked. Qin Feng was speechless. It was me who made her suffer. But she can't kill you, so she can only take out her anger on the weak, Yuanjun said again. I say, if you get beaten up, would you crush an to death to vent your anger? With Qing's identity, background and worth, is she someone worth Le Shuyao's attention? Qin Feng said unhappily. He felt that Yuanjun was deliberately avoiding the topic. But he could understand Yuanjun's feelings to some extent. It is a foregone conclusion that Qing is injured and unable to take on any role. It would be unwise for a director to offend the big names in the crew just to stand up for Qing at this time. Chapter 36 The Mastermind. Qin Feng felt a little unhappy with Yuanjun's attitude, but he did not get angry with Yuanjun immediately. He believed that if there was a possibility of redemption, Yuanjun would not have this attitude. Anyone who can enter the National Defense University at least has no major problems with their values. In Qin Feng's opinion, although Yuanjun is a bit lazy, he is not a mean and heartless person after all. It was just that when Qing's situation was beyond redemption, Yuanjun was just trying to find a way to prevent him from suffering greater losses. People always grow, and growth means making choices between two things. Yuanjun chose to avoid losses first, and of course he can't be blamed, as this is what most people think. Forget it, I won't force you, Qin Feng said finally, but she is following you after all. I think you should always be worthy of her. Yuanjun saw that Qin Feng had seen through him, and said very seriously, of course. With this attitude, Qin Feng decided not to ask any more questions and left Yuanjun's room. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. If everyone hadn't learned to compromise on some things, would the world still be like this? He couldn't think of the answer, but no matter how others changed, for Qin Feng, what he stuck to never changed. Perhaps this was the real reason why he finally had to leave Yinlong. Even Yinlong had to compromise on some things, and Qin Feng had never been someone willing to compromise. Qing needed to recuperate, so of course she didn't have to continue with the crew. When Yuanjun finished filming this scene and rushed to the next set, Qing was also given leave to go home by the crew. Qing, who hadn't realized she'd missed out on a great drama where she could play the leading role, didn't seem pessimistic at the moment. Instead, she was a little worried because Qin Feng seemed so worried these past few days. Brother Qin, are you really going to send me back? Qing asked before boarding the plane. As a student, she had to go back to school after leaving the crew. Qing felt a little disappointed at the thought of parting with Qin Feng so soon, but she never expected that Qin Feng would actually offer to take her back to school. Besides being surprised, Qing felt that it all seemed unreal. What? You find me annoying and want me to leave? Qin Feng asked with a smile. A naive girl like Qing is really easy to control. As expected, she hurriedly said, of course not. I won't be annoyed if Brother Qin follows me all the time. Qin Feng's expression froze. A few days ago, when Qin Feng heard Yuanjun say that Qing might have fallen in love with him, he still thought it was a little unlikely. But after spending a few days with her, if he said he still knew nothing, he would be suspected of playing dumb. Unfortunately, Qin Feng did feel pity for the simple-minded Qing, but that was mostly a brotherly sentiment. Not to mention that he didn't have room in his heart for another woman. Even if he did, he couldn't make a move on Qingqing, who was still a student. This time he came to see her off, mostly because of Yuan Zhen's attitude. Qin Feng chose to acquiesce, and still felt a little guilty towards Qingqing. It's time to get ready to board the plane, Qin Feng said, picked up Qingqing's backpack and walked towards the boarding gate. Qingqing followed Qin Feng very obediently, looking at the tall figure of the man in front of her from time to time, and was actually a little dazed. After walking for a while, she didn't follow him. Qin Feng looked back curiously and saw Qingqing standing not far behind him with a frown on her face. "What's wrong again?" Qin Feng asked. Nothing," Qingqing quickened her pace and walked to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at her suspiciously. This girl was not the type to hide things. The way she lowered her head and stared at her toes completely betrayed her thoughts. Qingqing felt embarrassed to be looked at like that. "Brother Qin, what are you looking at? You are worried about something." Qin Feng opened his mouth and revealed Qingqing's little secret. Qingqing stamped her feet in shame and anger. "There's nothing to worry about. Let's go." As she said that, she pushed Qin Feng forward with the one hand that she could still move freely. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk, Qin Feng did not force her and got on the plane. The noise was the heaviest during takeoff and landing. Qingqing frowned and covered her ears, not caring about talking to Qin Feng for a while. But when the plane was flying smoothly, Qingqing began to turn her head frequently to peek at Qin Feng. Qin Feng also noticed this little action. When Qingqing turned her head to look at him again, Qin Feng also turned back deliberately. Their eyes met. Qingqing's face immediately turned red and she turned away quickly. "What's the matter?" Qin Feng asked. Qingqing hesitated for a long time, as if she had made up her mind. She looked up at Qin Feng and said, "Brother Qin, will we meet again in the future?" So this is why, Qin Feng suddenly realized. "What do you think? Don't you want to see me?" Qin Feng asked her back. Not to mention the relationship between him and Qingqing, just based on the relationship between Qin Feng and Yuan Zhen, it is almost inevitable that he will meet Qingqing. Qingqing somewhat misunderstood Qin Feng's words, blinked and asked, "Brother Qin will come to see me?" Qin Feng said, "I guess so. I often go to see Yuan Zhen." "Oh." A hint of disappointment flashed across Qingqing's eyes, but she quickly hid it carefully. In the end, she didn't say anything that would embarrass Qin Feng. Whether it was for Qin Feng's sake or because of her own shyness, Qin Feng really appreciated her sense of propriety. After getting off the plane and sending Qingqing back to school, Qin Feng said goodbye and left. As a result, before he even boarded the plane to go back to find Yuan Zhen called him. "The heroine of the next movie may be Du Jue," Yuan Zhen said on the phone. Qin Feng was not very surprised by this result. Qingqing was injured, so among the actresses that Yuan Zhen had recently made popular, Du Jue was definitely one of the most popular ones. "Well, I can probably guess it," Qin Feng said. Yuan Zhen knew what he meant and kept shaking his head, not caring that Qin Feng couldn't see him at all on the phone. No, you misunderstood," Yuan Zhen said. "Du Jue's acting style isn't very suitable for this new role. I originally wanted to postpone the start of filming until Qingqing's injury heals. If we can't make it in the summer, we can always do it during winter break." But when I called, the investor's attitude was very strange. Qin Feng became interested when he heard it. "How is it strange?" He specifically wanted the popular actress Du Jue to play the role, saying that only with her would the ratings be guaranteed, and that newcomers could easily ruin the show, Yuan Zhen said bitterly. "That's all bullshit. There's nothing wrong with my casting. Even though Qingqing is a newcomer, there are already two popular young actors in the show, so traffic is not a problem at all." Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. Don't you think Qingqing's injury and Du Jue's nomination are too close together?" Yuan Zhen was silent for a moment. "You mean, Du Jue did this?" This time, he didn't dodge the question. To a certain extent, Yuan Zhen had compromised with the status quo, but that didn't mean he would become a man who only cared about profit and not about human feelings. If Du Jue really did it, attacking an actor from her own crew would undoubtedly have crossed Yuan Zhen's bottom line. Even if the show wasn't filmed, it definitely wouldn't be given to Du Jue. "It's just a guess. Originally, I just suspected that someone in the crew was targeting Qingqing, but now it seems that the biggest beneficiary of Qingqing's injury has already stood up, right?" Qin Feng said. No matter who attacked Qingqing, it would not be difficult to guess the outcome as long as we see who the final beneficiary is. Anyway, you should come back first. After all, we don't have any evidence, so it's not a good idea to say this. We need to discuss it carefully. Yuan Jin chose a more conservative approach. Qin Feng had no objection. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him. He simply wanted to stand up for Qingqing's unfair treatment. Around dusk, Qin Feng reappeared in Yuan Jin's hotel room, but the atmosphere was very different from yesterday. Yuan Jin had no intention of playing Tai Chi to avoid the question, but he was struggling to determine who had done it. If you trust me, leave it to me. Can we make an appointment with that investor? Qin Feng asked. Yuan Jin nodded. In terms of casting, he has come here to discuss this with me personally these past 2 days. That's easy. You probably haven't replied to him yet. Next time you go, call me. If it were someone else, Yuan Jin would definitely not agree to such a request. A layman who knew nothing about the entertainment industry actually asked to go with him to meet film and television investors. Yuan Jin would only think that person was crazy. But the person who said this was Qin Feng, and Yuan Jin chose to believe him without hesitation. That's it, I'll call you then, Yuan Jin agreed without even a single extra word of advice. Qin Feng doesn't need that kind of thing at all. After the business was settled, Qin Feng said with a smile, I don't think you're very happy as a director. It seems even more frustrating than in the army. You have to cater to everyone's moods everywhere. Yuan Jin quickly waved his hands and said, looking at the facial expression is one thing. I still remember that I was asked to stand for a whole day on the first day. Oh my god, my legs were weak on the second day. At the same time, he made an expression of lingering fear. Qin Feng didn't laugh at him. Who didn't think so when they were in the barracks? Even Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when he thought of the painful experience in the barracks. But now he is too far away from that time. The time to meet with the investor was quickly set. Qin Feng took out the suit that Lin Mengyao had bought for him and put it on. He looked like a bodyguard no matter how he looked at it. I say, you still need a pair of big sunglasses. Then stand next to me like this, and no one will dare to mess with me when I walk on the street. Yuan Jin looked at Qin Feng in this outfit and couldn't help but laugh at him. Chapter 37 Not on the Same Path. Qin Feng ignored Yuan Jin's teasing. He was originally wearing a bodyguard outfit, so it should look like this. Of course, it's boring to joke around alone. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't respond at all, Yuan Jin lost interest. The two of them walked slowly towards the place they had agreed to meet with the investor. The meeting place was a coffee shop with a unique style, decorated in a metal punk style. Qin Feng picked a steel chair that looked very textured and sat down. After a while, he felt that it was too hard and uncomfortable, so he stood up and sat back on the sofa. Yuan Jin chose the softest and most comfortable place from the very beginning. The two of them ordered some drinks and waited for the investors to come. Before coming, Yuan Jin had roughly introduced the background of this investor to Qin Feng. This person's name was Kuman. He made his fortune by running an internet company, but in the past 2 years he wanted to switch to the TV drama sector. Not only does he have sufficient funds, he has also acquired several large IPs. It can be said that he is ready to do something. Qin Feng didn't feel anything about this, but seeing Yuan Jin's enthusiasm when he talked about it, he just regarded it as something very impressive. A little later, Kuman arrived. It was already spring, but he was still wearing a blue windbreaker and a plaid scarf casually draped around his neck, looking quite like Chow Yun-fat from his early years. However, this investor wasn't very tall, and with that outfit, he looked like a clothes hanger that wasn't long enough. Director Yuan. Long time no see. Kuman greeted Yuan Jin warmly as soon as he came in. Compared with the IP in his hands, the investor's biggest capital is actually Yuan Jin, who can be said to have influenced the entire direction of TV dramas. No matter how good the script is, without a good director, it is unlikely to be a good drama. Yuan Jin happens to be such a director, and Kuman has always respected Yuan Jin. This time, I don't know what happened. They actually used such a tough attitude to interfere with the casting. No wonder Yuan Jinchi was in that state. Before Kuman sat down, he saw Qin Feng standing next to Yuan Jin like a bodyguard. He was slightly surprised, then asked with a smile, "Who is this?" Yuan Jin introduced him. this is my friend, Qin Feng. He recently came to me to recommend him an actor for a commercial, so he often follows me around. Oh, so that's it. Kuman's attitude became very cold when he heard it. It's just an advertisement. Most of the time, it's not the boss' turn to do this kind of thing personally. Looking at Qin Feng's bodyguard outfit, the company that can let such a person come out to run an advertisement is probably not a big company. Kuman had no interest in Qin Feng at all. Yuan Jin, who had anticipated this result, was also helpless. Qin Feng's true identity was certainly very intimidating, but that kind of thing couldn't be casually brought out. Saying that he was looking for a spokesperson was already a huge compliment. Look, Mr. Ku, I think the heroine for the next drama still needs to be discussed. Yuan Jin simply ignored Qin Feng's affairs and went straight to the point. You know the script of the next drama. The heroine has a relatively simple personality. Even though Du Juwei is a famous star, her acting style and image are not suitable. I am worried that the filming will be a bit jarring. Kuman knew this without even hearing it, but he had to rely on Yuan Jin to film the drama, so he didn't use his status as an investor to pressure Yuan Jin. Well, I know what director Yuan means. But you see, this drama is newly filmed, and if we find a newcomer to play the role, it would be too risky. We agreed before that Qing, whom you mentioned, would have to play a role in your current drama, to see how the audience reacts. But now the drama at hand can't be filmed, and if we want to shoot the next one, we have to postpone the schedule for her. To be honest, I think it's inappropriate for a newcomer. Kuman's words were very polite, but his meaning was very clear, that is, no matter how you look at it, Qing is not suitable. Yuan Jin didn't insist on waiting for Qing, and instead asked, but there are already many celebrities with a sweet style. Choosing Du Juwei is like leaving good resources unused and taking a risk. Kuman's face turned serious. What are you talking about? Is it riskier to choose Du Juwei or Qing? From what I know, Director Yuan, you're not someone who's afraid of risks, right? This is a bit biased. Casting Qing as the lead is risky, but the rewards are equally great if successful. A newcomer, nurtured from the ground up, has every advantage when it comes to negotiating release dates and pay. But what about Du Juwei? She's already an A-list star. What's the point of continuing to promote her? If her pay rises with her fame, wouldn't that just be raising costs for herself? Yuan Jin didn't say these words out loud. Kuman is no longer a new investor in the industry, so it is impossible for him not to know this truth. Mr. Ku, it's fine if you say this to other people, but saying it to me is a bit awkward, isn't it? Yuan Jin didn't expose the truth, but tactfully pointed out that he knew Kuman was not ignorant. Seeing Yuan Jin getting serious, Kuman dropped his pretense and said, Director Yuan, what you said is true. I admit that I have some selfish motives, but Du Juwei is an actress and a guarantee in herself. Letting her film the movie may cost a little more, but there is no risk. Mr. Ku, this is the problem. Du Juwei is an actor we promoted, so how come you are now saying that the cost is high? This is a problem in itself, right? Yuan Jin pointed out the problem sharply. In recent years, Du Juwei's fame has soared, and it's only natural that her salary has increased. However, as the person who brought her into the industry, Yuan Jin feels no human touch in her salary, which inevitably makes him feel a bit sad. Well, isn't the high cost also something I'm worried about? Kuman Qiang explained himself, but he himself felt powerless. Du Juwei's salary is high, but the total budget that Kumankai gave to Yuan Jin did not increase accordingly. Du Juwei's salary level is already squeezing the production cost of the TV series. This is why Yuan Jin wants to support someone new. Yuan Jin was speechless. If Kuman used these nonsense to get rid of him once, he could still say it in a tactful way, but if he said it a second time, it was worth pondering. Mr. Ku seems to care a lot about Du Juwei. Qin Feng suddenly interrupted with a hint of ambiguity in his expression. Kuman's expression changed, but he quickly reacted and waved his hands in denial, of course not. How could I have such an idea? Qin Feng smiled and stopped talking. Anyone could see Kuman's nervousness at that moment. Seeing this situation, Yuan Jin's face turned dark. Mr. Ku, you're really going too far. We've been friends for so many years, why can't we just talk about it? I'm not such a pedantic person if you want to use someone under the table, but asking me to change roles for this is inappropriate, isn't it? If this is your attitude towards this drama, I think I should find another investor. Yuanjun was extremely grateful at this moment. Otherwise, at this moment, he really would have nothing to offer in negotiation with Kuman. Fortunately, when Kuman said he wanted to buy his script, he was clear-headed and chose to refuse. An investor who arbitrarily interferes with the filming of a film because of someone's spoken rules is, after all, no longer someone who wants to make a good film. Yuanjun himself wasn't making films out of lack of money, their values were completely different. Yuanjun wanted to make good TV series, while TV series were just a way to make money for Kuman, no different from the food sold in a restaurant. Yuanjun would rather not have such an investor, as he is not the same kind of person as himself. Kuman was also shocked. Yuanjun could be said to be his biggest support in entering the film and television industry. If they really fell out over a woman, he would definitely not be happy to see it. Well, Director Yuan, that's not the case. This is just a suggestion. You were the one who brought up Du Jue, so her ability must be strong. If you would rather not shoot the film than choose her, then what else can I say? I'll listen to you. After thinking for a moment, Kuman chose to compromise. This time the meeting was not awkward at all. After all, Yuanjun knew that he and Kuman had some differences in values, so he didn't say much, just briefly talked about other things, and that was it. Kuman chose to give in, so naturally casting became a free matter for Yuanjun. It should have been a happy thing, but on their way back, Yuanjun and Qin Feng both felt a little depressed. When they arrived at the hotel, Yuanjun turned around and asked Qin Feng, "Do you also feel that something is wrong?" He compromised too readily, Qin Feng said directly, expressing his doubts. How can it be so straightforward? This is not like Kuman's style, Yuanjun said with a puzzled look on his face. He even called Qin Feng to complain, so you can imagine how stubborn Kuman used to be. Now this sudden compromise, coupled with their completely different values shown by both parties today, made Yuanjun very worried. It's better to pay attention to his movements. I don't think things are that simple, Qin Feng reminded Yuanjun again before returning to his room. Yuanjun also nodded, I know. After being delayed here for several days, Yuanjun suddenly found Qin Feng. It's bad, Yuanjun looked very anxious. How? I heard some rumors that Kuman found a well-known director and said he wanted to shoot a movie and specifically wanted Du Jue to be the female lead, Yuanjun said. That's great. Du Jue is filming his own drama, so she doesn't have time to film yours. Qin Feng didn't understand why he was so anxious. Yuanjun almost jumped up, what do you know? Kuman already has several IPs in production, he doesn't have any other scripts at all. Chapter 38 Uninvited Guests. Qin Feng seemed to realize something after hearing Yuanjun's words. He narrowed his eyes and asked, are you saying that he might have taken your script and found someone to film it? That's very possible, Yuanjun said. Kuman doesn't have any other available scripts. And if he does have a script, he usually looks to me first. I think when we met him that day, he also felt that I might not work with him again in the future, so he just did this and snatched away all the possible scenes I could shoot. Shouldn't this script be registered as intellectual property? How could he still take it? Qin Feng probably knew that things were not going well. However, he didn't know much about the rules and regulations of this industry, so he couldn't figure out what was going on. Yuanjun sighed repeatedly, registration is one thing, but Qingqing's injury will probably take at least 2 months to heal. He has a draft of the script, so if we take it out and find someone to revise it, it can be considered a new drama. And judging by the timeline, Kuman's progress on the setup is definitely faster than ours. By then, his schedule will be ahead of ours. If I continue filming this drama, I'm afraid they will think I'm imitating or plagiarizing. Besides, if the screenwriter I'm working with knew that their script had been adapted by someone else, they would probably object. If word gets out in the industry, it might not be so easy for me to find a screenwriter to work with in the future. Yuanjun felt that this matter was so terrible that it made him despair, but at this point he really couldn't figure out what to do. In other words, if he really takes your script to film, there's nothing you can do. Qin Feng asked. That's about it, Yuanjun said with a sad face, not caring that the scene he was working on had not been finished yet, and his whole body exuded a sense of dejection. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said with a smile, it's not a big deal. Why are you so worried? If you can trust me, just hold off for now. I have my own way to deal with him for you. Yuanjun's eyes lit up, what do you have in mind? You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, I won't joke with you about this kind of thing, right? Qin Feng said. No, I mean, are you really willing to help me? Yuanjin's sad face suddenly turned from gloomy to bright. Qin Feng's background was a secret to Yuanjin, but after all, Yuanjin had served in the military and knew how difficult it was to advance in such a position. Just because Qin Feng dared to give it to him, he must have complete confidence. We have been friends for many years. How can I let my soldiers be bullied? Qin Feng was very proud. Even though he had only been in his command for less than a week and was a deserter, since Yuanjin had always treated him as an instructor, how could he not treat Yuanjin as his own soldier? It may be difficult for people who have never served in the military to understand this sense of comradeship, but anyone who has served in the army values their comrades from the bottom of their hearts. Yuanjin had never thought that even though he was a deserter, he still had a place in Qin Feng's heart. He was so touched that he almost cried. He nodded heavily, yes, instructor. Qin Feng smiled, okay, go and film your scene. I'm going back to H City now. Yuanjin was stunned, huh? Didn't we agree to help take care of Kuman? Why did he just turn around and leave? Doesn't this move seem a little off? My boss has returned to the company, so I have to go back too, to avoid any accidents. Don't worry about Kuman's matter, I have my own arrangements, Qin Feng said. He had only just learned the news, yet he actually claimed to have his own arrangements. Yet Yuanjin actually believed him. Looking back, he slapped his thigh in sudden realization. How could he have believed him at the time? Okay. I don't have time to see you off now. I'll treat you to a drink next time to make amends, Yuanjin said. Yeah, Qin Feng nodded, turned around and went back to their house to continue packing his luggage. He had been in Yuanjin's crew for nearly half a month, but Lin Mengyao had just returned from the Lin family at this time. It was obvious that this return home was not easy. But that is conceivable. After all, Lin Yihai suffered such an attack, he must have been disabled, and hemiplegia is the least of his worries. Qin Feng had beaten the Lin family branch down like this, and Lin Mengyao was still so close to him, so the pressure on her could be imagined. Not only the branch, but even the direct descendants of Lin Mengyao would probably have some opinions about her. No matter what, it is true that there are disagreements within the Lin family, but they are family after all. Lin Mengyao spoke for Qin Feng, and naturally stood in opposition to everyone. Qin Feng thought it would be difficult for her to come out again this time. However, Lin Mengyao didn't say anything, so he had no choice but to return to H City and ask her in detail. The afternoon flight arrived in H City just as night was breaking. Qin Feng sent a text message to Yuanjin to let her know he had arrived, then took a taxi to Lin Mengyao's villa. Lin Mengyao said that she would arrive in H City tonight, so she probably wouldn't go to work today, and would most likely go straight home. Qin Feng went to wash up first after entering their house, just to relax. It was really tiring to run around with the crew all this time. Thinking that Lin Mengyao hadn't arrived yet, Qin Feng simply took a nap in the yard outside, enjoying the breeze. I don't know how long it took, but when it was completely dark, there was finally the sound of a motor vehicle driving into the garage outside. Qin Feng was about to fall asleep, so he didn't get up to open the door. After all, Lin Mengyao could open the door by herself. But he closed his eyes and waited for a long time, but did not hear the sound of Lin Mengyao coming in. Instead, the door lock made a clicking sound as someone turned it back and forth. Qin Feng was naturally familiar with this sound. The access control system of Lin Mengyao's villa is fingerprint recognition, but no matter how high-tech something is, there are always mechanical parts. The clicking sound means someone is interfering with the operation of the mechanical parts. Is there a thief? Qin Feng was deeply surprised. A thief who can break a fingerprint lock is at least a high-end technician, and there is really no need for him to make a living by stealing things. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become a little alert. Without turning on the light, Qin Feng first tiptoed to the door to put away his shoes and coat, then crouched down and hid behind the wine cabinet next to the living room. Not knowing the other party's intentions, how many people were on the other side, and their armed situation was also unclear, Qin Feng subconsciously chose to watch. After a while, the door was unlocked and there was the sound of footsteps coming in. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and listened carefully, and could tell that there were about 4 people. After these people entered the door, they did not turn on the lights. They walked in with flashlights pointing the way. In this way, it was unlikely that they would find Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng got a general idea of the situation of the newcomers. His judgment was correct, there were indeed 4 people entering. One of them wore heavy glasses and fiddled with a small device, likely a locksmith. The other 2 were burly, with well-defined muscles. Their eyes weren't sharp, but they still held a hint of menace. After Qin Feng saw the leader clearly, he couldn't help but frown. Sun Hao. He kept looking for trouble time and time again. Didn't he understand that I had let him go just because he and Sun Bing were comrades in arms? Qin Feng didn't move, but heard the bespectacled man next to Sun Hao say, "Young Master Sun, I've opened this door for you. If you can't capture Lin Mengyao, I'm afraid it will be really hard to explain to the boss." Qin Feng's expression froze when he heard this. He originally thought that Sun Hao was attracted by Lin Mengyao's beauty, but now it seems that there is something else going on. This man with glasses seems to be the key. We need to keep him here for a while. Sun Hao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I've already heard from Tianfeng Group that Lin Mengyao said she would attend the company meeting tomorrow, so she will definitely be back tonight. Besides, the guy next to her named Qin Feng also went to the imperial capital many days ago and hasn't returned yet. If we come tonight, it can be said that there is no risk." "Har har, that would be the best," the man with glasses laughed dryly and sat down on the sofa. Sun Hao also sat down and instructed the remaining 2 people, "Go guard the door, so that the woman won't turn around and run away if she sees something is wrong." The 2 men received the order and stood at the door, one on the left and one on the right. Sun Hao actually knew Lin Mengyao and his whereabouts so well. If Qin Feng hadn't been so good at telling his whereabouts to people he didn't trust in advance, he was afraid that even his return tonight might have been taken into account. That would be really dangerous. Qin Feng secretly thanked himself for rushing back as soon as he heard that Lin Mengyao was going back to H City, otherwise something unexpected might have happened. Because he still wanted to hear more information from them, he hid behind the wine cabinet and did not take any action. Unfortunately, Sun Hao only said a few words to the man with glasses at the beginning and then stopped talking. Not long after, there was a sound of mechanical turning from the door, and with just one sound, the door opened. "The fish is hooked," Sun Hao whispered. Lin Mengyao was still outside the door, so he didn't have to worry about her hearing him. At this moment, Lin Mengyao had already pressed the switch of the hall light on the first floor, and saw the 2 people standing at the door at a glance. "Who are you?" Lin Mengyao exclaimed. But how could the 2 of them give her a chance to react? They immediately stepped forward, one of them closed the door, and the other grabbed Lin Mengyao. Sun Hao had also walked to the door. Looking at Lin Mengyao, who was caught by the 2 men, an evil smile flashed across his face. "Lin Mengyao, you probably never thought that you would end up in my hands. What are you going to do?" Lin Mengyao asked. She wasn't panicking at the moment, but Sun Hao wasn't Lin Yihai. Even if he dared to do anything to her, the Lin family would never let him go. Lin Mengyao believed she had enough bargaining chips. Chapter 39. Would you rather die than obey? What do you think? What can I, a man, and you, a woman, do? Sun Hao smiled ostentatiously, as if he could already imagine how Lin Mengyao would look like when she was conquered by him. Lin Mengyao snorted coldly, "Sun Hao, I advise you to let me go now." "Har har, why?" Sun Hao lifted Lin Mengyao's chin with one hand. "Why would you let go of the duck that's already in your mouth?" Lin Mengyao glared at him, "Because I have the ability to kill you." "Oh, really?" Sun Hao didn't care, and even had a bit of contempt. Qin Feng, hiding behind the wine cabinet, had no intention of continuing to listen to their nonsense. He was even more worried about Lin Mengyao getting hurt, so he prepared to come out to rescue her. Unexpectedly, Sun Hao suddenly changed the subject and said, "Your support is the Lin family, right?" Qin Feng hesitated for a moment after taking the next step. Lin family, how did Sun Hao know the Lin family? Although the Lin family is the #1 martial arts family in China, they always keep a low profile and never show off in front of others. If you are not someone in the system, it is impossible to know about the Lin family. But Sun Hao actually said it so nonchalantly. Could it be that the boss they were talking about was actually involved with the Lin family? Qin Feng stopped the step he had just taken. If he couldn't find out who was behind Sun Hao's move, even if he could save Lin Mengyao now, there would still be danger later. Not to mention that Qin Feng did not take any action in the end. When Lin Mengyao heard Sun Hao's words, the shock in her heart was even stronger than Qin Feng's. "You mean the Lin family?" How do you know about the Lin family? Lin Mengyao almost didn't care that she was still being held in someone's hands. Sun Hao is so confident, could it be that he has some support in the Lin family? If so, who asked him to come? It couldn't possibly be Lin Yihai, because when Sun Hao set his sights on Lin Mengyao, Lin Yihai was the Lin family's intended marriage partner for her. So who could it be? You don't need to know this. You just need to know that I am not afraid of the Lin family's revenge, so you can't escape tonight no matter what. Sun Hao smiled evilly and suddenly pinched Lin Mengyao's chin hard. Isn't your bodyguard very powerful? But now you are in my hands. Do you still expect him to save you? The eldest daughter of the Lin family actually fell in love with a bodyguard. What should we do now? The person who can control your destiny is me. Sun Hao looked at Lin Mengyao with a vicious expression. He has fallen into Qin Feng's hands several times, and today he finally has a chance to prove that he is stronger than Qin Feng. Lin Mengyao was also stunned when she suddenly heard Sun Hao mention Qin Feng's name. That person, I'm afraid he won't come to save her? Lin Mengyao lowered her head, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. However, this action was not noticed by Sun Hao. He just thought that Lin Mengyao had given up resistance, and laughed and ordered the two thugs to tie Lin Mengyao to the sofa. The two men probably did this kind of thing often, and their technique was very skillful. They dragged Lin Mengyao towards the sofa. However, no one knew where Lin Mengyao got the strength from, but she suddenly broke free from their grip and crashed headfirst into the marble coffee table in front of the sofa. Sun Hao was stunned, and Qin Feng was also stunned. But after being in a daze, their reactions were completely different. Sun Hao was extremely angry. He grabbed Lin Mengyao by the hair and lifted her up to sit on the ground. You stinky bitch, you'd rather die than let me touch you. This was the first woman who dared to resist him like this. Sun Hao was so angry that he felt that only by severely ravaging Lin Mengyao could he vent his anger. Qin Feng, who had also reacted, walked out from behind the wine cabinet with a gloomy face. He didn't walk very fast, but he was impossible to ignore. The man with glasses who saw him first pointed at Qin Feng in astonishment, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Just because Qin Feng stared at him, he thought of blood and death. What kind of eyes are those? As if he had walked out of a sea of blood and corpses, indifferent to life? No, Qin Feng at this moment looked like he particularly loved life, loved to harvest life. The two thugs had also noticed the abnormality of the man with glasses. They turned around and saw Qin Feng as well. However, the two men were so strong and powerful that they didn't dare to look him in the eye. Sun Hao, who felt the sudden change in the atmosphere at the scene, turned around belatedly and was shocked to see Qin Feng standing less than 5 meters away from them. Why are you here? Sun Hao pointed at Qin Feng, his voice trembling. His hand slipped, and Lin Mengyao, who had been sitting up by her hair, fell limply to the ground exhausted. Qin Feng's eyes fell on Lin Mengyao for a moment. She must have hit him with great force and was now in a semi-comatose state. You deserve to die. Qin Feng only said this one sentence. The people of Yinlong are particularly good at controlling their emotions. He shouldn't have been so angry, but at this moment, Qin Feng just felt that he didn't want to control his anger. He wants to kill someone. Killing was indeed something Qin Feng was too familiar with. The two thugs had never seen Qin Feng before, but they felt that he had a terrifying aura. One of them mustered up his last bit of courage and rushed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng just snorted coldly, stretched out his hand like a claw, and accurately grasped the thug's neck. Bang! Qin Feng exerted force with his shoulder, and the entire arm that was holding the thug's neck swung out a semicircle, causing the thug's head to hit the coffee table hard. Blood spurted out relentlessly, yet the thug didn't even utter a sound. Stunned, Sun Hao looked down and saw that the thug's skull had clearly sunken in, and the body was slumped limply on the coffee table. Ooh! Sun Hao covered his mouth. He didn't know if it was because he was too scared or too disgusted, but he just felt his stomach churning. But Qin Feng continued to approach. The other thug's face was as pale as paper. It's not like he had never seen a bloody scene before, but he had never seen such a strong and ruthless opponent. The other thug was as strong as himself, but he could clearly see that when Qin Feng attacked him, he didn't even look in his direction. There's no way we can win. This was the only thought in the thug's mind. After taking a last look at Sun Hao, he turned around and wanted to escape. But escaping is also difficult in front of Qin Feng. In just 2 steps, Qin Feng had caught up with the thug. This time, his attack was a little lighter than last time. Qin Feng kicked the thug's knee, and the leg immediately bent at an angle completely opposite to usual. The thug fell to the ground and screamed, but no one present went to see him. You actually killed someone in public," Sun Hao said tremblingly, pointing at Qin Feng's nose. Qin Feng smiled indifferently, did not answer, but calmly pinched Sun Hao's neck. Those killer eyes were only an arm's length away from him, and Sun Hao's legs couldn't help but tremble. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the thug still slumped on the table. Could that be his fate? Sun Hao wanted to swallow his saliva, but he couldn't move because Qin Feng was holding him tightly. "Who asked you to come?" Qin Feng asked. "This question I can't say," Sun Hao stuttered. He had no doubt that Qin Feng had the ability to kill him right now, but Sun Hao couldn't afford to provoke the people over there either. In fact, if he could be killed by Qin Feng like that, it would probably be much easier than being caught by the people over there. This was Sun Hao's only thought at the moment. But Qin Feng did not kill as decisively as he expected. On the contrary, Qin Feng even smiled slightly. He gently put Sun Hao down. This sudden change in attitude made Sun Hao frightened and confused. What on earth is this man trying to do? Has he lost his mind? Sun Hao was still trying to figure out what Qin Feng wanted to do with the last bit of his remaining sanity, but he was horrified to find that he had no idea at all. What is more terrifying than death is the unknown. Qin Feng grasped this point very well. Sun Hao was certain that Qin Feng would kill him, and he might have the courage to not tell anyone even if he died. But Qin Feng just didn't do what he wanted and did something that went against his judgment. If you want to ask what you want to know, you have to destroy his sanity. Although Qin Feng was angry, he still maintained a certain degree of restraint. Without waiting for Sun Hao to think about his intentions, Qin Feng suddenly attacked and broke Sun Hao's hand bones when he just relaxed. It was originally the strongest part of the human body, but in Qin Feng's hands, it was as fragile as a chopstick and was easily broken. The white bones were exposed after piercing through the flesh. Sun Hao could even look down and see this scene. The pain was so piercing that he couldn't even scream. "Let me think about it. You're scared. Afraid that if you're caught by those people, you'll end up worse than death." Qin Feng's voice was cold, but Sun Hao heard every word clearly. "But you seem to have forgotten that anyone can make a life worse than death. You are devil," Sun Hao shouted. Qin Feng didn't care about his words and didn't intend to give him a chance to think carefully. He kept on breaking Sun Hao's limbs slowly. Unfortunately, even so, Sun Hao still said nothing. Qin Feng felt sorry for him, so he reached out and broke his neck to end it. Fear of retaliation was one thing, but when Sun Hao knew he was cornered, he was determined not to let Qin Feng get away with it, even if it meant death. Even if he was brutally murdered, Sun Hao was almost happy to see that Qin Feng couldn't find out the truth. Such a madman is indeed not a suitable person to be questioned. Qin Feng shook his hands and turned to look at the man with glasses who had been watching from the side. From the beginning, the man with glasses had never thought of escaping. Perhaps he knew very well that he could not escape from Qin Feng's hands. "So, what about you? You don't want to talk about it either."